Bloody fog, sea of blood, all he sees is blood. His dying comrade asked him to escape. He was confident in the city with his head held high that no one could destroy the human race. In the end, they would still survive and be saved. In the end, he was left alone, only one. The demon flying under the blood-red moon turned to him, wondering if he was called the great god of humanity. After all, he also does not know martial arts. Maybe he's hiding behind some trash. He stood alone in front of the countless army of demons. Ember, the heavenly demon emperor, looked straight at him angrily and even said with some mockery that he would never defeat him and called him the pill god. Our hero, Qin Feng, complete zero in martial arts. Smiling and sweating, he said it was all in vain. After all, Qin Feng, the pill god, had lived a good life for 100,000 years. And during all this time, he did not even delve into the very basics of martial arts. And heading towards the monsters, he began to say that he must help his comrades and continue to fight. Our enraged hero brought 2 fingers to his teeth to perform a magical action. His eyes even sparkled with rage. The young man struck a pose, showing that he was ready for battle. It sparkled with orange and red flames. Monsters began to attack our hero from all sides. The guy defended himself as best he could, at the same time shouting that he will stand his ground until the very end. The guy was attacked by a huge demon. It looked even more terrifying than all the others. But the young man was not distracted for a second. He was ready to fight all the demons he could. But a moment later, the young man was pierced through. He flew away with a hole in his chest. The young man was stabbed. Perhaps this was the end. In this life, he had a useless body, capable of reaching the pinnacle of alchemy, but unable to reach the limit. He really was a worthless weakling. Blood flowed with all its might. Of course, his face was covered in blood. If only our hero had a chance to be reborn, he would definitely master martial arts to perfection. He will right the wrongs of this life against heaven. A green pendant on a string fell from his neck. It looked like it was made of stone, and upon impact it crumbled and cracked. The boy jumped up in a cold sweat, all disheveled and scared. He was in a spacious room, completely filled with many things. Our hero sat in the middle of the bed and tried to understand what happened. The guy's whole body was bandaged. Looking at all this, he tried to understand where he was. Everything was so unfamiliar. His attention was drawn to the pendant, which broke the moment he fell dead. So he raised it before his eyes and looked at it carefully. Qin Feng held his shaggy head with both hands to calm something down. There were a lot of Iris's people running through his head. These were his memories. Our hero has come to life. Already holding his head with one hand and sweating, the guy remembered the moment. The moment when Lin Shuan made it so that he could no longer master martial arts. Exactly 100,000 years ago. Norka remembered bowing his head and sword over a bloody puddle in the pouring rain in front of Shuan, and it is said that he won the contest. But he didn't realize how his fiancée was trying to kill him. He stood in front of the girl who, upon hearing this, said that she had entered into a marriage contract with our hero 3 years ago, only to temporarily join his Qin family. She took our hero by the bloody face, brought him to her, and said that she had climbed the 3rd step. At first glance, Mila and even the beautiful girl with pink hair and amber-green eyes called our kneeling hero a bastard. Then he asked if it was true that he thought he was worthy of her. Hearing this, our hero's pupils dilated and tears flowed from his eyes. In our hero's past life, martial arts were exhausted, and he had no choice but to focus on alchemy. Our hero sat and meditated. During meditation, the guy began to sparkle with yellow light. Remembering the moment when he flew towards the monsters, he realized that although he had reached his peak in alchemy, it was still not enough. Looking at his bandaged fist that sparkled with yellow light, he realized that if he could practice martial arts, the tragedy of the major demon that invaded the Shenqi continent in his past life would not have happened. If he had fixed everything, the human race would not have perished. The boy carefully examined his pendant, which was already hanging around his neck. After all, thanks to this jade pendant, he had a chance to start over. Our hero slowly began to put it on, deciding that he would first focus on becoming stronger. Whether it's alchemy or martial arts, he should definitely pursue it and definitely reach the top. In his mind, he was already facing an army of his enemies. At that moment when our hero was already fully dressed, an alarmed man entered the room. He turned to our hero and said that things were very bad. The boy asked him what happened. It was Qin Sangshu, the guard commander of the Qin family medical garden. He pointed into the distance and said that Lin Lan, the eldest son of the Lin family, rushed into the medical garden and said that he wanted to see our hero. Our hero immediately realized that this was Lin Shuan's brother. He remembered a moment from his past life. Lin Lan came to ask to manage the medical garden, and he took the opportunity to humiliate the hero. Under his pressure, he had to agree. After that, he left his family in a hurry and remained in place for 10 years. The Lin family is a nest of rats and snakes. Our hero, having fully gathered his courage, ordered the commander to immediately take the man. But the alarmed man tried in every possible way to dissuade the guy. Even guided by the fact that young Master Lin Lan had a sharp and caustic tongue, he asked him to deal with him himself. Jan's character was determined, so she said that everything was fine and wanted to deal with him herself. At this time, somewhere in the healing garden, the insolent man was waiting for our hero and shouting at him to hurry up. He wanted too much to get a medical garden. Lin Lan looked like a huge ice floe. His long, icy hair and equally long, light-colored clothing, as well as his pointed features, further emphasized this. He was a first-class alchemist. That's probably why he looked so narcissistic. Seeing our hero, he said that if it weren't for his sister, our hero would already be lying somewhere in the ground. Qin Feng was no less determined and walked straight towards his interlocutor. Hearing this, the young man chuckled and then asked if it was a shame for an older brother to cover for his younger sister. They even suggested that he had sissy syndrome. The ice guy stopped waving his fan and was too surprised to hear. And our hero began to continue. He confidently stood up and said that, according to the marriage contract, the medical garden should have gone to them. But now that the marriage contract was also dissolved by them, they returned what they had refused. It's not beautiful. And adding the cherry on the cake, our hero, with a grin and sparkling eyes, concluded his speech with the phrase that everything was somehow wrong. Lin Lang was furious and seemed like he was about to explode. At this time, all the guards around him were trying to hold back their laughter, and the icy one did not understand why our hero was so sarcastic. And then he calmed down a little, tried to prick our hero, saying that he is not as good as others. Plus, he was injured during the competition, and if it weren't for his younger sister, who did not have mercy and did not enter into a marriage contract with him, and taking a deep breath, he continued his sentence with incredible pleasure, saying that our hero would have been killed long ago. And then he asked that after such a thing, the young man would remain ungrateful to his sister. The young man began to wave his hand and grinned again, and then he said that even there he managed to pay tribute to his younger sister. After laughing at the intruder, the young man waved his hand and said that the Qin family's guards seemed to have something to do. And at that moment, the guards headed straight onto the ice. Lin Lang opened the fan again and thought that our hero had always been obedient and calm, but why was he so difficult to deal with this time? With a grin on his face, he asked the guy to stop and asked if he remembered that there was only 1 month left before the new alchemist competition. Yawning, the guy said that of course he remembers, but so what? Ice Guy asked if he had the courage to place a bet. The guy, full of excitement, looking at our hero from behind the fan, began to pronounce the conditions. If our hero can win the award of the year, he is ready to give him his family iron mine. But if our hero loses, he will have a beautiful medical garden at his disposal and will be asked if he agrees to such conditions. The manager of the garden, standing next to our hero, heard this, grinned, and thought about how dare he want a medical garden. After all, their young master is not stupid. Anyone with even the slightest bit of intelligence would not agree to such a bet. But our hero, not hearing the thoughts of the man standing next to him, agreed and asked if they would sign a written agreement. The manager's surprise knew no bounds. He did not understand why he agreed. Full of excitement, Lin Lan agreed, but asked him not to regret what he had done in the future. The young people signed an agreement. It said that in case of defeat, the medical garden would go to the Lin family, and in case of victory, our hero would be given an iron mine. The young man took the paper, and at the moment he left, he did not understand why he was so worried. But, without showing it, he smiled and told our hero that a medicinal garden is not something that a stupid and wasteful young gentleman is responsible for, and he ordered him not to beg for mercy when the time comes. The man standing next to our hero slapped his forehead and said that it was all over, but for some reason our hero stood very calmly. The manager was almost dying of excitement. He said that the Qin family's blood had run out. Although our hero is an adult lord, he is still a child. Hearing this, our hero asked about the child with such excitement that when the time came, that bastard would be in his lap. He had the smile of a child 100,000 years old. Our hero was meditating. He seemed to be in another world as he looked very peaceful. In an instant, blood gushed from his mouth. The guy began to wipe away the blood with a smile. Even sweat began to stand out. He thought that all this was good. Even though his strength had dropped to the level of qi and blood, he still had prospects. But thanks to the improvement of his magical technique, he solved the problem of qi and blood. A warrior has 6 worlds. The qi and blood realm is the weakest. There is also the realm of the closed environment, the main kingdom. Well, the name speaks for itself. The kingdom of emptiness, one day mortal melancholy will overcome here. Kingdom of the false god, kingdom of deceit. Demigod realm, the darkest kingdom. Each kingdom is divided into 9 levels. In his past life, he lost his refining base because he was attacked by Lin Shuan. Since then, he has not been able to practice martial arts. Fortunately, he has now retained his basic sophistication through technology and God transformation. Thanks to her, he maintained his foundation for the development of martial arts. God transfiguration is a special technique that he discovered in his past life. The effect is to enhance perception through the six senses. This technique may seem mediocre, but people who practiced the God transfiguration technique in his previous life became popular figures. The guy was already shooting something in his hand and grinning. Our hero sat in the lotus position, completely immersed in his thoughts. In his past life, he discovered that this technique contained an unknown power. Even though he couldn't practice martial arts in his previous life, he still kept it in his mind, and who would have thought that it would be useful to him? At that moment, the manager ran up and shouted to report that a disaster had occurred. In the medical garden, our hero bent over the herbs. Behind him stood the guard and the manager, who said that news had arrived that the time for collecting medicines had been postponed half a month earlier than planned, and the collector would arrive in 10 days. Our hero took several stems in his hand. The manager began to say in an apologetic tone that for some reason all their herbs had withered. Even if they create all the necessary conditions for growing herbs, they will not be able to deliver everything on time. Our hero became furious. He ran his hands over the herbs as if trying to heal or transform them. The head of security was confused as he watched this whole scene. The young man's eyes began to glow. He transformed and used all his six senses. All the dried grass began to glow green. The boy realized that it was all a weed vine, but he didn't understand how it was hidden under all that dense vegetation. How could such a nasty weed appear in a medical garden? No wonder all the grass withered. The dry grass in his hand turned into living grass. Our hero guessed that it must have been Ling Lan who planted Liang here. Now it became clear why he dared to make a bet. Perhaps he even managed to ruin everything during his absence. Our hero suddenly smiled, looking at the animated branch in his hand. After all, it was a wonderful gift from Lin Lang. 10 days later, Lin Lan walked surrounded by people heading towards the Qin family, and among them was a herbalist. The impudent man began to wonder where our hero was and why he didn't even come out to greet the herbalist. At this time, the security manager leaned over the man and began to apologize, and then asked him to wait a few minutes, because our hero would arrive in a minute or a minute. At that moment, the happy hero appeared with a straw hat and grass in his hand and asked the manager, who was making noise at such an early hour, even the roosters had not woken up yet. But they were here. Lin Lan grinned cheekily at the man on the horse, making sure he saw that our hero had not knelt down to greet the herbalist. And he's trying to make a statement. This is clear disrespect. This is the herbalist of the main branch of the Qin family, Qin Yulan. The man turned angrily to our hero and gave him one chance to apologize, and he ordered him to kneel down. The manager desperately asked our hero to do as he asked, so as not to anger him even more. The man was about to fall at the feet of this herbalist and asked the young master to apologize and kneel down, but our hero just stood and watched, without making a sound. The man said, almost crying, that the last time they angered the herbalist, their medical garden was fined 3 times as much. But our hero looked straight at the herbalist and Lin Lan, sending them away for a long time with a smile. Everyone was amazed by this action, and our hero, with an arrogant grin, turned to the herbalist and asked if he really believed that he had any official authority. After all, he's just a spoiled chicken, and our hero has to kneel on his lap? The herbalist is a formidable man, who looked even more intimidating in his rage, and, upon hearing what he heard, angrily asked what kind of attitude this was. Where did such impudence come from? And then asked if he even prepared medicinal herbs. The young man listened to all this and calmly said that he agreed that there are many herbs and they are all ready for humans. He did not expect such an answer, so he became even more angry. But finding a loophole in our hero's words, he laughed and asked who told him that this year was like the previous ones? And then he asked if our hero knew that this year the rate for receiving medications was increased 3 times. And now he has doubled that with his behavior, if he fails to meet the standard at that time. He drew his sword and said that our hero would lose his head. The boy stood very quietly and calmly, and the manager was in a panic. Looking at the whole situation, he realized that it was unlikely that they would even be able to double the norm. What kind of triple norm can we talk about? And then they doubled it. This is bad. Now they will not only lose the Lin Lan medical garden, but also lose the life of our hero. At this time, Lin Lan remembered the moment when he had previously appeased Qin Yulan by arranging for him a luxurious vacation right in his residence. He then offered to split the medicinal garden in half if our hero lost the bet. The man agreed. He later hired a spy. He told the man that only our hero had been working in the medicinal garden all this time. What effective tricks could a boy who knew nothing about herbs come up with? Our hero listened to the herbalist's conditions with a grin and then asked to follow him. Our hero actually led everyone present with him. The manager was in a panic. Lin Lan was anticipating the fall of our hero. The herbalist was already ready to be executed. Lin Lan walked past the withered flowers and plants, waving his fan in front of him. He laughed because he was sure that our hero would be defeated. "I only noticed dry herbs," asks the impudent guy with a status grin. "Are these really the most famous medicinal herbs? Because they are just as rotten and withered as our hero." The herbalist fundamentally wondered how to understand this, and perhaps he was trying to deceive them. And then he said that for the sake of the Qin family, for the sake of the main clan, and ridding it of our hero, the bastard. But the young man still removed the sword blade with a smile, saying that he had been waiting for this. After all, only trash sees trash, and they don't pay attention to the main treasure. In front of the people was a plantation of green and healthy plants. He asked to look there, calling people blind idiots. There were red fruits on the branch, and on other branches there are purple berries. Everyone who came was confused. No one expected this from our hero. Seeing what he saw, it couldn't fit in Lin Lan's mind. He didn't understand how this could happen, because he thought that Qin Feng didn't know anything about caring for medicinal herbs. And the herbalist did not understand how our hero managed to treat all these herbs so carefully. The grass vines he planted everywhere. He sees it, it's still there. The color of the grass is quite good. Everything is first class. Its quality exceeds all standards. And he is also afraid that 5 times more is needed. I even thought that our hero was the devil. And the chief of the guard was delighted with his master. He guessed what he had been doing all these days, putting all his energy into caring for the medical garden. In an instant, our hero was overcome by Lin Lan's anger. He asked the young man questions. How is this even possible? How did he, our hero, even dare to create such a thing? The guy didn't seem to notice these questions. Liana grass is a nasty weed by nature. Planting it in medicinal plants will naturally cause them to wither. However, in this era, no one yet knows that if you plant vine grass on the opposite side of the sun and give it some transformations, it will change its properties and accelerate the growth and quality of medicinal plants. Our hero, full of pride in himself, said right to his opponent's face that it was nothing and he didn't care what our hero did. Does it matter that he lost their argument? It seems that he himself promised our hero an iron mine. The young man was furious. And then, laughing hysterically, he said that he would not give anything, and in that case, what did our hero do to him? And our hero began to demonstrate his agreement with a grin. And then he said that if he didn't give up the iron mine, he would go to prison for life. Yeah, what a pity. The guy was sweating profusely at this time and realized that he had completely forgotten that he had signed the paper. But he didn't need to do that. Lin Lan began to turn to the herbalist in desperation, and the one who brushed it off began to say that he had nothing to do with his couple. He was just passing by. Blood gushed from the young man's mouth and he sent everyone away. Our hero and his guards began to approach the iron mine and, turning to his comrades, asked to thank Brother Lan, because it was he who gave them the iron mine. The men were delighted. While they were walking through the mine, the head of security began to tell us how amazing our hero is. After all, he got the entire iron mine, and then he apologized and said that he didn't understand something. And he asked why he would risk a precious medical garden for useless iron ore. I even assumed that there was some kind of plan. And our hero turned to the man with a slight smile and said that there was no plan, but he just went too far a little. The manager was shocked by what he heard. Indeed, the ratio of iron ore to elixir is not worth estimating at all. But from his past life, our hero remembers that this iron mine is not easy. It contains a lot of valuable, mysterious iron ore. If the mine is used for its intended purpose, it will cost the same as a medical garden. At that moment, when our hero came out of his thoughts, a worker ran up to him and reported that something had happened in the mine. The worker standing right in front of him, already in all seriousness, said that the mine had suddenly collapsed. Dozens of miners were crushed to death. The man standing next to our hero was horrified. Outside the mine, people were trying to pick up stones because their relatives were there. Our hero reflected on what he had heard, and the head of security was perplexed why the mine was destroyed as soon as they received it, and then suggested that God must have hated them. At this time, the families of the miners, full of despair, were looking for someone to throw out all their emotions on and find the culprit. So when they saw our hero, they began to say that it was all because of them. Everyone was about to go and beat the boy, but security arrived. One girl shouted our hero's name and said that as long as their iron mine belonged to the Lin family, they were always safe. But as soon as our hero's family came, everything went wrong. They angered the mountain god, and he unleashed a landslide on them. One man nevertheless approached our hero, even took him by the collar and, full of rage and despair, ordered his son to be returned. The young man stood without moving or saying a word. The head of the security, sweating with excitement, asked the young gentleman to leave. It was very dangerous there, but the young man was not going anywhere. He was furious. He realized that as soon as the mine came into his possession, a landslide occurred. What a coincidence. Our hero approached the chest with stones and began to evoke a state of internal sensation. It started to glow. Our hero found himself inside the mine. There were a lot of people lying there. And with the help of his power, our hero heard the hearts of these people. The miners inside are still alive, and judging by the tracks, it doesn't look like a full-fledged mine. Just a landslide at the entrance to the cave. Clearly a man-made explosion. Our hero's amber eyes sparkled. He noticed that Ling Lan was watching him somewhere far away. He realized that it was he standing there. After our hero won the bet, he detonated the mine. By killing the miners, he wants to provoke public anger against the guy. He doesn't value human life. Our hero called for silence. He stood on a stone and, like a military leader, began to speak. In particular, he said that the miners inside were still alive. If they remove the stones from the entrance, they can save everyone. Acting now is the best time to save them. So he invited everyone to start. People thought it was all a joke. Then the men asked with tears in their eyes that the mine had collapsed. How could anyone who was inside be alive? The woman called the young man names and did not understand how he could lie to them in such a situation. At this time, Lin Lan saw that people did not believe him and began to cry with laughter. He was proud that he could think of such a thing. At that moment, people were flying towards our hero. The head of security asked the young gentleman to run away from there, and the guard picked up the manager's phrase and said that otherwise, this angry crowd would definitely kill the guy. They tried to restrain them as best they could. Our hero looked at them and simply remained silent. In an instant, he shouted that the Chin family would stop resisting and ordered his guards to drop their weapons. The manager, like the rest of the people, were shocked by the young master's order. Our hero turned to people who were ready to listen to him and asked them if they were ready to give up if their loved ones still had a chance to escape. Our hero, holding his sword high, now looked exactly like a military leader. He swore with his life that he would save all people. If they dig up the mine and find people dead, they could do whatever they wanted with it. And then he jumped straight to the people. The guy was determined, so he asked them again if they would agree to this. People were puzzled. For a while, they just looked at each other and tried to find the right words. The security manager fell at the feet of our hero and began to hug him, begging him to come to his senses. At the same time, the young man handed his sword to the man, and people thought whether they should trust our hero. People began to run to the entrance to the mine and remove stones from it. The guards behind were offended and asked to help each other. Some began to say that they would work with a shovel, and someone said that they would move stones. Our hero asked Sangqiu to come back and do one thing for him. The young man began to wonder why the young master asked him to do this so quietly, even assuming that he had gone crazy. At this time, Lin Lan looked at this picture and said with ridicule, "Let the people dig. In the end, they won't be able to do anything anyway." And he thought to himself that he had long ago placed the swamp miasma in the mine, and this is a terrible herb. The people inside will not be crushed to death. They will definitely die from the toxins. Qin Feng, such loud words in such an audience, he will not fulfill his promise and will be killed. 2 hours later, the girl climbed onto a pile of stones and enthusiastically said that they had finally disappeared. What they saw shocked people. They tried to call relatives. People began to grieve again. After all, everyone was dead. Everyone started crying and saying what a fraud our hero is, because everyone was dead. And then our hero began to be accused again. At that moment, Lin Lan approached, and as if the instigator began to ask if our hero had said that they could do whatever they wanted with him. Having said this phrase, the smile did not leave his face. People just looked at him strangely. And then a crowd of people began to fly towards our hero. They really intended to kill him. And behind this crowd stood a young man with his companion and said with a smile that our hero did not fulfill his promise, but swore with his life. Therefore, he must part with it. At that moment, our hero was leaving the cave and the guards were carrying people out. The malicious boy, looking at our hero, laughed to himself, although he realized that our hero suspected him of what had happened. But he has no proof. Even if he tries to dig something up, nothing will come of it. At this moment, our hero ordered his assistant with a basket of fruit to approach him. The boy widened his eyes and didn't understand why he was so calm and noticeable that he didn't even think about running away. The young man took a bite of the fruit and ordered Sangqiu to stuff the pre-chewed peel into people's mouths, but to do it quickly. The young man was very determined and angry. Sangqiu immediately obeyed with a guilty look. He sat over the man's body and wished for the peel. He shoved it into the man's mouth. The malicious boy thought that our hero had gone crazy, and in order to vent his anger, he mocked the corpse. But then he started inciting upset and angry people. But a couple of phrases were enough for them, and they already rushed at our hero with a crazy look. They really intended to kill our hero. Our hero shoved chewed crusts into people's mouths and asked Sankyu to continue. But the guy, sobbing, thought that the young master did not understand that by doing this, they were increasing the chances of being killed. And what's more, he gave this man his first kiss. At this moment, the man's eye began to slowly open. The man began to touch his face, thinking that he slept for a very long time, and it seems he had a very long and strange dream. Seeing that the man had woken up, Sankyu jumped up and tried to understand what had happened, whether the dead had resurrected. In an instant, a girl, an adult man, and a child ran up to the man. Everyone had tears in their eyes. They were the wife, father, and child of the resurrected man. Our hero, wiping sweat from his face, wondered who said that all the people died. He knew that swamp miasma was an extremely poisonous plant, but if the poisoned person had taken the medicated peel of the tianluo fruit in time, the consequences of the poisoning could have been easily gotten rid of, so he asked the manager to go to their family's estate and bring fruit. It's just that in that era, he was the only one who knew about such drugs. The young man approached the poisoned man and asked for forgiveness, and then asked him to tell him what he remembered before losing consciousness. But the man was surprised by the fact that he lost consciousness. The man then put his fingers forward and could be seen trying to remember. He remembered. Linlan, he blew up the entrance to the cave and forcibly locked everyone inside. He was afraid that even then they would be able to escape, so he brought the swamp miasma there. He wanted to poison them. He wanted them dead. Gradually, people began to wake up and support the man's words. Everyone started pointing their fingers at the snide boy. After all, it was his fault. The guy stood there and didn't understand how this was possible. Our hero, smiling maliciously, asked if they really think that Lin Lan is behind all this. After all, the truth has come out. And then, looking directly at the guy who had fallen and was in despair, Qin Feng said that if someone is angry that his loved ones almost died, he can express all his grievances to this person right now. And the child tried to understand what these people were going to do to him. And yet all this happened in the iron mines, inside the mine. Our hero was looking for something very carefully. It didn't make sense to him. There must be something there somewhere, but why can't he find it? According to his past life memories, Lin Lang's mysterious iron ore must be hidden in one of the ordinary ore pieces. While he was thinking, a man came up from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. The man began to thank our hero with a smile for saving his life. In an instant, everyone began to bow before our hero. They said in unison that they would never forget the virtue and humanity he showed. The boy began to wave it off with a smile. The young man said that everyone was tired, and so he would give this mine a couple of days off. And after rest, they began to work, and asked if they liked this idea. And he thought to himself that it seems in his past life, none of the townspeople recognized him. The men began to swear that from now on, any of his orders would be carried out by them. The young man asked where Lin Lang was, and the man began to remember where he went after the exposure. He remembered the moment when he strangled the boy in his arms. But then he grabbed his head. Our hero asked what was happening to him, and the man said that they surrounded the caustic baby, but he managed to escape. And then he suggested that he no longer belonged in the city. Our hero thought that Lin Lang must have hidden the miraculous ore in advance. If Qin Feng knew that he would escape, he would at least ask him for information about its whereabouts. Our hero came out of the cave and was met by the guard's manager who led his horse. Then, turning to the young master, he asked him if they had settled their affairs and whether it was time for them to return. After the young man mounted his horse, he turned to Sankyu and asked if he knew the moneylenders of Yuning City and whether they were scary people. The boy laughed and said that he knew them. After all, moneylenders in their city terrify even those who have not had contact with them. If you borrow money from them and don't pay it back on time, you risk being disabled for life. And it is almost impossible to return them. The interest rate is too high. The guy sweated profusely and began to say that only desperate fools would ask them to borrow money. Sangshu laughed and asked why the young master was asking about them and suggested that he wanted to borrow money from them. The young man said with the same joy that he wanted to borrow 500 gold pieces from them. The young man hysterically asked if our hero wanted to take him to the grave with him and asked him to say that he was joking, but the guy said he was serious. A completely worried young man began to ask why he only? Because a normal man can live a quiet life 20 years a year, and he borrowed as much as 500 gold pieces. Our hero began to feel his head and innocently wonder where he would get the money to take such good care of the medicinal garden. The man, extremely nervous, said that was the end of it. In the medical garden, at best there is 100 gold. So how will they pay off the debt? The young man thought. After all, he originally thought that if he took all the iron ore and also found the Zhuanfeng miracle ore, he could repay the debt. But now that Lin Lan fled, he did not find the miracle ore. So where can you get the money? Our hero and his companion began to leave. Our hero rode calmly on a horse, and next to him walked a man who shouted that it was all over. And all that remained was to sell the medical garden, and without it the whole family would have died. The girl noticed the two but didn't say anything. Our hero was still sitting on his horse, and in an instant, he heard a strange form of his name. The guy was surprised. Standing in front of him was Qin Wanli, the father of our hero and the guardian of Yunyi City. This friendly man wondered how many days they had not seen each other. And then he said that he would see another person in front of him and would not recognize him. Later, he asked if our hero was feeling better. But the guy responded by asking when he would return. Without thinking about the consequences, the head of security wanted to tell him that our hero borrowed money. But the guy arrived in time and closed his mouth and whispered and asked him to shut up. Our hero remembered that in a past life, his father tried his best to take care of him, literally risked my health. In this life, he would never let his father worry about him again. The boy doesn't want his father to get hurt again because of him. Eventually, the man approached the young man and inquired about his body. After all, he had nothing to worry about now. Father spent a lot of money and bought our hero pills to harden the body, and handed them over to him. With their help, our hero will definitely be able to establish his cultivation base. Qin Feng waved it off and told his father that his body was much better than before, and asked him not to worry about him. He concluded that his father had been worried about his injury all along. For these 2 pills, his father tried his best to do so much work. But the man grabbed our hero by the hand, and more seriously asked him to stop, and then asked how his cultivation base reached the highest stage of qi and blood. But the young man with a smile asked his father to calm down, and when they returned home, he would tell him everything. Father and son were sitting at the dinner table. The man asked our hero if it was true that he had found a teacher who helped the boy. Moreover, he taught him alchemy. The man looked happy, so he wondered if his son would truly become an alchemist. And the guy, in turn, said that the teacher said that he was the most talented student. Qin Wanli laughed loudly, and he began to say that he always knew that his son was a genius of heaven, and no one can destroy the future of his son. And then he asked if his teacher was alive, and if he was obliged to meet him. Our hero, scratching the back of his head, began to say that his teacher did not like strangers, and he clearly doesn't want too many people to know about his existence. At the time, he said he thought he would refuse to see his father. The man hesitated and said that indeed specialists of this level prefer to live in solitude. It might be wrong to lie to his father, but he knows of no better excuse for his sudden knowledge of alchemy. It's better for him to come up with a teacher so that his father doesn't worry. The man had already told him it was time to leave. The man handed our hero a piece, asking him to keep it for himself. He took him for our hero. If he finds himself in a difficult situation in the future, let him take advantage of it. This is the battle order of the Qin family. The boy agreed, but could not believe that his father had given him such an important thing. When saying goodbye, the father told his son that although they had not seen each other for a long time, he really had to go on business. Their family will remain our hero. But our hero really understood everything, so he said that everything was okay. The man stroked our hero on the head. Meanwhile, he pondered the present. He wondered why his father gave it away. After all, the Qin family's battle warrant was indeed of great importance. But for him, it was an honor. He would never, ever let his father down. A few days later, medical garden, someone called the young master. The security manager entered our hero's chambers and excitedly shouted that someone had come and wanted to see our hero. And he, in turn, was sweating, covering his ears and, in principle, very worried. The guy did not understand why they came so quickly. Qin Feng ordered Sanshu to raise all the medical garden's guards and put them on alert. The man immediately accepted the order. Our hero rushed to the entrance. Mentally, he thought this was the end. He forgot that the day had come to pay off his debts to the moneylenders. Initially, he wanted to take the money from his father, but he spent it all on pills to strengthen the body. And all the family's supplies were used up. Somebody's knocking on the door. Eventually, if the debt is not repaid, loan sharks may take the house. All the security and our hero were at the ready. The young man ordered the door to be opened. When he lowered his head and closed his eyes, he realized that he was ready to fight to the death. The security manager began to address our hero, and he slowly and hesitantly opened his eyes. Someone suspicious greeted our hero. She was an attractive blonde girl. She introduced herself as An Haochen. She said she came to thank him for saving her life. But in the mind of our hero, he could not imagine that this could be a moneylender. I didn't even imagine that there could be such a wonderful collector. Our hero asked if it was by chance that she had come for the collection a long time ago. The girl timidly said that she was just a minor, and the day before our hero saved her life, and she came for her future husband. The young man coughed. At this time, the head of security smiled very much, looking at the girl. After our hero coughed, he realized what he was talking about. He remembered. She was the only girl he fed tunyalit fruit, mouth to mouth. Then he did not pay attention and inadvertently took advantage of her defenselessness. Our hero motioned for his guards to leave. They obeyed immediately. Our hero, still coughing, began to assume that the girl had come to them to pay for their kindness. And he thought to himself that she herself said that she came for this. And how is she going to pay for it? Our hero has huge ambitions and is not going to get married so early. And the girl said that she really came to pay for saving a life. She will be able to tell our hero where the wonderful ore is hidden. But the guy tried to understand how she knew this, because she was unconscious in that place, and how she knew that he was looking for a miraculous ore. The girl said that in fact, at that moment she did not lose consciousness. And Hao-chen took a homemade detoxification pill and was in a more conscious state than the others. It was then that she heard about the location of the miraculous ore, Lin Lan. Our hero enthusiastically grabbed the girl's hand, which contained the pill. Then he said that the birth would have to wait, because the pill was more important. The guy tried to ask if this girl had prepared a detox pill without the proper knowledge. At that moment, when the girl's hand was still in our hero's hand, she fearfully began to say that she really did it herself. After all, she learned it from books. Our hero kept trying to believe it, so he asked her repeatedly. He realized that this pill had a couple of disadvantages, besides the fact that she prepared it without a teacher. This girl has the talent to become an alchemist. Our hero immediately asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist, but the girl said that her family is poor and she has to support her parents, so she will have to work as an honest miner. The guy enthusiastically began offering to take care of her parents for him, and then he said that he knew alchemy, so he could take her on as his student. The girl just has to promise to follow him. The girl stood more and more confused. The young man was already wiping his palms. After all, in every proposal there was a benefit for him, the benefit of part-time work, distance learning, employees who would always carry out only his instructions. In his opinion, he would hire an apprentice so that he would have more time to practice martial arts. In short, a shameless liar. The girl heard this and was confused. For her, these proposals had a completely different meaning and character. No, it sounded like this. From now on, they will be one family, perfecting the art of alchemy together. A sweet couple, or even a marriage proposal. The girl thought that our hero wanted to marry her. But nevertheless, she agreed to the guy's proposal and promised to follow him. And so they went somewhere. Our hero laughed and told the girl that she would have to work hard. He thought he had found a good workforce, and the girl thought she had found a good husband. A few days later, Fengming City. Sangchu led our hero's horse and said that he didn't expect that they would come up with the idea of selling iron ore in Fengming. He then asked how much he wanted to sell. He calmly began to say that he needed to sell so much so that he could calmly pay off the moneylenders. Therefore, he asked not to overdo it with the quantity. With a thumbs up, he asked to sell for a certain amount. The guards and their manager were shocked. Therefore, Sangchu timidly asked, "Is it really necessary to sell for 1,000 gold?" Then he thought about it and said, "Although this is a bit much, they collected enough ore. They just need to sell it. How to get out of debt and why replenish ore. If they find a buyer who really needs the ore, maybe they can get 1,000 gold." But the young man pointed to the paper and said that they needed to sell 10,000 gold ores. Our hero relied too much on Lin Lang's miraculous ore. Although he had delayed the payment of his debt to the moneylenders, he now owed at least 10,000 gold pieces. At the same time, he looked very calm. People were terrified. It was too much. Their ore was worth a maximum of 1,000 gold, so where could they get that much money? No one wants to buy wonderful ore for 10,000 gold. They are doomed. But our hero asked them not to worry. And then he asked, "Is there anything in this world that cannot be sold?" Our hero simply asked to believe him. He really was too self-confident. He and Don Hao-chen then worked hard on this batch of ore for several days. They have improved the quality beyond recognition. Why did he conclude that all the ore would be taken in a matter of seconds? But he and the girl were in too much of a hurry. Thus, they did not achieve the level of quality they were aiming for. Our hero hoped that the ore would disappear in a matter of seconds. But that's not true. Hearing the price, the potential customer said that he would not take this wonderful ore for 100 gold pieces, because he would be sorry to give such a sum. Hui Chengfan, the largest shopping store in Fengming City. The man, looking at some cobblestone, began to say that all people know that wonderful iron ore is crystal clear and shaped like a precious stone. And then he asked if this cobblestone looked like a precious stone. Our indignant hero began to accuse the man of amateurism and then began to claim that this was truly a wonderful ore. And the man was not going to retreat, so he asked our hero again if he wanted to say that he really understood ores better than himself. And then he said that if his stones turned out to be wonderful ore, he would bow to him upside down. The boy took the merchant at his word, and he, in turn, demanded to be convinced that this was a real miraculous ore. At that moment, the store owner, Treasurer Gar, appeared. A stern man. He demanded that this discussion be stopped. After all, young people came here to trade. Then he asked what was the matter. The merchant took our hero's boulder, gave it to Kuznatsi, and said that our hero wants to sell them fake wonderful ore. And he said that our hero says that if he doesn't buy anything from him, he will sell him this ore. The man was surprised. And a few moments later, the manager kicked our hero and his companion out of the store, telling them to leave and that they would not accept counterfeits. The guys just froze at the closed doors. The young man was furious. He flew to the store and said that how dare this man say that our hero's wonderful ore is fake, how he made the young man angry. Our hero's companion held his hand and tried to stop him, saying that he should not do this. Treasurer Gao is a noble man. Influential people support him. They cannot afford to provoke him. In our hero's hand was a 40-centimeter knife, taken from the security guard. The guy stopped and said that he was indeed right. Treasurer Gao's strength and power are not inferior to their Qin family. The companion, wiping sweat from his face, was surprised at how energetic the young master was. The boy sheathed his sword and realized that it was because of this treasurer that they had to leave the city and go to another. But he was afraid that during this journey, he would again fail to pay off his debt. At this time, the chamberlain listened attentively to the merchant with an important look. If he encounters such deceivers again, he must drive them out immediately. Quarrels and arguments with such people will only ruin the reputation of their store. The man bowed and said that he had learned his lesson. Looking at the cobblestones, the owner asked why he put the coal on the counter. It was dirty. Then he realized that this was our hero's miraculous ore. Taking this boulder in his hand, the man asked the seller if there was a mine nearby. The man with a smile began to say that yes, there is, but it is the most common iron ore. In other words, a piece of iron. And this charlatan, or rather our hero, wanted to sell it for 10,000 gold. But he has the wrong guy. He's not a fool, so he didn't fall for it. The owner praised him. But the iron ore in the owner's hand began to crack. And in an instant, a soft blue light poured out of the cracks. The owner tried to shield himself from such a bright light. He didn't understand what was going on. The seller, looking at the owner with this bright light, sarcastically asked if our hero had put a flashlight there. The man further said that after so many years of working in trade, among all the ores that he saw, he first heard about the radiance of the wonderful ore. It was a charlatan who thought they would fall for it. But the owner hit the man in the face with all his might. He said he was an idiot and insulted a very important person. The big man dragged the poor merchant by the leg, saying that it was all over. Because of him, our hero had offended them. And they were ordered to prepare the money. They are going to apologize to this important gentleman, and I hope it's not too late. Our hero and his companion were walking somewhere among the rocks. Sankyu asked our hero if he was sure that he had met a powerful alchemist and not another Chardon. He simply could not believe that even after the help of a high-level Shastran, they were kicked out in disgrace. One of the guards suggested that because the price was so high, he had a feeling that even if they went through a dozen of these big stores, they still wouldn't sell for the right amount. Another suggested that when they come to another city, they should lower the price a little. After listening to all this, our hero said that, in his opinion, the fact is that these people are ignorant ignoramuses. He processed the ore too well, and they didn't even realize it. In an instant, the young people noticed that they were being pursued by the very merchant who asked them to wait, and then they shouted that they were ready to buy back all their wonderful ore. Our hero wondered if they were really ready to buy back all the ore, and if it was true that they had 10,000 gold. The man, bowing at the feet of our hero, said that of course there is, and he buys it all. There was a misunderstanding between them, for which he apologizes very much. He even brought money. Our hero, with a peculiar grin, declared that he really understood the goods. The head of security and the guards themselves were delighted. Someone was actually willing to buy all the ore. They were very lucky, and they asked the young lord to agree to such a proposal. With a grin, he said that he was not ready to sell it to them and apologized. The guards were horrified by what they heard. They didn't understand how this was possible. Our hero said that he really wants to sell them all the ore, even right now. But still, one question worries him. The man began to ask what made our hero refuse. Our hero said that this owner's friend had slightly embarrassed his subordinates. They have a grudge against him. Therefore, for their sake, he does not want to sell, and even if he did, he would not be allowed. The guards, meanwhile, were puzzled, really terrified. After all, our hero accused them of not wanting to sell their labor themselves, although demand for it appeared for the first time. They really wanted to sell the ore and were not offended by anyone. The owner approached his subordinate and took him by the ear, and the hero said that it was all his fault. He angered the owner and his subordinates. Therefore, he ordered me to apologize to them properly. But the crying man began to say that he was trying to sell them a fake and asked why he should apologize. The owner angrily began to wonder if what he still dared to call our hero and his product was a fake. And then he said that he was blind and a bad salesman. Ordinary miracle ore is crystal clear and shines like a precious stone. This is because regular miracle ore contains a lot of useless crystals, and it is extremely difficult to remove them. It is an illusion that a miracle ore is like a gem, but in fact, the purer the miracle ore, the darker its color. And as soon as you stimulate it with your aura, it will begin to emit light. The higher the quality of the wonderful ore, the more it glows. And then he dared to say that it was the best ore he had ever seen in his life. This lecture shocked absolutely everyone present. Our hero's subordinates came to the conclusion that it was a black and strange ore, very rare. This ore represents a magnificent level of refinement that our hero has put effort into. The shopkeeper even suggested that behind our hero, there was an incomprehensible and powerful alchemist. The incomprehensible alchemist is our hero. I realized that now everyone understood that the ore is of the highest quality. Obviously, he and Anhauchen used a method that he had perfected for 100,000 years. Since the merchant realized the value of this ore, he would ask for more. Turning to Treasurer Gao, our hero said that there was no need to apologize. After all, the assistant rocker worked hard for the benefit of the entire store. He was so confident that he was right that he said, "Yes, if your stones turn out to be wonderful Rue, I will bow to you upside down." And still sitting in the saddle, the guy said that he might even have said something like that. The owner was shocked by what he heard, and the seller was even more scared. And for good reason, because the owner had already clenched his fists to hit the man, but he understood and began to run away. The man hit his subordinate again with all his might, calling him an asshole, and he said that if he promised to bow upside down, he must answer for his words. The man assumed the standard inverted bow pose. He cried and could not understand why he was treated so unfairly. At this time, the merchant asked our hero not to be angry with his subordinate. He did not want to break the wood. Therefore, he offered to buy the ore for 30,000 gold. Our hero, waving his arms, began to say that it did not matter that he would be at a slight disadvantage, but in any case he would agree, mainly because he, Treasurer Gao, maintained his dear reputation. The man thanked our hero for his indulgence and expressed hope for further cooperation. The guards were delighted to finally get rid of the ore, but they didn't understand how the young master had 30,000 gold left. Some thought it was a way to get rich. Holding the money in his hands, our hero said with a satisfied face that they were rich, because not only would the debt be paid, but there would still be left. And everyone decided to go shopping, like they were cool. Then, there are still things that can be bought for his perfection in martial arts, and he will finally be able to spend money recklessly. Night fell on the city, and the full moon illuminated everything around. Lin Lan begged his father to help him. He was humiliated and knelt before him. Qin Feng had mistreated him, and now he needed help. Now he wanted justice. The guy with long blue hair couldn't stop crying. It seemed like there was absolutely nothing courageous left in him. He told his father that his son had been humiliated and his father must take revenge for this. The boy's father was furious, and his menacing grin reflected the moment. He didn't understand at all how some passerby dared to set up his son. The son continued to cry and beg his father to fix everything. Right now, this scoundrel was in Fengming, and only his father could help him get justice. The man in the black cloak was furious. He pointed his finger at the guy and said, "No father sits idly by while his son is framed. This asshole will not survive tomorrow," the father said, and promised this to his son. The boy gloatingly wiped the fake blood from his face and realized that he had very cleverly set up his opponent. And now he will be the main witness to his death. Night also fell on the main estate of the Qin family, but one of the windows was in full swing with life. It was our main character who was meditating and thinking that the pills his father gave him were quite good. Thanks to them and reading the gods, he could ascend to the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Energy began to fill his body, and he realized that the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm was just around the corner. Gradually he grew stronger, and realized that he would definitely be able to change the sad fate of his former life. How in an instant some sharp sound was able to distract him from deep thoughts. Thanks to his divine sense, our hero realized that there was some movement happening outside the house. As if through a thermal imager, he saw 2 silhouettes creeping towards him. He smiled broadly, and straightening his suit, said that he had not invited anyone today. But since they dared to invade his personal space, he will fight them and see how much his power increases. The two men stood outside the house and considered their next course of action. One of them was already looking out the window to see where our hero was. Another said that he would distract him, and then the other guy would rush in and kill him. They were ready to attack and put their weapons forward, but suddenly something happened that frightened them. Our hero opened the door with all his might. His opponents were very scared and surprised at the same time. It seemed that their plan was not destined to come true. At the same time, our hero smiled broadly and told his rivals that, apparently, he was the person they were looking for today. The secret killers began to ask him how he did it, to which our hero answered them that he knew about their arrival even before they entered. The men looked at him angrily through their masks and were ready to destroy him at any cost. He scratched his head and told them that even though they were killers, they didn't stand a chance. In fact, he went to practice on them. The men were very dumbfounded. The man in the blue headband looked at our hero with prejudice and said that he was just a scum of the 5th level of the chi and blood stage, and he definitely wouldn't be able to train on them. But the second masked man told our hero that they had never killed another person before, but this was the first time that the prey came to them with open arms. Our hero told them that everything happens for the first time, and in general, he's going to fight for the first time in his life. Because in his previous life, he devoted all his attention and energy to alchemy, he did not have to fight anyone for 100,000 years. The time has come for him to try out the results of his work. The male ninjas were very surprised by the boy's courage. Is this really the first time he will fight now? The man in the blue cloak expressed his desire to kill this boy. The masked man didn't put up much of a fight. He just wanted to let the upstart know that he was wrong. The man pulled out a sword and began to swing it in different directions, apparently to intimidate our hero even more. But this did not bother the boy. He became even more excited and filled with the desire to destroy the offender. It's just a fight, and when you study martial arts, sooner or later you come across this. He must accumulate as much combat experience as possible in order to fight better. The man's arms were bare and his muscles could be seen. A creature appeared behind him as if created from a stream of pure energy. It warned our hero that he was on the 8th level. He killed at least 80 people. His brother was surprised that the boy used his powerful skills to deal with this weak boy. But this man was not deterred, as he must do his best and not take his opponent lightly. Our hero stood, and there was not an ounce of fear on his face. He was ready for any outcome of this battle. The men realized that our hero would not get away with this. After all, he is only level 5. And our guy was very happy that his first battle in 100,000 years was finally taking place. He thrust his fist towards his opponent, and something was about to happen. And what happened was that his opponent found himself on the ground with no way to get up. The man crashed into the stone floor, and his partner tried to understand how this could happen. Our hero tried to feign surprise. And then he started joking and said that he just hit the man, and the man himself was weak and not involved in the death, but the man was in a panic. Now the hero narrowed his eyes a little and apologized, saying that he did not feel Chera from the long and grueling battle, and offered to fight again. The killer squinted even more, trying to understand what our hero was talking about. The killer clearly wanted to attack our hero, even called him an idiot and said everything he thought, and our hero suggested revenge in the form of a fight. But the guy decided that it was never too late to avenge his brother and ran away, saying goodbye. Our hero hit the jackpot, then thought that the construction of the foundation could be completed, especially since he did not expect that reading the gods would make his own power so powerful. And then he thought, why not follow this killer and find out who sent these two idiots to kill him? At this time, in the mansion of the Lord of Fengming City, the young man came down from the wall and remembered that the killer ran there and disappeared, and there must be a person who ordered the murder. In an instant, the young man turned around in surprise and noticed that someone was standing next to him. A man with an arrow in his chest and an arrow in his back approached our guy and asked for help, but barely had time to finish the sentence. The guy fell dead, but the only thing that was unclear was whether the customer would get rid of his people himself. At this time, people came with torches and shouted that a thief had broken into the house and he needed to be caught immediately. All these people were around our hero, who did not understand what was happening. Our hero was surrounded by, unfortunately, all these people were level 8 chi and bloodmasters. Behind our hero, there was already a bitter enemy who never ceased to gloat and threaten. The guy asked Chin Feng with a malicious smile, did he come here because he couldn't finish him off? But our hero just grinned. He didn't understand why he didn't immediately realize that this bastard had sent those assassins. I concluded for myself that Lin Lang wanted him dead. The two stood in the middle of the circle formed. Lin Lan pretended that she did not understand what our hero was talking about, said that she knew that the guy had come there, straight to the mansion of the city lord, to kill him, and the guy actually noted for himself where located. A map of Fengming City formed in our hero's mind, and he thought that the city lord was supported by his family, and Lin Lang dared to use his family and the lord's mansion, so he wondered whether he wanted to use the city lord's power to plot against him. At that moment, someone tore a bladed weapon from the body of a young man who asked our hero for help. It was a stern-looking man who asked our hero if he had called him. "This is the lord of Fengming City." He wiped the weapon with a handkerchief, turned to Lin Lang, and asked him to be careful if he wanted to kill someone, because if he screwed up, no one would wipe up after him. The guy smiled guiltily and told his father that I had gone a little too far. Our hero was very surprised, so he asked if the man was on the side of his family. The man laughed and asked where such information came from, since so many years had passed, and his family still took the small favors they once did him so seriously. And then the two bandits were ordered to get rid of our hero, whom they bent almost to the ground. And leaning towards our hero, he said that his former bride had not only made great progress in the development of martial arts, but was also going to become the third prince's concubine, and her plans were to oust our hero's family, deprive her of power, and raise the Lin family in her place, making her one of the 5 strongest families. And pointing his finger at the young man, he gloated incredibly and said that the Lin family has a great future, and no one cares about the Qin family, which was also going through difficult times. The young man was beside himself with rage. At this time, behind his father's back, Lin Lan couldn't stop laughing, but still managed to ask the man what he was going to do to our hero. The man asked not to worry, said that he would use a legitimate reason not to interfere in the affairs of the Qin family and still get rid of our hero. At night, in the city lord's mansion in the stone dungeon, the guy tried to meditate, realizing that he was careless this time, especially not expecting the city lord to side with the Lin family. But in an instant, a noise was heard and the guy tried to understand what it was. And it was Happy Sankyu who somehow climbed through the stone wall. He was glad to see the young gentleman. Our hero tried to understand what was happening there, but the young man said that he could not come, especially since the hotel was taken under arrest. A moment later, the guy was already rushing towards our hero, trying to change how a gentleman could do such a stupid thing. But the young man could not understand what the problem was. The guy leaned toward the youth's ear and said that the people in the city lord's mansion were discussing the formation of the third scissor Prince Lin Shuan, and that because of this news, our hero fell into hatred and killed 2 members of the royal family, so the guy is executed in the morning. Qin Feng thought about it and realized that these were all good excuses for his death. But in reality, he was ready to be exiled or something like that, just to serve the Lin family. Right now, the Ye family was the strongest family. Even if they said that they wanted to execute him on their own behalf, it would be the same, because the top Qin family would only have to get angry, but there was nothing to say. Opposition. Sankyu was already panicking and suggested that the young master escape through the hole he had just dug. Well, instead of running away, the young man pressed himself against the wall and said that he had not killed anyone from the royal family and was not guilty, so he was not going to run into a hole. He tried to convey to our hero that they do not have time to think about such things. And the young man grinned proudly and said that he was a member of the Qin family. He couldn't just leave. He had to get out of this situation with dignity. A moment later, the guards heard some sound and decided to go look into the cell of our hero, who was already pushing the guy back into the dug hole. But the young man did not want to run away without the young master. But the guards who looked into our hero's cell did not notice anything suspicious. They even threw Nara onto the straw. And our hero thought that it was completely unexpected to learn that his family would make so much effort to help out such an insensitive, ungrateful person, especially since Lin Lan recognized him as his father, so there was nothing more to do. The guy, putting something out the window, said that there was nowhere to put it, so he would use extreme measures. Then he threw it somewhere into the distance. A few moments later, our hero's name lit up in the sky in fiery letters. In an instant, there was a noise in the prison. Our hero sat as if completely motionless. He could hear the indignation of the guards, and right in front of him was an incredible struggle. A moment later, heads and swords bowed before our hero knights. It was the main group of Qin family guards who were trying to understand what had happened. Our hero said with a grin, "Just someone who relies on his dad too much." Real martial arts masters bowed their heads before our hero. Early in the morning, on the way to the place of execution, our hero's people encouraged each other as best they could. The head of the guard said that the young gentleman had thought it all through and escaped from prison on his own, and the guards immediately supported it all. The boys approached the crowd, and the head guard tried to convince himself that his young master could not be dead. But at the beginning of the crowd, one of the boys pointed his finger up and shouted that someone had already been hanged in the morning. The morning began not with coffee, but with the gallows. Our hero's subordinates immediately burst into tears because they couldn't believe their eyes and didn't understand how this could happen. They all fell to their knees and cried. They were ashamed in front of the guy for not being with him in the last minutes of his life. At the same moment, our hero appeared, scratching the back of his head. He was glad that Sangshu had finally appeared in front of him, but did not understand why he was crying. The guy asked if the assistant had brought breakfast, and he was surprised and could not answer at all. And in an instant, the guy and the guards attacked our hero with hugs. They were glad that our hero was alive, but did not understand how it happened. Qin Feng tried to get rid of the floating people. He was embarrassed because there were people around, but replied that Lin Long wanted to kill him with the help of his godfather, but was unable to. Pointing his finger upward, he also said that after all, the godfather is not as good as his. Thus, Lin Long had now lost his godfather. This was a city lord who could no longer be saved at all. Sankyu was a little at a loss. He didn't understand how the young master managed to do this alone. The boy pointed to the thing his father had given him and asked the assistant if he knew what it was. The young man immediately realized that this was a battle order from the Qin family. The Qin family's battle order is equivalent to a treasure of military power. The Qin family's core guard group only needs to see the battle order sign, and then they will arrive and obey the sender's order unconditionally. But still, the adjutant could not understand what would happen next and what order our hero gave. The young man chuckled and couldn't understand how they still didn't understand. So he reported that Lin Lan and the others dared to kill him. Obviously, our hero would not leave everything to chance. So in the end, everyone was mercilessly killed. And after a while, it was the turn of the city lord. The masters destroyed the city lord's mansion and forced his body to endure several circles of hell. But it was a pity that our hero's father had labored for so many years and received only one battle order, because now that it was spent, he had only one empty shell left, although the death of his master had brought him so much pleasure. Sangshu couldn't calm down, so he asked what happened to Lin Lan. Our hero grinned and offered to follow him. This child was smeared with food and poked with fingers. People didn't like him either. He begged the people to stop, but they seemed to have gone crazy and were not even going to stop. Admitting his defeat, the young man cried and raised his hands, admitting that he had falsely accused Qin Feng. He was to blame for all the troubles. Our friends approached him, and they were very amused by what was happening, how much this poor fellow received from the people. Apparently, they didn't like him very much. The young master was offered to get rid of the traitor. Well, our hero just waved his hand. He was too merciful today, and this man has a lot of power. And if the young master kills his rival, he will not get away with it. He will be caught and punished. Our hero's comrade considered it a big mistake not to kill this bastard. You have to do whatever you can to him so that he doesn't die, because he deserves it. The young master was very impressed that his subordinates sometimes seemed more cruel than himself. At certain moments, the boys turned into devils, who did not know such words as regret and fear. The poor guy was still in the wall. He had no idea what would happen to him. Although the best solution was to simply leave because our hero had to prepare a new plan. The guys left, and he was still shackled and humiliated. He sat in this state until night, and it seemed that no one wanted to save him. As soon as the full moon rose in the sky, help came from where it was not expected. It seemed as if his head was about to be cut off along with his bulging eyes. The axe was already a few centimeters from his face, and it seemed that the criminal's fate was sealed. Master Lin was freed from the shackles of contempt and humiliation. He came to save him. People began to lift him from the earth, telling him that it was their property and he had nothing to worry about. Master Lin's sister is engaged to Royal Highness, the third prince, and now Master Lin must go to the capital. The man realized that now he finally had assistance, and he could take revenge on that nasty Qin Feng. Now Master Lin can take revenge on the offender. In the end, the prince must help him destroy Qin Feng's family. Well, the person who sent the prince was not very happy with this solution to the problem, but the master did not retreat. He continued to assure the people who came after him that in the future he would ask the emperor to give his servants half of the iron ore mined in the country. After thinking about the amount of money that could be earned, the servants realized that this was their chance. They can get promoted, earn money, and gain a lot of respect. Excellent martial artists came to meet our hero, and now I wonder how he will survive. There was grave silence in the Qin family's medical garden. The young master was lying on the bed in the arms of a young beauty. His body and hands were tied for an unknown reason. His friend kept him on a leash as if something was about to happen and our hero was about to break out of it. The girl was already fast asleep. Our hero opened his eyes to remember what happened 2 hours ago. Our hero customized a doll that looked like himself and told his friends that he wanted to go to the Misty Forest. But everyone began to warn him that there were many dangers in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is full of poisonous gas and is home to countless poisonous insects and animals. The healing garden at that time belonged to the Misty Forest, and in order to capture a tiny part of the Misty Forest, the family sacrificed hundreds of warriors. In short, people were not allowed to go to the Misty Forest at all, so the young master was tied up to prevent him from running into the forest. Yes, it's nice to be in the arms of a beautiful girl, but it's not nice when someone decides for you what to do. Our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound. In the middle of the night, someone was walking in their yard. The Lord felt a divine sensation and his eyes glowed bright yellow. These were the same 2 great warriors who were tasked with destroying our hero. They dealt with the guards and were ready to receive a reward for our hero's head. Once the guards were no longer a danger to them, they headed towards the Lord's house. Our hero, realizing that the masters of the hardening stage had invaded his house, realized that now he was in huge trouble because none of his guards could resist them. He broke free of his shackles and was ready to leave because if they fought here, it would involve all the people in the medical garden, and he wouldn't be able to put them in danger. The warriors of the hardening stage saw our hero and were already heading towards him. They were determined because money was the most important motivation for them now. Mach has an axe behind him, and in a couple of seconds our hero will be headless. And indeed, this is what happened. The young lord's head flew into the air like a soccer ball. One of the warriors reached out to the trophy to take it, because in this way he could prove what he had done. But something really surprised him. It wasn't a real head, it was a wooden puppet. These thick-headed guys stood and looked at the wooden statue, realizing that the hero had escaped, leaving them by surprise. Our hero was very glad that he was able to deceive two masters in the hardened stage of an ordinary puppet. But to get away from them, he needed a magic fruit. When the men noticed that their target was slipping right out of their hands, they became furious, and our hero seemed to be flirting with them. He took his trusty horse and decided that the best thing to do would be to simply ride away. Yes, indeed, this is the only way to save your friends. After all, the angry hunters will destroy everything in their path. Our hero will leave, and they will have to catch up with him. And so it happened. The money-hungry guys rushed on the heels of our hero, and he only sprinkled dust in their eyes. It was an unusual dust. It was magic pink dust. After all, the hunters did not understand that it was pointless to rush after an alchemist who was 100,000 years old. They fell behind him and fell to the ground, closing their eyes in pain. It seemed that they would not be able to continue the hunt anytime soon. Yes, our hero was a genius, because the pollen from the fruits would deprive them of their vision for some time, and during this time he would be able to escape. But everything was not so simple because our hero again felt a sense of divine sensation. And thanks to the magical technique, he can see at night as during the day, so he can ride his horse more safely. The magic pollen did not work as it should have, and his pursuers were waiting for him on the tree. In an instant, they rushed at him with all their best weapons. Our hero looked into the distance with a doomed look, but we know that he will not die now. There was an explosion of unknown force in the forest, which tells us about something unusual. Once again, the warriors were completely defeated, but our hero remained unharmed. But they themselves did not know it, because the pollen of the fruit was still affecting their eyes. They naively thought that they had killed our hero, but, unfortunately, they did not know that it was his horse. Our hero realized something in particular, that if the hunters thought they had caught up with him, they did not take him for a horse. So, they are hunter-killers who hunt by scent, and they have their own animal spirit. The guy was able to pull off the trick not because hunters are stupid, but because they hunt by his scent, and he was able to do the same with a horse. They are again on the trail of our hero, and if two hunters smell him, the prey has very little chance of escaping. The guy began to tear his clothes, as this is one of the ways to hide from pursuit, because in this case the hunters will be confused by his smell. The hunters understood how our hero wanted to hide from them, but this method only made them laugh, even if they are blind. Even if our hero scatters his clothes with his scent, he still has only one way to escape from them, and they know it. What our hero saw in front of him did not make him very happy. This was the misty forest, a forbidden place for the living, a forest that was both frightening and alluring with its violet glow. Our hero realized that he had taken a wrong turn, and now he has one chance to escape. The hunters were getting closer and closer to him every second. They realized that the guy would not be able to jump off the cliff, because as soon as he did, the poisonous gas would kill him. When the fruit disappeared, the hunters saw the light. They assured the guy that they would kill him quickly, so that he would not jump into the forest and die painfully. Only the young man did not agree to such a death. He crushed the fruit and jumped into the unknown, into a forest that could kill him. Flying down, the young man shouted again that he would never give up and die a dog's death. But the pursuers froze on the rock. They did not understand why our hero chose such a death. The young man flew into the misty forest. One of the killers suggested that our hero thinks that he is some kind of protagonist of the story and will survive if he jumps from a cliff, and the other confirmed such assumptions, because the poisonous fog will immediately kill the guy. And after that, the villains laughed loudly. It was funny that a young gentleman from the strongest family would die from some kind of fog, and the young man could not stop admiring. He was sorry that he had not come there earlier. The boy began to study everything with interest. There were medicinal plants 1,000 years old and fresh, poisonous complex flowers also several thousand years old, and many spiritual herbs. But the guy himself realized that these two bastards thought that he was dead. Well, so be it, because he is the one in the forest who is really deadly. The guy drank the juice of the Tianluo fruit in advance. This is the easiest way to protect yourself from fog, and now this forest is not only safe for him but even saved his life. The effect of the fruit may not last long, but there are so many high-quality spiritual herbs, so you will have to prepare a defense with what you have on hand. You are a genius alchemist like our hero. It's a simple matter. This kind of spiritual herb is worthy only of our hero, so it's time to get started. 2 hours later, the guy was still shamanizing something, but a moment later he heard a certain rustle. It was a red raccoon dog, which is very difficult to catch. Apparently, the pill the guy prepared to scare away the animals was so strong that the animal lost consciousness. Our hero thought for a very long time about what to do with these two bastards, but he never came up with anything, but now it made sense. Early the next morning, the poisonous fog at the edge of the swamp cleared, and the two were already heading into the forest. They wanted to find the body of our hero. In one of the chapters, one of the two men noticed a guy. It was even assumed that he was tormented by local miasma before his death, so one of the men decided to take the head as evidence. But at the same moment, our hero jumped up and pointed the thing towards the villains. Naturally, they were very surprised and did not immediately realize that our hero had not died. Our hero jumped some distance. One of the assassins came to the conclusion that the guy was very weak due to poisoning, and the other decided that because of the poisonous fog, the young man was extremely dumbfounded, imperceptibly seeing attacks at close range. Qin Feng crossed his arms and smiled, thinking about whether he could really make a mistake. After all, he was at the qi and blood stage, and it was difficult for him to injure his opponents. But, as professional hunters, they should know something about swamp poisons. So one asked, smiling excitedly, what would happen if the blood of a red raccoon dog collided with a miasma tree in the sunlight? One laughed loudly, saying that it was too obvious, a new poisonous fog would appear, and the other continued to say that if such a thing appeared, 10 breaths would be enough to make even the second stage bet practitioners die. But the red raccoon dog is so agile and cunning that it is almost impossible to catch her. Meanwhile, our hero, still smiling maliciously, began the countdown. These two hunters noticed this behavior of our hero, noticed the fog appearing from nowhere, and were very scared. And almost immediately both realized what was happening. One still managed to guess and put together the puzzle, so he shared this guess with his partner, saying that our hero smeared the darts with the blood of a red raccoon dog, and the miasma tree had already begun to produce a poisonous fog, and they unknowingly began to inhale the fog. Meanwhile, our hero continued to talk, for unfortunately for the boys, he had accidentally picked up the red raccoon dog last night. And yes, the target of the darts was not the assassins, but the miasma tree. A couple of minutes ago, when the boy was playing dead, the only thing he could do was take a chance and pretend to let the two men get close and shoot, and then create a distraction so they don't realize what he did. These two killers never stopped giving up. They were going to take our hero with them. Moreover, the guy looked very peaceful. He even had a little fun on one hand, because the guys noticed what was happening only now. But he opened his eyes wide and said it was too late. And just at that moment, blood gushed from the mouth of one of the men. Before the villains had time to reach our hero and a couple of steps, they collapsed dead. Our hero, already looking at these corpses, even seemed to sigh with regret. After all, if these people were ordinary people, the poisonous fog would not have acted so quickly. If not for the two of them, hunters specializing in a keen sense of smell, the deadly effect of the fog had come almost instantly. At some point, an incredible amount of red eyes appeared behind our guy. They were raccoon dogs, and the guy apologized to the kid for taking some blood without his permission. And as a good apology, he gave him 2 murderers to be torn to pieces, and he himself thought that he had not only dealt with potential enemies, but also picked up a lot of useful spiritual herbs. At this time, in the medical garden, our hero's closest assistant could not believe what some gentleman was telling him, namely, that our hero was dead. This was the guy who freed Lin Lang, so he threw our hero's item as evidence. It was the young master's saddle, and there was blood on it. The scoundrel Lin Lan tried to hold back a smile, but still said that they found this saddle next to a pool of blood in the forest, and almost a relative confirmed the words, saying that the young master was seriously wounded and fled to Foggy Forest. Sangchu muttered something similar to what the young master had said the day before, that he was going to the misty forest, and the girl fell to her knees and almost cried. Lin Lang was jubilant, but he was still holding back. He couldn't calm down, so he said that he admired Qin Feng because not everyone could dare to enter the misty forest alone. Sangchu was furious when he heard that Lin Lan was going to discuss the nuances, and since our hero, in his opinion, is dead, the iron mine is returned to him, and the medical garden is simply transferred to him. And he immediately sent the royal guards to the boy and girl. They pointed weapons at them. Amir Zayevich continued to talk, saying that from now on he would take care of all of Qin Feng's property. The guy could not understand how this scoundrel lured the royal troops to his side, because now he was impossible. Resist. But in an instant, Lin Lan was incredibly surprised to hear a familiar voice saying that he would take care of his property, and no one had the right to interfere in his affairs. It was our hero himself who could not calm down. He was amused by the fact that Mirzaev and the royal guard were already asking for help. His friends were surprised at his appearance. The girl immediately rushed into the arms of the guy, who could not contain his emotions, and asked where he had been for so long. The young man replied that everything was fine, and just decided to take a walk through the foggy forest. Lin Lan would be incredibly furious. He did not understand how our hero got into the misty forest and did not die there. And the guy smiled even wider and said that he had just walked through the misty forest. But he also pretended to be surprised why he had to die there. It was clear to the young man that these two assassins were sent by Lin Lan, who was incredibly surprised. Almost immediately, our hero was approached by a member of the royal family, who asked if our hero knew what family he represented, and then informed him that they had come to discuss ownership of the iron mine. Sankyu was a little embarrassed, realizing that this eunuch represented the royal family of Yi. The young master could not do anything against him. He would only have to submit, for he would have to deal with the royal family. But the young guy with a wide smile said that he didn't care who was represented there. The guy put on an unpleasant gloating smile and said that he was in too bad a mood today. He dared to get angry and almost killed. Even if the person standing in front of him was from the Qin family, you would still kill. Our hero leaned on Lin Lang's shoulder, turned to the eunuch, and asked if he knew that the lord of the city was hanged a few days ago, and he belonged to the Qin family. He thought it would be better to go along with Lin family since she joined the royal family and supported the idea of killing our hero. It seemed as if our hero's capillaries were about to burst, but he continued to speak. That night, the young man activated the Qin family's military order. The lord's mansion in the city was completely destroyed. This was the order of our hero. And last night he was walking in a foggy forest and suddenly two men appeared out of nowhere and wanted to kill him. And looking at the frightened faces of these two men, Qin Feng finally said that he used another military order of the Qin family. The masters cut them into pieces and fed them to wild animals. And coming almost close to the eunuch, he threatened him that if he dared to provoke him again, the guy would send a military order to him. And then, as if nothing had happened, he asked what they wanted to talk to him about. The eunuch barely restrained himself from screaming. He did not understand how the killers he sent ended up dead, and why a puzzle formed in his head, because without this military order, the guy would not have been able to leave the forest. Our hero still continued to poke this order into the cheek of the man, who realized that he had already felt in his own skin how terrible the military order of the Qin family order was. He did not want to go through this anymore. Thing then swallowed nervously. A moment later, the eunuch smiled sweetly and bowed, saying that he truly represented the Ye royal family, and walked up to our hero for a simple visit. Lin Lan took the lead and began to bow as well. All the people standing in front of our hero wished him and his family incredible prosperity. Later, our hero said that the healing garden was a mess, so he apologized for not taking them there, and the men also began to apologize for leaving. Sankyu couldn't help but laugh as he watched people run out of the courtyard, thinking that our hero was crazy. After this, the guy turned to our hero with a question whether this order could be used several times. Although earlier he said that it was possible only once, looking at this thing he said that it was just a cartridge case, and it remained from the same military order, and that's all, it was just a bluff. The girl asked the teacher where he went at night, and then added that she was very worried. The boy repeated what he had said earlier. Sankyu asked not to lie to them because the misty forest is a forbidden place, and especially the guy does not have the level of strength to get there and get out alive, especially where this harvest of spiritual countries is, which our hero always talks about. The young man smiled and pointed to a figure, saying that he had collected so many medicinal herbs that he had to dress up the horse that had already arrived with them. The poor animal was already falling from helplessness. There was an incredible amount of herbs, all of low quality, and people were glad that the young master did not deceive them and actually went to the misty forest alone. Yawning, the young master said that she was very tired and wanted to go rest, and asked her to unload all these herbs. There were more herbs there than their medicinal garden produces in a year of active work. Sankyu was impressed, as he never seemed to be able to understand the young master's methods, and the girl never stopped admiring our hero. A few days after the incident in the misty forest, Lin Lang was taken to the capital for the wedding of his sister and the third prince, and I received orders from the third prince and stationed family guards in the city to stand by. In the carriage, the scoundrel reasoned that he had tried too hard to get rid of our hero, and it was all in vain. At this time, the young man sat and reasoned that even though the city is controlled by the Qin family, the royal family is starting to interfere with their bodies and station troops in it. Apparently, the family began to be afraid of him. There is no other excuse for deploying troops. The guy cannot find another excuse, and he also cannot sit still. The boy asked the security chief to double the monthly salary of the security guards from now on. The boy even began to stutter and asked where such generosity came from. The young man, smiling maliciously, ordered to form a detachment, and then they would go to clear the foggy forest. The head of security could not believe his ears, because it was impossible to get out of there alive. The young man asked him not to worry, because first he needed to gather the good guys into one squad, and the details would be known later. According to the recollections of our hero, now is the era when he will begin to actively clear such wastelands. So our hero needs to start training his subordinates to protect the wastelands now so that he can build his own professional army and increase control over the city. The next day, one of the guys in the party asked the young lord if he wanted to supply them with medicine and send them out to clear out the wasteland in the misty forest, and some of them thought it was a joke. But our hero was more serious than ever. So he replied that in order to form a team to clear the wasteland, they would need to pass a selection process, and after training, the squad would receive triple their salary. Having heard the amount, people were not so indignant. They asked who would train them and assumed that it would be Sankyu. Our hero thought about this, because forming a squad is quite a responsible task. Therefore, the young man decided that he would be responsible for them personally. People were puzzled and began to whisper a little. They all turned around and left, because they believed that the guy was unlikely to be able to defeat them, and he also wanted to teach them something. But the young man did not understand this behavior. Qin Feng tried to shout to stop the man, and Sang Xiu, standing next to him, thought that the young master had a damaged body, and his fundamental cultivation was the weakest among the guards of the medical garden, and besides, he was somehow too unconvincing. Still wants to teach them something. But our hero did not despair. He ordered his close assistant to go with him, because he needed to purchase weapons for the detachment. In short, to prepare material for clearing the wasteland, the order was accepted. Sang Xiu followed his master, and thought about how lucky he was to have made it out of the misty forest alive, but wondered if he really considered himself a genius. Now the scene was in a restaurant, and they were discussing the forgery of the Qin family's military order. The man bowed to the other and said, "According to the investigation, our hero only had one military order, and he used it while he was in Fengming." And the sitting man finished the sentence by saying that, in other words, the young man deceived them. Having said this, he became incredibly angry and threw everything on the floor with one swing. The bowl with its contents immediately broke. A medicinal herbalist from the main branch of the Qin family said with incredible anger that the man spilled tea on his feet, but the man didn't seem to care at all. And the collector of medicinal herbs asking to forget about our hero, saying that because of him, he has lost his authority and can no longer be relied on. So waving his fists, he was already heading towards the man, hoping to see developed tea on his shoes. The man sitting at the table stopped the blow with one hand. The man once again asked what family the herbalist was from, and then I wondered if our hero had somehow confused him too. And then the man burst. He replied that because of him he lost almost everything. The guy received a lot of attention in the Qin family, and because he collected too many Tianluo fruits, our hero has a sworn enemy for this man. The man immediately smiled and said that he and the herbalist were in the same position. Then with a smile he said that he also wanted to kill our hero and offered to join him. During the conversation, this man from the royal family realized that our hero's teacher was an alchemist, and having learned about this, everything began to make sense. The herbalist said that everything was correct and asked what the alchemist needed most. Thus answering her question, she said that the alchemist always needs spiritual herbs, and in order to destroy our hero, they must first destroy his medicinal garden. They replied that their family represents the royal family, and if someone from their family destroys our hero, he will be able to deal with the war between the royal family and the Qin family. Well, the collector cannot escape. He was obsessed with the idea of destroying the medicinal garden and asked, "Nose, did he say anything about the boiling blood tablet?" The boiling blood pill attracts ferocious beasts, and recently it was the migration season of the iron bulls, so they would not say a word if the medicinal garden was razed to the ground by the iron bulls. So, coming closer, I noticed that these pills were expensive, and the royal family had money, but the man knew where to buy them. Before he could finish speaking, representatives of the royal family immediately agreed. He was ready to spend as much money as he wanted to kill our hero. At this time, our hero decided to use part of the fruit to prepare 20 tablets to strengthen the body. Ordinary alchemists often have to refine them several times, since preparing tablets to harden the body is a very complex process. But for our hero, the pill god, it would be easy because he had mixed hundreds of spiritual herbs in his time, not to mention how easy it was for him to process spiritual materials. Soon, he had already prepared 24 tablets of the highest quality. Usually, the success rate did not exceed 2%, but thanks to his skills, he was able to cope with everything 100%. The quality of the pill is rated from 1 to 10, and then he thought that the quality of the pills he prepared was 9. It had been so many tens of thousands of years since he had prepared such cheap pills. If someone were to release such high-quality periods on the market, they would have a lot of questions. But if someone wanted to sell pills, they would have to find a way to reduce their quality. Our hero's body had already undergone divine cultivation. He had reached the 6th sea level and the blood stage. It was a huge strength. The body-tempering pill combined with divine cultivation had an excellent effect. Now it is necessary to give time to calm the body so the guy can take his combat power to a new level and get rid of the possibility of damaging the body, because continuous advancement in a short period of time was too dangerous. Therefore, the guy immediately grabbed another pill into his mouth. Well, to become the first people to explore the wasteland, they will have to fight tooth and nail. At this time, the girl was standing near the room where our hero was, and was wondering whether the young man had overcome his cultivation base. Her look suggested that she was in despair, but she remembered hearing Brother Sankyu say that more than a month had passed since our hero's defeat on the mountaintop, and this defeat had traumatized him greatly, and then wondered, did he start working hard to get back everything he had lost? And then she seemed to take all her strength into a fist, and firmly decided that she wanted to help the young master immediately. She would not allow anyone to bother him. At this time, near the medical garden in the forest, someone shouted the alarm and that ferocious animals were approaching. We should immediately prepare for battle. The girl froze in incomprehension, but after waking up from the shock, she could not understand where they could have come from. She was more worried that the young master had not yet completed the breakthrough. At this time, the spears broke like branches. People couldn't resist this iron bull at all because its defenses were too strong. The iron bull, possessing incredible strength, speed, and power, crushed everything in its path. But then, out of nowhere, an arrow flew. Aimed straight at the iron bull, what they saw shocked people. It was a girl shooting one arrow after another. The guards were delighted and realized that it was not for nothing that the young master had recently bought a crossbow, but the other guard did not seem to be happy about this, because the iron bull became even more angry and began to press even harder, so people made him even more angry. At this time, the herbalist watched what was happening, and laughing, the man was glad that they were so lucky, because it was an iron barbarian bull, which even a master of the stake stage would have had a hard time dealing with, and a man from the royal family and in general openly living death to our hero. The iron bull rushed straight at the girl, but she had no intention of stopping, so she continued to fire arrows from her crossbow. But they only bounced away from the monster. The guards were very afraid for the girl and shouted at her to run away. She was not going to retreat because she intended to help the young master and certainly would not let the letter pass her by. And while attacking, she thought that even if she died in battle, she still would not retreat. The girl crushed the sword on the iron head of a bull, and these fragments crashed into her body. Naturally, the girl was seriously wounded and jumped back. The girl lay helplessly at the monster's hoof. And the men couldn't wait to finally find our hero. The bull's horns were already right next to the young lady's beautiful face. But the girl opened her eyes when someone asked where this creature came from, and it was our hero. The guards were amazed by what they saw, and they were surprised that our hero grabbed the girl and flew across the sky. The guy was very angry, because a man who encroached on the lives of his subordinates deserves death. When he went down to the roof, the caring guy asked Houchin if she was okay. The girl was okay. Therefore, allowing her to rise to her feet and looking at the ferocious iron monster, he asked her to leave everything to him. The girl said that she was about to cry again. She argued that the young man would not be able to handle him. After all, the bull's strength was at the 3rd level of the scrambling stage, half a step away from the 7th level of the sea stage and the blood stage, so it was definitely impossible to defeat. Qin Feng asked with a smile not to be afraid. After all, this is not a realm of power. He dared to go on a rampage in his realm, so should he let it go unpunished? The men who wanted to kill our hero could not stand still and smiled. One of the men noticed that our hero sent the head of security with his subordinates to go shopping, so he does not have enough security, which is another advantage. At that moment, the young man jumped from the roof right in front of the horns of the iron bull. The guards were already screaming in horror, for the beast had taken the young master by surprise. They asked him not to go to them, and the men continued to stab our hero. At this time, the young man wondered why everyone was panicking, and could not understand whether the bull's skin was so thick. But not even a second had passed before the guy went to his opponent to tear him to pieces. A few strokes and the blood gushed out. Everything happened incredibly quickly. The young man left his weapon in the back of the iron bull. The men were incredibly angry. They considered such virginity impossible. They did not understand how the guy broke through the armor of the iron bull. And the guards kept asking questions about how the young master could use martial arts of such a level, whether he simply tempered his body, or thanks to pills. The girl covered her mouth in delight and surprise. She did not understand. What kind of lord I have, who is only at the stage of chi and blood, could do this? The guy understood that usually martial artists can only use weapons in combination with chi at the hairpin stage, but the guy, with the help of divine providence, broke through the barrier and reached the 7th level. In his previous life, he was familiar with the best martial arts skills, but was unable to use them. But in this life, it's the other way around. Our hero finally fully grasped everything and was able to put it into practice. However, the Iron Bull did not want to experience everything. On the contrary, the young man longed to feel the ray of martial arts light. The animal was amazed at the guy's speed and agility. The guards also could not see their young master approaching so close, so they tried to stop him by shouting. In an instant, the bull was already rushing to hunt. The blonde was already in a panic. A second later, this iron bull fell onto a stone slab and trampled everything. At this moment, people around behaved differently. Some were happy, some were crying, some were simply in panic. And at that moment, our hero wondered if someone had died. Indeed, thanks to lunar martial arts, the guy's ability is that he dodges even a minor blow. In addition, this technique helps him analyze the enemy and identify his weak points. Therefore, the young man relies on this technique, and he immediately decided to finish off his opponent, or rather finish him off. And at this moment, absolutely everyone was surprised, especially those who bought the Iron Bull, because Qin Feng is more destructive than the bull itself. After the blow, the guards rushed to our hero, who did not understand what had happened, because the guy is on the third level of the order stage, and began to ask the young man how he did it. Only the girl rejoiced at the success of the young master, who was already at his best. At that moment, when our hero, sitting on the bull, saw that the guards had approached him, he asked, "Well, are we really still someone that he does not have the skills to train them properly?" And then, smiling cheerfully, he said that he was giving the last chance to enroll in his team of hunters, because then it would be too late. And at that hour, people began to raise their hands. They all wanted to enroll with our hero, because they thought that under the leadership of the young master, they would be able to break through to the hardening stage. Our hero was a little flattered by this, so with an incredible smile, he asked everyone to calm down, to which she said that first, they needed to bring the bull to the warehouse, because they might still need it, and he rejoiced in his heart that it finally solved the problem with the group of hunters. But in fact, he didn't understand how the iron bull entered directly into his medical garden, and why, and what haunts him is that there is a smell of some kind of pill around the medical garden. Then he sniffed and realized that it was a boiling blood pill. Qin Feng thought for a moment and then came to the conclusion that this iron bull was angered by someone with this pill. And with the help of his divine instinct, it was not difficult for our hero to see two people on the rock. He noticed how these two scoundrels were arguing, blaming each other. They were blaming each other for a bad idea. And then he realized that now they had not only lost the pill all bloody, but also given away the precious iron bull. The herbalist got really angry in front of his comrade, saying that the idea was excellent, but they didn't kill him just because of the bad pill he bought. So this pointless argument continued. They were arguing so much that they didn't notice that they were right on the edge of a cliff, and in an instant their guards came to their senses, because the two men were nowhere to be found. They fell with incredible speed, and noticing this, our hero became much more cheerful, because at least these bastards were of some use. A few days later, all the guards and the Qin family joined the hunting party. They wanted to know what spiritual herbs the young master would give them, in the form of an iron bull. A serious opponent, the guy must have spent a lot of energy on him, but recovered from this battle in just a few days. The guy answered with a smile that it was true. He was taking medicine prepared by his alchemist teacher to heal wounds and restore energy, and if interested, he would share it, because under his supervision, the guards would only improve. And then he added that Hao-chen's performance at a critical time for their family was commendable, so they would reward her with special iron oxhide armor. The girl was very surprised, but our hero added that if there were equally outstanding people in their squad, he would reward them for their deeds, so he tried to motivate people. The moment our hero handed the armor to the girl, everyone around admired her. And then he continued, saying that in addition, every guard who had guarded the medical garden the day before would receive a pill to harden the body personally from him. People began to thank him. But that's not all. He smiled and said that in the next fortnight, he will choose the most worthy, and those who prove themselves the best will join the squad of hunters, because their goal is to clear the misty forest. As a gift, each member of the squad will be given 2 tablets of blood and a bonus. He then asked them to remember that he was Qin Feng and should encourage his subordinates in this way. The young man relied on them a lot. At this time, in the tavern in Yuning City, people at the entrance were discussing some rumors. One told another that our hero was gathering a team and going to the misty forest, but others did not believe it. And at some point, people even started betting. They put everything they had on the line because they believed it was impossible to return from the misty forest without losing personnel. But a moment later, one man screamed desperately, saying that today only their family was making a bet, namely that no one would survive. When he entered the room, all the people looked at him sideways, but he continued to say, or rather ask, "Does anyone really think that it is possible to return from the misty forest?" And then mentioned something about the royal family. People were naturally scared and surprised, so they asked the man several times what made him angry. He intended to brazenly take away the money. People cried from the injustice. But the man, rubbing his ear, thought that the blood-boosting pill was too expensive, and he even had to resort to such methods to get the money back. And then he decided that in order to ensure his victory right in the forest, he should organize a secret attack on our hero's detachment, and this time, the guy must die. Half a month later, our hero's closest friend reported that they had assembled a detachment of hunters. There was even a young girl in the front row. They were selected in half a month, 12 guards at the Chi and Blood stage. They showed their abilities and were recognized by the elite. They became members of the squad. Each was armed with a full set of throwing knives and crossbows. Everything was ready. This could not but please our hero, so he asked to remember that this is the first time they are entering the misty forest, and their expedition promises to be difficult. But he believes that after training, each of the people will show their best side. And finally, people began to move out. And in conclusion, our hero said that they all work to achieve the result they need. Our hero was the first to walk through the foggy forest and told his charges that the first and main danger in this forest was poisonous miasma. But the miasma and the poisonous fog no longer pose a danger to them. For the pill he gave to his charges guaranteed that for 2 hours they would not receive any harm from the miasma. The second danger is poisonous insects and animals. They are hiding in the fog. If you encounter them, then you don't need to panic, otherwise everyone will die. So the guy gave the order to split into 3 groups, each of which consists of 4 people. All of them will move in different sides. Our hero will lead the main ones, move forward. The members of his team should not lag behind, but lag behind. The guy with the rest of the crossbow thought that by relying on the technique of enhancing magical senses, it was enough to detect the possible danger lurking in the fog. And if everyone followed the established rules, they would not lose a single person. In an instant, our hero's charges began to discuss how accurately their young master had described everything, as if this was not the first time, and the second began to wonder if our hero was lucky to survive, and he himself tried. But the guys wanted to show off. They wanted to move forward to expand the young master's horizons, so they would cover a larger area. So they would let the master know that they were not a finger, and that even in the misty forest, they could be relied upon. On them. The boys really intended to break half of our hero's rules. They wanted to sneak up unnoticed and get their prey. After all, then the young master will give them more rewards. We didn't have some insects crawling right over their heads in this chapter. Noticing something was wrong, one of the guards turned around and was very surprised. A monster was flying towards him. At this moment, our hero was trying to understand what was happening. The guards, when they realized that there was a steel centipede in front of them, decided to run away. They really rushed off without waiting for anyone. In an instant, one of the guards decided to laugh at his comrades that this poisonous insect could be shot. Another realized that the guardian who was mocking everyone was very strong and could be relied on, and said that he had already been in the misty forest long before the young master, and he had more experience. At this time, several more centipedes crawled towards the men. And then our hero shouted to the people to look around. He said that the corpses of centipedes make noise. That is, they attract other insects, and a whole army of these monsters already reigns around them, because killing one centipede will attract fellow insects there. The man who had previously been in the poisonous misty forest was no longer the same as before. Our hero shouted, or rather ordered the soldiers to hold formation. They tried to do something. Some of them had their crossbows jammed. Some were simply afraid of the numbers. These steel millipedes were everywhere and looked quite scary. One of the guys turned to the brave man, trying to find out what was happening to him, because the guy had already been there before and was now in a stupor. A moment later, the man humbly said that it was all over, but he didn't want to die, so he could handle 1 centipede, 2 at most, but they wouldn't survive among so many. And at that moment, the centipedes flew into the man's hands, and he was really sure that they would all fall there. The rest of the guards tried their best to fight off the centipedes flying at them. Our hero saw what was happening, called everyone idiots, and ordered them to stand behind him. The guy decided to use moonlight martial arts. Some of the guards were crying because these monsters kept coming and coming. Meanwhile, the young man coped as best he could. The men were confused. But still, some monsters managed to bite the young man, precisely at the moment when the guy was saving his charges. The guards were amazed by this action of the young master, because he literally covered them with his body to protect them. In fact, they already had tears in their eyes. Our hero's closest friends, or rather a girl and a guy, rushed to the rescue. Our hero looked at them angrily and ordered them not to stand aside under any circumstances. After all, no one can cope with these monsters. And at that moment, a sharp weapon appeared in his hand, with which he killed the iron bull. The guy began to swing at incredible speed, cutting the creatures in half. The young man looked like he was going to die. He had to deal with these things alone. They were everywhere, and even behind him. The girl was horrified watching this picture. But our hero stopped at nothing. It was clear how green blood was jumping in all directions. Steel millipedes flew in all directions. Our hero could not contain his emotions and therefore shouted periodically. The girl was really very excited and surprised. After all, our hero single-handedly interrupted everything. The guards, when they realized that the danger had passed, fell to their knees and began to rejoice. And the supposedly brave man began to cry and give thanks for life. At that moment, someone ran up to this guy, grabbed him by the collar, and started yelling at him. It was our hero. Covered in blood and incredibly angry, he was furious that this man did not do what was ordered. After all, a rash act almost led to the death of the entire team if our hero had not killed everyone, especially since everyone was sitting and shaking like puppies, which means that all the training was in vain. The men did not stop crying and tried to say something. But something began to happen to the young man, and he bent down to cough. At the same moment, his comrades ran up to him to help. But it was at this moment that the group of hunters realized how stupid they were, because they had failed the young master and almost killed them all. The girl took Chin Feng, who was barely standing, under his arm, but did not stop saying that he was fine. The whole point was that one centipede hit and poisoned him, so it was worth spending several periods of detoxification. The young man's face was devoid of life. He understood that his vitality was greatly undermined, and he could really die, especially since this was their first expedition to clear the wasteland, and they had already encountered such problems at the beginning, so it was quite likely to end here. At that moment, absolutely all the freaks knelt in front of the guy, asking him not to punish them. After all, those who put their team members in danger will, according to the rules, voluntarily leave the team. Our hero sat on a rock trying to catch his breath, and at the same time the guys left. Since they had already killed almost half of the people and they had no right to stay there, they decided to punish themselves. But almost immediately they were followed by a bag and a question. Where are they going? The girl was still helping the young man get up. He said that he knew that the impudent man had decided to join the team, putting his life at risk. And since his parents were sick, they urgently needed money for treatment. So if he left now, he will let his parents down. There were green restorative tablets in the bag. The men tried to understand what was happening and why their master did this. At this moment, our hero managed to escape from the girl's embrace. And then he said that even heroes make mistakes. But if they are ready to change, success will not be long in coming. And besides, if they are going to get out on their own, they will definitely die, so they must first restore their strength. Strength and rest, and we'll talk about punishment a little later. The men were very surprised, because the young master almost died because of them, and he was still willing to stay with them. Chin Feng did not stop walking forward and talking. The guy agreed with his charges, and then kindly asked them to find a safe place to set up camp, and if the guys behaved well and followed the rules, he would lead them out of the forest. Alive, everyone immediately accepted the order. 3 days later, our heroes were still in the forest. The young man was very focused. The level of the elixir with which his body was now in contact was too low. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the fact that his body was recovering from the centipede poison for 3 whole days. Now all that remained was to use the divine technique to speed up detoxification. But until the intoxication passed, he would definitely not be able to fight. The young man hoped that he would not die in this forest. But in an instant, he woke up from meditation. Near the cave, someone shouted that poisonous insects were approaching. And at that moment, our hero jumped out as if scalded. In front of the cave where our hero and his subordinates were, there was an incredible number of spiders. More precisely, bloody spiders, of which there were countless numbers. The young man ordered everyone to run away and deal with the spiders himself, although he thought that his team did not have the proper combat experience, and there were bloody spiders right there. So even if he now has insufficient combat power, he still should not attack you. Fight with full strength to protect everyone. It seemed like no one was going to retreat. The man ordered everyone to take a defensive formation. It was necessary to protect the entrance to the cave at the cost of their lives. Then he ordered not to let the spiders near the young master, who had not yet completed detoxification. The young man was shocked because he was already face to face with a wall of his own subordinates, who fell like puppies at the first battle. The men immediately began using the bags. More precisely, they threw these bags at the spiders. Chin Feng was very surprised by what he saw and what was happening. He didn't understand how his squad knew that they needed to use the beast repellent pill and how they immediately set up a defense structure. The man who had initially shown himself to be the most cowardly now took command. He ordered them to return and clear the center. They all wanted to catch spiders. At that moment, our hero put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that bloody spiders can't jump. They can do something completely different. They weave webs at an excellent level. The men have done everything they can, so now they need to run away immediately. Such an order even amused the man a little. He did not understand what the young master was saying. They all lured the spiders into the pit only so that they would shoot webs. And looking at these spiders, he asked the young master if he remembered their training, for the web of bloody spiders is an excellent material for extinguishing forest fires. And then he asked our amazed hero if spiders were making webs and crawling. Our hero had more questions than answers in his head. The guy assumed that his squad knew everything. In an instant, something incredibly huge began to crawl out of the flames. The young man again ordered everyone to run, because in front of them was the Queen of Spiders. She has such a strong skin that fire will not harm her. It will be difficult for even a master of the stabbing stage to deal with her, and a group of hunters even more so. When the men loaded their crossbows, they said that they knew absolutely everything. And when they flew into battle, they said that if they killed the small spiders, then they could finish off the big spider. And what about the fact that the Queen of Spiders is not afraid of flames, because this does not mean that they need to stop. Hero Gunner taught them that even when a warrior finds himself in a desperate situation, he has the right to flee the battlefield, even if the enemy is stronger. You need to immediately make a decision, get rid of fear and fight for life and death. These guys seem to really want to die. They all pointed their weapons at the same enemy. They attacked this huge spider with all their might. Green blood gushed from his head in all directions. One of the men, when blood got on him and he tried to wipe it off, he turned to the young lord and said that during the entire time they were sitting in the camp and he was recovering, the boys reanalyzed all the information. He taught them. Therefore, although he is ready to rely on them, the squad is ready to give his life for our hero in order to become a worthy support for him, and asked him not to bear this burden alone. The men want the young man to be able to hide behind them. The young man stood and did not know at all what to answer. He only realized that his boys had grown up and even destroyed the queen. And then, scratching his forehead, he smiled and said that he had somehow underestimated them all, so now they could continue the main goal of their expedition. His closest friend suggested that he was talking about returning home. But the guy shouted and said that the detachment was moving very quickly, and therefore there was no question of returning home. Now they should move forward and take as many spiritual herbs with them as possible, otherwise their expedition would be pointless. The next day, in the safe area outside the misty forest, everyone was waiting for the Chin family's hunting party to return soon. The people prayed that no one would survive, as the eunuch had forced them all to make an unwanted bet that if they lost, the people of the city would be impoverished. And the eunuch sat and rejoiced that he made everyone argue that our hero would win complete victory, although he was sure that no one from the detachment survived. The man did not believe that the boy, who didn't even have hair on his chest, would take out the entire team without loss. Yes, even if he succeeds, God willing, he will be the first in history to realize this. The man prayed for the death of our hero because this would allow him to get rich. And in an instant, someone noticed something moving towards them from the foggy forest. If they did, it would be clear that someone in the party was dead, and they wouldn't have to lose money. It was just a bird's flight. The eunuch was also a little disappointed. People were desperate as the day was ending and no one came out. Everyone thought that our hero and his squad were dead. The eunuch rejoiced, for what he wanted had come true, and at that very moment the eunuch's guards began to demand money. After all, no one survived. People tried to feel sorry for him, saying that they had a family and needed to support it somehow. But the eunuch did not care about these families. He just wanted money. Then he said that he represented the royal power, and this says a lot. But in an instant, the eunuch turned around after hearing that someone had sent a bird there to make it fly. Why are there so many people there? It turns out it was just idiots from the royal family who were blackmailing the residents of his city. It was our hero who had a dove sitting on his shoulder, and he reported that he believed that the whole city had rallied to block their exit, so he did not dare go out all day. And then he leaned towards the eunuch, showing that he was safe and sound. Not only was he alive, but the entire staff came back alive, and they had a huge catch. The people rejoiced, because no one had died and they would still have money. But the eunuch's eyes flew out of their sockets. The angry man snorted that it was just luck and decided to leave, but our hero headed straight towards him. And at that moment, when he was almost under the eunuch's nose, he asked him if he had lost the bet with Yunyi's people and if he had not paid. The man became slightly agitated but shouted that he represented the royal power, so he would not give anything away, and then asked what our hero would do with him in this case. But he just smiled and said that he could not do anything, but he would put up a notice everywhere that he, a member of the royal family, owed money to the people of Yunyi City, and if the royal family saw this, he would be dead. And then he wondered what would happen to the eunuch. The man was very excited because he realized that our hero was right. A quarter of an hour has passed and the things are already in one pile. A half-naked eunuch stood with his guards and shouted that he had no money left because he had to pawn his clothes, weapons, and armor of his guards, and in order to pay off the debt, he gave everything he had. Our hero asked him to wait and give him time to count everything, and then replied that it would not be enough. But if he gives his underwear, then that will be enough. The man already has a word to shout. In this case, our hero decided to go to the royal family asking for help. A minute later, the eunuchs were already completely naked. They ran away, closing their eyes, and the man representing the royal family shouted that he would forever remember this shame. But the people were having a lot of fun, and therefore no one paid attention to it. After some time, people turned to our hero with gratitude because he stood up for the people, tried to joke that everyone was flattering him because he did it in his own interests. And then, smiling even more, he said that in the future, he will come with his team to the forest more often and will count on the help and support of people. For example, if you ask to produce more equipment and trade resources, of course, at a price, he will never offend those present. People were really happy and agreed because the young man had helped them so much that in this situation, in the iron ore situation, they would try their best to help him. 3 days later, the eunuch and his guards, half naked, sat by the fire, covered with some things, and talked about how our hero came out of the forest and how they now live on the street. In an instant, someone appeared behind them. This someone said that, according to royal intelligence, our hero's detachment came out of the foggy forest without a single poisoned person. He must be counting on the help of the mysterious alchemist. The eunuch asked this man how he received the royal intelligence and who he even was. This is Ye Wen, the royal alchemist. He said that he is a first-class alchemist. He was sent there by Lin Lang and Lin Shuan directly to the capital, and he is the one who will help the eunuch kill Qin Feng. At that moment, something heavy fell on the stone tile. It was his first mate who provided the 1,000-pound hammer that he asked for. Last night, all the craftsmen in the city made it overnight for our hero, so the quality must be at its best. Great. Our hero grabbed him by the hand and said that he didn't expect it to be done so quickly, so he decided to try. A moment later, and our hero had already picked up this heavy weapon from the ground. But something happened to his back and he winced in pain. The hammer returned to its place with a roar, and the guy grabbed it by the back. His assistant asked if the hammer was that heavy and suggested that it be remade. But imagine the surprise of An Haochen and our hero's closest friend when they heard that everything was fine with the guy's hammer. And he even ordered to prepare for a second trip to the misty forest and thought that he had recently mastered a new skill, but not yet fully, so when faced with strong opponents, he would have to deal with them with a hammer. The next day, in the misty forest near the swamp, the boys were glad that they had found another suitable place. There are mud cobras in the swamp, and if they catch them, they can sell them for a good price. Our hero kept wondering why his divine sense told him that something would happen. He thought it was very strange. In an instant, he jumped out of his place, ordering his companions to find a safe place and rest while he walked around and checked something. After some time, the guy finally found what he was worried about. They were an alchemist and a eunuch who traveled on horseback. The first-class alchemist told the eunuch that he had prepared an advanced detoxification pill for him, so they would definitely make this forest a grave for our hero. Our hero watched the two from a tree. He assumed that the eunuch had hired the alchemist to kill them all in the forest. And then he thought that even if he and his team were not in his shoes, the royal cavalry was much stronger than his hunting team, and he would not be able to leave right now. They went the same way they came. In other words, we need to think of a way. A moment later, one of the guards reported that the tracks were becoming fresher and clearer, which means that soon they will definitely stumble upon our heroes. This encouraged the eunuch, so he decided to move faster. He wanted to take the boys by surprise and kill them. The horses moved at incredible speed. But in an instant, something surprised and frightened the eunuch and the horse. They all fell into the abyss where there was a swamp. A moment later, they all fell into the swamp. They were very angry, and the eunuch did not understand how they could get into the swamp. And a second later, our hero's hammer flew over their heads. Almost immediately, a representative of the royal family noticed a guy standing on a rock and asked what he was doing there. And the guy smiled and asked why he couldn't calm down enough to kill, because he himself had long ago realized that he would be pursued in the forest. So he ordered the hunting team to lay false tracks and hide in a safe place. And at that moment, our hero's hammer began to knock down the guards one by one, and the eunuch only spread his hands, observing the situation. And then the hammer flew straight at the eunuch. At this moment, a first-class alchemist appeared and threw the hammer back. After this, turning to our hero, he said that the eunuch was a representative of his royal family, so no one would dare lay a finger on him. Our hero thought this was funny, so he asked the alchemist why he didn't do alchemy, and asked what the hammer tasted like to him. The man became wary and even frowned. At that moment, he seemed to disappear into thin air, and I was afraid. Almost immediately, the alchemist threw our hero into the air with his knee. The young man tried to understand how this man did this, how he managed to get so close to him so quickly. The young man tried to throw the hammer at the enemy and thus escape, but the man immediately stopped the weapon. During the fight, he introduced himself and said that he was the alchemist master of the royal family, a master of mysterious stage martial arts. Qin Feng was very surprised and a little dumbfounded when he learned that he was fighting with a second stage master. Ye Wen turned to our hero and said that he had heard rumors that he was a disciple of the alchemist. Because of this, his head was torn off and he did whatever he wanted in the city, and the royal family specifically instructed him to do this. Kill our hero if he thinks too much of himself. The young man, writhing in pain, had no idea that the man was hiding his strength. At this moment, the man approached our hero. wondering if he was a warrior, relying on his strength. Imagine the young man's surprise when the alchemist appeared behind him and said that he relied on speed. The man circled around our hero, delivering an incredible number of blows to him. The man made sure that our hero was well aware that speedy warriors are outright ravines that rely on strength. And at one point, he knocked the hammer out of the guy's hands, and everyone wondered if the young man was going to fight him. At that moment, the man crawled out of the swamp and laughed. He was glad that finally at least someone was able to curb our hero, especially to knock out the hammer. Trying to understand how a fast type like his opponent could knock down his 1,000-pound hammer with one blow, the man replied that his fast type body movement technique was based on strong legs. The man actually started kicking, saying that compared to the people who relied on strength, they performed, but the strength of their legs was much stronger than theirs. The young man also had no intention of retreating, so he tried to defend himself as best he could. The moment the young man rolled back, he realized that body technique is what he is counting on, his opponent, and it depends on the strength of his legs. The alchemist chuckled slightly, because he did not expect that our hero would be in such good physical shape. Although he was on stage and covered in blood, he handled it quite well. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked people to underestimate him. After all, he is the man who single-handedly killed the enraged Iron Bull, and the alchemist's speed is not enough to kill him. The man laughed and threw the pill into his mouth. The man got angry when our hero doubted the alchemist's difficulty in strengthening himself, while observing and marveling that this guy could also create an afterimage. The alchemist in flight shouted that our hero could hardly follow him until recently, and after he ate an enhancement pill, he reached a speed twice as fast as the previous one, and then asked how our hero was going to cope with him. At this time, the eunuch rejoiced, because our hero, in his opinion, could not do anything at all against such an enemy. There was actually a man flying above our hero, trying to choose the moment. But in an instant, the young man seemed to concentrate and withdraw into himself. The alchemist was very surprised and did not understand what our hero was doing. The boy used the same method as his opponent. That is, he kicked. The alchemist lost several teeth at once. Blood flowed from everywhere. The man tried to understand how this happened. The eunuch tried to understand what had just happened. The man looked very pitiful. At this time, the alchemist was also trying to understand how this happened, how our hero hit him, because he was at the double peak of his speed and assumed that his type was strength. Our hero laughed slightly, because he did not say that he was a strength-type warrior. He thought to himself that he only used a sledgehammer, because he had only recently learned the agility technique that he had actively used in his past life. Ghost dance. This technique of the body of the great god in his past life, after successful practice, having mastered the technique, can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Since our hero has just learned this, he is not yet able to use full speed. So our hero used a heavy hammer to slow down, otherwise he would have been lost in space. But while fighting this alchemist, our hero accidentally learned strength techniques. It turns out that he had previously trained incorrectly, always using his lower back to apply force. But now everything is clear, and he will finally be able to use the ghost dance in battle. Our hero has received too many blows from his opponent, so now it is his turn to take them. Then he smiled and said that this is not the end. What the man ate was a low-quality pill, and he took some kind of bright pill. Our hero now intended to show what the 100,000-year-old alchemist's pill was. The men's eyes bulged out of their sockets. They did not understand how this could be, how there could be 3 remaining images in front of him. The guy began to use moonlight martial arts, divine sense, devil punch. The guy defeated his opponent incredibly quickly and with incredible strength. The eunuch was amazed by the master's death. After this, our hero, rubbing his hands, said that it was the turn of the eunuch, who begged him not to kill. Then he fell to his knees and, sobbing, said that the third prince had sent him. He did not want to kill our hero. He was innocent and asked for forgiveness. The guy smiled and said that he understood everything and realized that the eunuch was not guilty of anything. But a second later, the master jumped up, broke the eunuch's neck with his foot, and said that he had better tell his story to the Lord of the Dead. In the end, 2 men lay dead. And our hero decided to drown their bodies in the swamp, and now no one will interfere with his trip to the forest. But after some time, the news of the disappearance of the eunuch and the others reached the capital. The royal family became furious and immediately sent more people to the cities to find the real killer of their charges. Once the killer was found, the royal family would execute his entire bloodline. Our hero, together with his squad, stood in a spacious room, surrounded by people. It was a trial, and from the looks of it, the judge was banging on the table. "This is the royal commissioner. He said that our heroes were in the misty forest at the same time as my grandson and his subordinate. So he ordered them to confess whether they killed them there, and if they told the truth, he promised to apply a less severe punishment." Our hero asked Malort with a smile what he was talking about. Our hero burst into tears, saying that every foray into the foggy forest causes only fear in him and the entire team, and even more so, how could he, in such a state of fear, dare to kill someone from the elite squad of the family? At the same moment, our hero's people picked up this dialogue, saying that they had not failed too much, and when they first entered the misty forest, they were attacked by an army of centipedes. Then the knights, also crying, asked if the Malors knew what damage these centipedes had done to them. They barely managed to escape their attack and almost died. The girl fell to her knees, saying that after all this they met bloody spiders, taking a breath after their cruel and unexpected attack. The queen of spiders appeared and she almost ate them. They ate to protect themselves. Especially, how could they drink a eunuch and his team to drink in such a state? Our hero showed his beauty to my lord and said that if he did not believe them, then he still had marks from the centipede bites on his butt, so he decided to demonstrate. The man asked our hero to stop. The commissioner was no longer delighted, because our hero said that this was the only way to make them believe in his innocence, and he himself wondered whether the news was false, especially how a group of these ragamuffins could kill or this family, and assumed that this information is someone's bad joke. So even though the royal family wanted to find the killer, the commissioner really didn't believe that the royal family, or there could kill a bunch of weaklings, so she successfully let our hero go. The man sitting on the throne happily told everyone that he got away with everything, especially his people. They did everything strictly according to the instructions, and our hero hastened to admit that over time everyone present there grew up and helped a lot, so if any of the people reach the 9th QI and blood stage, then he will be rewarded with tempered body pills. In addition, those who successfully made a breakthrough would receive a bonus of 20 gold coins. The people were grateful to the young master and wished him prosperity. As his subordinates left, he thought to himself that even though the tempered body pill was a rare and valuable item, he had spared nothing for his subordinates. And indeed, with the help of these two, he had collected many high-grade spiritual herbs. Sweeps the wasteland. At night in the healing garden of the Chin family, our hero can finally begin to process tiger bones and bear tendons, as well as everything for making pills. Although these are third-rate ingredients, it is difficult to make a tablet out of them, so they are quite rare. If they are sold, our hero will be immediately recognized. When Lin Shuan and the third prince know that the guy can prepare this kind of pill, it will be too late for him. At that moment, it will not be difficult for them to suppress him, so it is better to use them exclusively for their own purpose, that is, the pills. The guy put the soul-returning herb into the oven and awakened the soul of the iron bull. At that moment, a flame burst out of the oven. The guy was pleased, for the spirit of the iron bull was still active. The stronger the residual soul energy, the higher the frequency of the refined pill. The monster's entire body was under the control of our hero, and he wondered if the soul could be saved. The young man decided to use the soul capture skill, and at that moment it really seemed as if an iron bull had been thrown into a furnace. But the tablet processing mode has actually begun, as has the formation of the shell. The guy was glad that the soul of the iron bull was still intact, purified, and the tiger bone had successfully formed. And then he put it in his mouth, because warriors absorb the souls of ferocious beasts, which is of great benefit for cultivation. Using the technique and the transfiguration of the gods, she not only washed the bone marrow and cut the bone, but also tempered the divine being. The guy underwent the transfiguration of the gods. But the pain brought by this pill can destroy the consciousness of people who are weak in spirit. While taking it, you cannot be distracted by anything. Our hero's clothes were torn. Tiger bone pill can only be used by sealed stage warriors. For those in the chi and blood stage, taking it is extremely risky. As soon as the pill enters the body, the meridians begin to be seriously damaged. Luckily, our hero has 100,000 years of knowledge of alchemy, which has greatly reduced the damage. Our hero will have to endure this suffering. The room where he did all this glowed from every crack. The guy was at the 8th level of the chi and blood stage. Our hero broke through. But this was not enough. The guy did not understand how such a single pill could bring so little benefit. Its power was still in our hero. He had not completely absorbed the pill. He needed more. Therefore, the boy decided to interrupt again. In an instant, an incredibly strong wave came out of this room. Our hero opened his mouth slightly and was surprised. Everything worked. Our hero was at the peak of chi and blood. This was the 9th level of the stage. This was very different from the 9th level he had reached 100,000 years ago, with his cultivation base corrupted. All this was good, because now the force of his blow reached 770 kilograms. Now our hero was not inferior even to a master of the 2nd stage stabbing blow. At that moment, a girl approached him, wondering if he had improved his pill. At that moment, he covered the girl's mouth with his hand. He quietly said that no one should hear about his success in alchemy, otherwise he would get into trouble, be arrested and executed, and asked the girl if she wanted it. And Houchen assumed that if the main branch of the family knew that he had become a 3rd-rank alchemist, They would definitely take him and the entire branch of the family to the capital. And wouldn't that be a good sign? He also wondered what was so good about returning to the capital, because he didn't want to stop the head doctor of their main branch of the family. If he returned to the capital, the girl wouldn't be able to stay by his side. He couldn't allow that either. The girl imagined that the young master had confessed to her, but in fact, our hero just wants the girl to stay next to him and help him with alchemy. And the girl decided that in this case, this is definitely impossible. If she spreads this information, she will never see the young master again. The guy thought of Lin Xuan to arrange an engagement banquet in the capital. She made him so unhappy in his past life, so he must take revenge to keep you away. In the Qin family's medical garden, someone said that it had come to his attention that someone had done a lot of important things in the past few days. It was his father talking to our hero. He said that even if this is all true, he asked in the city, we should at least wait until Lin Xuan and the prince get married, and perhaps not forget about our hero by then. Then the man said that of course, everything would be fine if the royal family did not pursue the guy, because then they could be sent to the Badlands. The guy was very surprised, because his father really wants him to stay away from everyone's attention and live a pleasant, quiet life in the city. And at that moment he crossed his arms over his chest and said that grandma would soon turn 90 years old and he wanted to go congratulate her right on the page. The boy became very serious. He needed his father's permission. The man replied that as a father, he knows that our hero is very attentive and caring to his ancestors, but if he goes to the capital, he is afraid that he will become a target for the third prince, which he should avoid. The young man replied that he is a warrior and in any case can stand up for himself. He is a worthy fighter. So why should he be afraid of Lin Xuan and her family? Why should he hide behind them? Then he smiled and continued his speech. Even the hero decided to show his strength. He said that he was no longer a weakling. Our hero hit his father's palm with his fist. The man was pleasantly surprised, because our hero had completely restored the basis of cultivation. The young man agreed and added that he had grown not only in self-improvement. This was the martial arts field of the Qin family. The guy said that he helped the 5 guards of the medical garden break through to the 10th level of the Qi and blood stage. And the weakest among the guards is at the 5th level with tradition and blood, and in addition, they all have martial arts combat experience. The man was surprised when he heard that there were 5-9 levels in front of him. After all, when he left, Sankyu was the strongest among the guards and seemed to be at the 5th level, and the guy, coughing, again said that it was all thanks to him. At that moment, his father took him by the shoulders and asked, did he really exchange all the fruits from the medical garden for self-improvement pills and thus allow a huge disaster? Because this is the main treasure of their medical garden, and it will take them years to restore everything. The young man was a little shocked. Then he wondered what his father was talking about, and where he got the idea that these were all fruits. The young man had long ago given the main clan the required amount of fruit. Now they still have a lot left. Even if they sell the rest, they can get at least 100,000 gold for everything. The man looked at all this with his mouth open. He was interested in how the guy increased the amount of fruit several times after giving it to Danny. The guy just laughed when he saw my father trying to pinch himself so that I would make sure he woke up, because it never occurred to him that the medical garden could be so transformed. Putting his hand on our hero's shoulder, he said that if our hero wanted to go to the capital, his father would not stop him. But he asked him to remember the advice. If this happens in the capital, you need to remain calm. If he can avoid trouble, he must be avoided, but he will always remain in Yunyi City, so he will not be able to help. Our hero said in gratitude that he would always follow his father's advice. There is still a month left before Lin Xuan's engagement ceremony. Before the main character leaves, Qin Wanli will train the hunting team in the necessary skills. Qin Feng taught Hao Chun the technique of preparing pills before leaving to provide the necessary supplies for the squad. Half a month later, the boy and Qin Sangchu went on a trip to the capital under the pretext of visiting his great-grandmother, but it was all for the sake of revenge against Lin Xuan. 6 days later, the team was still on the road when the hero's faithful companion reported that they had arrived at a rest stop organized by the main clan and noted that the description of the inn was supposed to be very comfortable. They arrive at the city where they kill demons, and upon entering it, Qin Feng remembers that 100 years ago, this place encountered a powerful devil. The royal family sent thousands of warriors to kill him, hence the name. After the evil was destroyed, everything here was filled with sadness, and people believed that this was due to the dense yin energy emanating from the many dead, so they gradually left, and as a result, only a few refugees dared to live here now. Thanks to memories from his past life, he knows that none of this is causing a lot of death. It is a sign that a dead demon is about to appear. And even if he finds out about this, he remains helpless, because no one believes that a monster that died 100 years ago will again bring trouble to the human world. Qin Feng, together with Sang Shui, finds the ancestral hall of the Qin family, who died in this city, among the entire city, And then the faithful companion asks the young master why the main clan arranged a rest stop here, to which the main character replies that perhaps they want we paid tribute to their ancestors. The boy was afraid to go inside because something unclean might appear here. But as soon as he stepped on the haystack, a bony hand appeared, grabbed his leg and lifted him up, making him scream with all his might. Qin Feng tried to help his friend by trying to cut the rope, but even his weapon failed, causing Sang Shui to become hysterical, choking with tears and begging to be saved. There was a noise outside, indicating who those rats were who dared to invade our Qin family's ancestor hall, and after they revealed themselves, an unknown clan was walking around wearing masks. The main character tried to calm down the people who were threatening to kill them by assuring them that they were just like them and explaining the whole situation so that they would understand. The masked clan suddenly changed, became more hostile, and pulled out weapons. The leader states that the people they hate the most are the Qin family members. To say that the main character was shocked is to say nothing, but the head continues to tell us that 30 years ago, his family and Yi became enemies. In order to compensate for the damage to the second settlement, the first expelled them, the hated ones, from their clan and sacrificed them. That is why they are so hospitable. And also the leader adds that the cowardly Qin forced them to survive in the city that kills demons, and pointing his finger at the main character, announces that now he dares to shamelessly come and show respect. Guy remembers that this group of strangers eventually formed a force and carried out repeated acts of revenge against the main family, but he still questions what they want from him. The masked man replies, if he dares to duel them, then the loser will be punished with either a disability or his family's idea of surrender, as they want the world to know that the Qin ancestors are a group of weaklings who bully the weak and fear the strong. Clarifying that if he wins, his people will be freed, he agrees, to which San Shui, who was hanging upside down, notes that his cultivation has just recovered. Then Qin Feng tells him not to worry because he is looking at their weaknesses. Appearance, he can defeat them. Stepping forward, the protagonist smugly states that they are all pale and gaunt, so he will allow them to hit him first, and only those who can deal damage are worthy of being his opponents. Suddenly, the clan fell silent for a moment and then burst into loud laughter, remarking that this was wonderful, for they could not have asked for anything more. Sang Shui asks the young master what nonsense he is talking about, to which Qin Feng replies with the same confidence as him that everything is fine. He cannot believe that anyone can defeat him. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the main character notices an approaching fist, which takes him by surprise, and not having time to dodge, takes the entire blow upon himself, flying off in the other direction. The head of the masks only mocked the guy even more, noting that the people from their clan were truly superficial, thinking that they could not defeat them because they had mastered the fourfold body purification, which was a natural divine power. A worried Sanskew asks the young lord if he is okay, to which he replies not to worry because he still has a plan to defeat him. The big man grinned, saying that the guy could still smile, and swinging his powerful fist for another attack, said that he hoped he could laugh when the battle was over. Qin Feng recovered from the blow in time, jumped up, taking several stones in his hand. The hero began to throw them one after another at the enemy. A caustic grin appeared again on the fighter's face, who notes that these blows don't even hurt or itch. He tried to humiliate his enemy as much as possible, but he only smiled harder. The main character said nothing. He attacked again and again with stone pellets and dodged the enemy's formidable blows. An experienced person in battle says that everything is not bad for a cowardly clown who does not dare to fight, as it should be. The Qin family is full of cowards who do not dare to fight, to which Qin Feng replies with a smile that it doesn't matter. Holding another pebble in his hand, the guy asks if his attacks really didn't give him any feelings. The young lord adds what he must now feel, and at the same moment, 1,000 lightning bolts pierce his opponent's body, causing him to fall to his knees, unable to move. The fighter was in shock. He did not understand why he suddenly felt weakness and numbness throughout his body. The masked men of the clan also could not believe it, noting that it was simply impossible, since the guy could not defeat their best warrior. The protagonist confidently approaches his trembling opponent, asking if he can still fight or if he is just finally admitting defeat. At that very second, the big man began to get up, although it was not easy, but he said that even if he died, he would never surrender to him, such an impudent idiot. Standing on two legs, the fighter is about to throw a powerful punch again, to which Qin Feng remarks that he should not waste any more energy, since his energy is no longer enough to even hit him. The man still attacks, filled with hatred, and asks the guy to feel his blow, which is a result of his arrogance. Suddenly, the fighter notices that the hero's legs are grabbed by his father's bony hands. After thinking, he asks the leader to free Qin Feng, because he has never committed unjust and dishonorable acts for the sake of victory. The head of the masks began to swear at the strongest warrior, saying what kind of justice he wants in relation to the members of the inner clan, and added, saying that the main character is an alchemist, so there will be no fair fight. Anyway, and he used stones to disturb the main points of his body. Hearing that the protagonist is secretly undermining his cultivation, the fighter turns to his opponent in shock, clarifying to him if this is indeed the case, to which Qin Feng agrees, smiling mischievously and telling him to continue because he has not given up yet. The guy's answer angered the big man, who clenched his fists harder to strike. He is about to attack and says that this is a duel between two men, and he dared to resort to such cunning tactics. The main character once again reduces the time, jumping, calculating the right moment when no one expected it, and the bony hands holding his legs rattle the enemy with their fists. Once free, Qin Feng grabs the fighter's arm and does a somersault, causing the man to fall to the ground, who in turn kicks him to the ground, saying that his strength alone is not enough to win. From such a strong blow, the ground around cracked and split into many fragments, as if the battle was over. While all the masked people were in shock, Sansky was the only one who rejoiced at the young lord's victory. Noting that he used his own power against him, the guy out of sorts repeated that the main character is amazing. Qin Feng again approaches his trembling opponent from lack of strength, asking if he can still fight, or has he given up, or should he block his improvement. The guy said the last sentence with a creepy grin on his face, throwing up pebbles in his hand. The man shouted with all his strength that he should do what he wants. He doesn't care. He will never surrender to them, the dirty members of the inner clan. Throwing away the stones, the main character with a radiant smile declared that then he would admit defeat, which would shock everyone. The big man became furious and started shouting what he was even saying, because he should know that he represents the entire family, and if he admits defeat, it means that the Qin family has given up. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy calmly says that this does not happen. This is wrong, because this is just a matter between them. It's all over anyway. Turning away from the enemy, he leaves to help his people, namely Sansky, who will soon have a hemorrhage in his brain. The rest of the masked clan members began to help the man up, asking about his old wounds. It was then that he realized that he felt no pain in his body, and all his internal injuries had healed. The martial artist also realized that Qin Feng did not use the stones to hinder his cultivation, but instead he healed his past injuries during the battle, as they had caused his power to become unbalanced, and even taught him how to use his skills in battle. Combat. Realizing all this, the experienced man shouted to the main character that from the very beginning of the fight, he did not consider him a worthy opponent. He could defeat him, but for some reason he gave up. He was bothered that they were trying to humiliate him by this. Passing by his former rival, the young master declared that they were all members of the Qin family, and therefore should not fight each other to the death as enemies. Upon entering the temple, Qin Feng sat down on his knees and began to pray to his ancestors, vowing that the younger generation would do their best to correct the mistakes of the exiled people, and one day they would rewrite the family genealogy and restore the status. Then there will be no more outsiders. Everyone watched the guy in shock. Then the big man remembered that his adoptive father had told him that the Qin family had always looked down on them as strangers. But now he feels differently. He was wrong about them. Hanging his head down, the fighter says that he lost, and now they can leave. They will no longer be disturbed. His words shocked the leader of the masks. The adoptive father beats the big man with a wooden club, shouting that no one gave him permission to surrender. Now he must attack and kill the hero for him. But the man answers him that, as agreed, he will not fight with him anymore. The duel is over. The head hit him over and over again and tried to change his mind, forcing him to continue fighting, while the other members of the Sea Otter begged him to stop, as his older brother's internal injuries were caused by such a beating before. No one was going to help the fighter. Then Qin Feng stood up for him, grabbing the baton, stopping the blows to his back. Coming close to the leader of the masks, the main character told him in his ear that the secretary who sent him here was Qin Dahai, to which the leader became worried, clearly hiding something, repeating that he did not know what he was talking about. Oh. Then the guy continued, saying that although the adoptive father of this group claimed that he was an outsider, he had already seen him before in the main clan, and if he was not mistaken, then he was the one who brought them to this city on purpose, and if he had such a weapon, he must have been a relative of the Ai family. The leader denied everything in a panic, but Qin Feng continued, saying that if he still wanted to argue, would he dare to confront the Qin and Yi families with him? And if he was innocent, they would meet again. As he is about to take off his mask, he says that he did not expect to meet such a keen and observant imp like him. It turns out that it was indeed the secretary of the Qin clan. Showing his true colors, Dahai admits that he is going to become a member of the Yi family because she is the strongest, and Qin was the weakest. He trained outsiders to hate for so many years and gained trust. Everyone watched in shock as the former foster father continued his story, shouting that the Yi family had decided to give him a chance, on the condition that they eliminate Qin Feng and present him as a gift at the engagement banquet. The most disappointed was Fan Jiang, who could not believe that he had been deceived all these years. Qin Dahai said that everyone should be grateful to the Yi family, and now that Qin Feng has revealed his identity, anyone who is willing to follow him to enjoy prosperity in the future must kill a hero for him. The remaining members of the Mask clan began to doubt the words of their former adoptive father, for they too had been deceived, but in the end they accepted the fact that they would continue to follow the leader and rushed at the young master to destroy him. Worried, San Shui asks Qin Feng to run away, to which he tells him that some people are ungrateful, but there are others who are willing to sacrifice themselves for justice, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly, the big man began to rise, his eyes lit up with rage, and the main character clarified that the lion had woken up. Rushing into battle, the fighter waved his fist and shouted that everyone knows the truth, but they are still willing to be the dogs of an outsider. They do not deserve to be members of the Qin family. In an instant, with one blow, he scatters all the attackers in different directions. Sang Shui could not believe his eyes. He did not understand why Fantian was helping them, and Qin Feng only smiled, realizing that the plan was being implemented. Dahai appears on the battlefield in a rage and shouts asking why he does not obey, adding that he is his adoptive father and he needs to hurry up and give the hero to him. But before he could even finish speaking, Fangxian slapped the man in the face. With extreme hatred, the fighter sends the traitor flying with a punch and shouts that the blood of the Qin family's victims flowed in his body. He will never kneel and be anyone's dog. The protagonist notes that, in fact, when he learned that this group of people were outsiders, in his earlier memories, he remembered that among them was a man named Feng Zhan who had unusual talent and great strength, and if he could to get him to favor him, would be a great help to him. So he sprang into action and used his ability to find him. With a wild look, the man turns and sees Qin Feng with San Shui. He walked up to them, looking down on him in such a way that the young master's faithful servant became worried, preening himself, asking what he wanted. Taking their luggage, the man hung it on his shoulder, saying with a smile on his face that because of them, he now has nowhere to eat, and henceforth he reluctantly has to communicate with them. Following them, he will at least get something to eat. The main character extends his hand to the fighter, telling him that if he follows Brother Feng, he will be fine. However, he may end up hungry and miss 9 meals. Feng Zhan shakes his hand in response, answering that it is still better to starve with him than to be someone's dog. But suddenly there was a noise around. The troops of the Yi family began to surround them. Lin Lan stepped forward and said with a smug smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, but learned that Qin Feng had come to the city and fought against the outsiders, but ultimately failed to win and met his tragic end. The main character realized that it was he who ruled Qin Dahai, and therefore everything was planned from the very beginning. The guy looked distraught. He was obviously happy about everything that was happening, so he shouted that now Qin Feng can't do anything. In Shadow Cloud City, he still has some influence, but now he came to the capital where his sister was, to become the bride of the third prince of the Yi family, and now his influence was not the same as before. Feng Jian was completely shocked by what he saw. He said he could handle 1 or 2 more, but with this many he was afraid he couldn't. The troops began to attack the heroes from different sides, and then the young master said that he was sorry that the fighter had just joined them and had to face all this, to which the man replied that it did not matter even if he died today, it would at least be worthy. To boost his team's morale, Qin Feng shouted that the Qin family's people would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity, so he urged them to fight their way out as there was still a chance of victory. Feng Jian really liked the guy's words. He said that he owed a great debt of gratitude, and he would do everything in his power to help. Sang Shui also noted that it was well said, and he was no longer afraid, although you couldn't tell. This is from his face, and standing shoulder to shoulder, they all shouted their current slogan together and prepared for battle. Suddenly there is applause, and the strange man they saw earlier in the city appears. He says with a laugh that a good man would rather die in battle than survive. Lin Lang ordered the old man to be killed while no one was looking. The guards immediately obeyed the order and began to attack him, but suddenly an unknown man with one touch sends the fighter flying straight to his master. Lin Lan was furious at this act. He managed to get injured. He again ordered the army to protect him and kill the man. A group of experienced warriors began to attack the old man, but he threw them aside with one movement of his hand. They could not even touch him. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Qin Feng and his team stood in stupor, trying to understand how the strange unknown managed to lift all the soldiers into the air with one swing. Suddenly the old man began to laugh loudly, saying that his Qin family could not be the slave of another family. He began to pull the cloth off his staff, revealing his true form. With a cry of "Let's go back to crazy youth," the man removed the Qin family seal from the former simple stick that summoned thousands of warriors. Now the unknown man looked different. He no longer looked drunk, as Lin put it. He was holding a battle banner in his hand. At the same moment, thousands of warriors in red appeared and bowed to their master, awaiting orders. Lin Lang fell to the ground in horror as his fighters ran away in fear. He could not understand how this could happen here, because now they were in the capital. The protagonist noted that only those who had accomplished great military feats for the Qin family could wield the battle banner, because once it was raised, the entire family would enter a state of preparation for war, and the banner bearer would be able to give the order to start the war. Battle at any time, only a few family members had it, but he couldn't figure out who this old man was. The army of warriors who bowed to this man said that they were at his disposal and called him a great master. It didn't take long for everyone to react. Qin Feng points out that it is no wonder that he was able to defeat these experts so easily. Although they are strong, the scales are divided when he faces a great master, since no one was able to reach the first stage of the Pyramid of Power, which was divine, which means that this old man's stage is the strongest. This means that Yu Lao is the greatest strength of the legendary Qin family. His fame will be extremely respected even in the 5 great families. The guy wondered why such a legend appeared now when it was believed that he had been missing for more than 30 years. And then the old man said, as if reading the hero's thoughts, that he remembered when he was young, the Qin family began to decline, and at that time there were constant quarrels between his family and the others. He says that 30 years ago he was bullied by the Yi family, and when they intensified, he could not stand it and led his military unit to fight back. It was the Yi family that first caused trouble, but the Qin family was afraid of retribution from the royal family. He was the reason why his team was judged, and seeing such a weak, shameful concession, he thought that his family was hopeless, and although he did not was punished, he did it himself, secluded in this city. Pointing his finger at the main character, the Grandmaster said that today he saw hope in this young man from the Qin family, which surprised him. Yu Lao menacingly declared that the lion is waking up, his time has come, and today he raised the battle banner to announce his return to the Qin clan and not to start a brutal war. Approaching Qin Feng, the old man continued, saying that everyone should know something important. The Qin family should be united, instead of pleasing outsiders and killing each other. He was once disappointed with the leadership of his family, but now that someone like him was in it, he decided to assert himself again. The Grand Master, with a smile on his face, hands the protagonist a battle banner, telling him that perhaps he will leave him the opportunity to lead the family, and that the banner bearer has changed, warning the forces of the Qin family to await the orders of their new master. Thousands of warriors bowed to the guy and shouted that they would act for Qin Feng's prize. Worried, Lin Lang worried for his life, fearing that the entire army was about to tear him to pieces. Then San Shui and Feng Jian began to ask the young master what he was going to do with him. The main character thinks that the master decided to give me command of the troops, so he handed him the battle banner, but he doubted that he had the right to do so. Then Yu Lao also asks how he will deal with those who want to harm him, waiting for an answer. The guy thanks the man for his trust, but thinks that using an entire army to fight a bunch of scum is pretty pathetic. Lin Lan, expecting to be released now, began to bow to Qin Feng, saying that he was very merciful, but in fact the young master had his own plan. He had a more murderous and heartbreaking way, and he was not going to kill him because that war might break out. In his mansion, the third prince irritably asked about the history of the Qin family's battle banner. He beamed that it might scare his guests. Lin Xuan appears and asks Ye Fan not to be angry because something serious might be happening outside. She hopes that this will not cause any inconvenience to His Majesty and would like to postpone the engagement banquet. Pulling the girl towards him, the third prince said that, be that as it may, the celebration should be celebrated on a grand scale, and he will make him the envy of the whole city, to which his bride replies that fame does not interest her. And look, the main thing is that he is nearby. That will be enough for her. A guard appears and reports that the Qin family's army has arrived and surrounded the mansion, leaving both of them terrified. Ye Fan runs out of the gate in a rage and shouts that they are scoundrels. The great Ji dynasty is under the control of his family. He asks where the Qin family army came from, if they are planning a rebellion. Sitting on their horses, everyone sported a sly grin on their faces. Then Qin Feng says that he came specifically to attend the third prince's engagement banquet and congratulate him. Lin Xuan wondered how he got here, because she asked her elder brother to go and eliminate him, and her Fang said with hatred that they did not invite them, so let them go. Telling him to take his time as he did not come empty-handed, he asks the warriors to carry him, and they throw him stripped and tied onto the floor of Lin Lang, which they cannot refuse. The main character adds that Lin Xuan's elder brother was threatening people by committing obscene acts in a city where demons were being killed. He was captured by the city's people, and just as he was about to be put in a cage, they happened to pass by and saved him. The villagers are still worried about the loss of the pig's chastity. If he was not allowed to attend the banquet, they would have no choice but to send him back. The invited guests began to whisper, calling it moral decay, which was alarming. Then the third prince's bride could not stand it and shouted that this was all nonsense, because she clearly asked Lin Lang to go and kill without giving her the finish. Qin Feng asked the girl who she slept with to eliminate, taking her by surprise. Lin Xuan is then horrified and asks the groom to allow them to attend the banquet to prevent the situation from escalating. Because the girl said so, Ye Fan allowed the heroes to enter, which they did, leaving behind dirty footprints, which angered His Majesty, for it lowered the standards of their celebration. Noting with a sly smile on his face that Miss Lin is the center of attention on this long-awaited day, he should certainly impress her and create unforgettable memories of the engagement banquet. The celebration began, and everyone was asked to take their seats. The third prince began his speech by introducing his bride to the guests, saying that she was the one he loved most in the world. Not only was she chosen by the stunning immortal palace at a young age, but she is willing to be a woman behind my back, even though she is so honored and vowed to be his only for the rest of her life. All this was said by this guy with such a smile that it seemed that nothing would work out somehow not according to his plan. While all the guests were happy for their host that he was marrying such a good, pure, and kind young girl, Sangxi was burning with rage, noting that all Lin Xuan wanted was to become Ye Fan's wife. The main character asks the guy not to behave like this because anger is causing them to lose their sobriety. But when asked if he wants to just let her go, Qin Feng replies with a smirk that instead of fighting, they will fight. Rising from his seat, the guy asks to convey his warmest congratulations, which shocks the bride. But Ye Fan declares that everything is in order. Let him speak, because he would like to hear how good his girlfriend is. The young master's eyes shone with cunning, and an even bigger smile stretched across his face. Then he says that in fact, Zhuan's simplicity and kindness goes far beyond his imagination, and he asks to listen to him carefully. He states that when the Lin family was weak and broken, the girl grew up in the Qin family. He and her father were the ones who supported her and helped her grow. She even entered into a marriage contract with him to repay him, to which all the guests began, They look at each other in shock because Mrs. Lin said that she is only marrying the third prince. The guys even decided to show a short scene so that the audience could clearly understand the story, where Sang Shui played the role of Qin Feng and Fan Jiang played the role of Lin Xuan. Continuing his story, the main character says that the girl was so good back then that the third prince fell in love with her. It was great, and she didn't want to cause him trouble, so she left him. But in reality, she wanted to kill the young master and took the initiative to cement his fighting skills, which ultimately broke the engagement and left him. Finishing his story, the guy says that Zhuan's condition has improved over time, and he is just the one who helped her become this way, so he cannot interfere in her life. The guests immediately picked up on this and began to call the bride a liar and ungrateful. Then the girl realized that it was Qin Feng's cunning plan to pretend to praise her, but in fact he was laughing at her and turning everyone against her. The third prince began to defend his woman, calling all this a farce and a lie, because he does not know her. She is not that kind of person. Throwing a plate at Ye Fan, which he successfully catches, the main character says that it may be, but he knows one thing for sure. He will be responsible for the consequences of its use. Enraged, the third prince orders the guards to go and arrest Qin Feng because insulting him is already a big deal. The soldiers obeyed the order and rushed at the main character, who pulled out a battle flag, put it on the table, jokingly calling it a toothpick, and that this is the big one with which he likes to brush his teeth. The guards saw this and rushed to the floor, bowing their heads in front of the guy, causing all the guests to be horrified, not believing their eyes. Ye Fan didn't understand how the Qin family's battle banner could be so far away. Then one of his subordinates walked up to him and whispered in his ear that they had investigated and found out that the new banner bearer was Qin Feng, which His Highness could not believe, because he was still too young. The guard also added that they shouldn't do anything reckless because one of the people sitting next to the main character is one of the 10 masters of the Qin family, which terrifies the bride and groom, and then Yu Lao, as if reading their thoughts, said, intervening to the third prince, that he had just ordered. Ye Fan's face changed in a second. He now looked friendly and said that he just wanted to offer them a drink to enjoy the meal. The martial artist also adds that they investigated Lin Lan and his molestation of pigs, and it turned out to be Qin Feng's slander, to which the third prince said that it no longer mattered. Now he had the battle banner, and the great master was on his side. Who would dare to touch them now? Lin Xuan understands that from today on, her family will be famous in the capital, but now that the commotion has arisen, the Lin family has become the object of ridicule for the entire city. She promises that she will not let him get away with it. The team began to rejoice that they managed to anger people and their plan came true. Sansui notes that the young lord is very smart, to which he replies that he would not be proud even if he praised him. But suddenly an army in red appears, which forcefully takes away the battle banner from the main character and grabbing him by the shoulders, puts his hands behind his back, pressing him to the ground until the guy realizes what is happening. The guys also did not understand who dared to arrest the standard-bearer of the Qin family. And then, the head of the Qin family, Zhang, came up and announced that, on the orders of the Association of Family Elders, they had come to pick up the battle banner and bring the criminal Qin Feng to the law enforcement hall to hold him accountable for his actions. The whole team was in shock. Everyone did not understand how to act in this situation because they did not expect such a turn. But they cannot influence the decision and go against the entire army. In the law enforcement hall, the protagonist is brought before the Qin family court, and one of the elders said that the guy used the battle banner to cause a huge commotion at the Ye family's engagement banquet, which almost led to a war between the families. He asked the culprit if he pleads guilty. To the words spoken, Qin Feng replies that the Yi family was the first to attack him in the demon-slaying city, so he counterattacked. And since the battle between the families has not started, he cannot call him a military intruder. The hooded old man notes that the boy, as he called him, has a very sharp tongue, but let him not think that he can get away with it just because there is no evidence against him. And also, adding, said that he should know that they won't judge him, Grandma will do it. Everyone in the hall began to look at each other and whisper. Even Qin Feng himself was surprised by this turn, not understanding what to expect from this. San Xiu wondered in horror that this woman was the most powerful in the Qin family, and everyone who fell under her. Power will be brought to an end, even if they are innocent. Yulan began shouting from the top of the podium, who was clearly happy about this turn of events. He said that he never thought he would see the guy in such a situation. He notes that the guy will be sent to prison. This is the difference between in relation to the two. The man also adds that he was the first to inform the court of his use of the battle flag. People reported that Grandma had come, and when asking the main character, she stated that some people said that he used the banner to go to the Ye family and cause trouble. She also points out that, in addition, he violated family laws and arbitrarily associated with outsiders who were exiled long ago. She asks the culprit if he will confess to his actions. Getting serious, Qin Feng, sitting on his lap, says that he will confess everything. He did it. Then Lu Fanghua began to slowly walk down the stairs towards the guy. Coming close to him and looking at him with a cold gaze, she asks the main character to give her a reason not to act this way, to which he grins. Qin Feng then says that the Ye family has always underestimated them, and he has always been disgusted by the laws that this family made to expel the foreigner. And standing in front of the woman, he adds that the Ye family's laws are pedantic and contemptuous, so he thinks that it has come time for a change. The elders in the hall were furious. They started shouting that this was a riot and raised their staff. Lu Fanghua asked the guy, these are his true reasons. Sang Xiu, who was watching Feng Jian, was very worried about his young master. He hesitates, noting that Qin Feng is confused. Unlike all the masters present, Grandma has the level of a great master. At this time, Yulan couldn't stop gloating. Hoping that the main character would now be convicted and imprisoned, he would shout with laughter for the guy to count his crimes, calling him a traitor, and his name would be erased from the family. Lu Fanghua breaks the chains on the criminal's hands with his staff, and with a smile on his face, says what was expected from her fearless grandson, noting that it was very well said, causing the surprise of not only the guy, but also everyone sitting in the hall. The only one who was most dissatisfied with this turn was Yulan, who again began to shout to the Grand Master that he had committed too many crimes, and for this he should be expelled from the family. To which the grandmother looks at him with an angry look full of rage, and says that the family desperately needs someone like Qin Feng. They need someone as brave to break the unjust laws. She also adds that she talked to Mr. Yu, and then she understood the main character's train of thought. He told her that he treats all people equally without discrimination, and besides, foreigners are also good people, but no one was visiting them to get to know them better. The elders sat in shock, unable to believe that the returning old man was already talking about their former criminal, and at this time Lu Fanghua notices, asking if the Five Great Families Wasteland tournament is just around the corner, and concluding with her words, she says that the guy will go and take part in this. The Judicial Council was even more horrified by what they heard, noting that he was not only not punished, but also rewarded. Then the man who hated the young master began shouting that the number of seats was limited, and they were all already taken. He asked why Qin Feng received everything that wanted, because it was against the law. The grandmother lowers her head, thinking about the man's words, remembering that people have already gathered for the tournament. But after thinking for a while, she says that then the protagonist will take Qin Yulan's place. Qin Yulan was furious. This was too unfair. The man did not understand why the grandmother gave up her place to our hero. The woman reasoned that Qin Yulan was an informer and she hated infighting. Qin Feng bowed to his grandmother in gratitude, and at the same time thought that the Wasteland Development Tournament was the best way to improve the family, and if he performed well, he would achieve great success for the core family. In an instant, the woman announced that she would create a new youth team and select a group of young people with experience in land development. And turning to the boy, he proudly announced that he would be their leader, which the young man was very surprised by. Our hero's friends rejoiced with happiness, because the young master received a prestigious position. At this time, the grandmother favorably told our hero that the level of leadership that he would eventually be able to achieve depended on his hard work. The guy assured the lady that he would not disappoint her. The young man knew that if he could become a leader, he could build great relationships and gain power, and in the future, he would have much in common with the main family. After some time, our hero arrived at the library. He had not been away from his main family for a long time, so the guy will have to learn several new techniques that will help him in the future. Although many techniques from past lives are stored in memory, learning and mastering new techniques does not hurt. Our hero stopped his search when he saw the book Knife of the Bloody Monster, because learning to fight with ferocious monsters is very useful, and the turtle breathing technique can block me. But just the 2 books he found were not enough. Suddenly, someone called our hero. It was the indignant Qin Yulan. The guy was about to fight our hero. Qin Feng did not look up from his book to inform him that he did not deserve to be his opponent. And as for his place, his grandmother gave it to our hero. Therefore, if a guy wants to fight, he has to go to his grandmother. In an instant, something strange and terrible began to happen to the guy. His muscles began to grow by leaps and bounds. At that moment, the guy told our hero that in order to participate in the tournament, he should have inquired about the training he had completed over 3 years. Our hero behaved too carelessly. He simply didn't care what was happening. The guy had a mountain of muscles in front of him, which said that his secret technique was to crush 800 pounds at a time, and it was almost impossible to handle. Qin Yulan's minions admired their comrade. They were happy to see his secret technique again, because this power was equivalent to that of a legendary warrior. Qin Yulan demanded a fight from our hero. The guy, without waiting for consent, flew at our hero, because he was going to prove that he could destroy the guy with one movement. But at that moment, this brave man was hit in the face. And after that, he flew to the other end of the room. This guy seemed annoying to our hero, and also interfered with reading the book. When the minions saw Yulan lying on the floor, they were horrified. Qin Feng was a little angry after all. Searching for books was stressful, so he asked him not to bother him anymore. Otherwise, he would make Qin Yulan fall asleep forever. The comrades who had been on the sidelines all this time were horrified. They were furious at the strength of our hero. They decided that since there were more of them, they would certainly defeat our hero. So at first they ordered us not to be proud of the fact that the guy defeated Yulan. Our hero is quite patient, so at first she began asking questions on distracting topics. For example, how well these people sleep. Yulan listens. Everything happens so that the education of these boys does not go to waste. They support him in difficult times. But in fact, the boys had already fallen to their knees and sworn allegiance to our hero. Qin Yulan was very disappointed and scared. The boy tried to find out what they were talking about and how they dared to betray him. But the young men instantly forgot him, because the position of elder brother belongs to the strongest, and this is Qin Feng. The boy was offended that his comrades disowned him so quickly. Our hero at this time pretended to be innocent and said that they could be his younger brothers. But if they helped him find books on martial arts techniques, but in fact, he considered their guys ungrateful and did not understand how they could deliver with the fact that he was their older brother. After what our hero said, the boys immediately began to look for books. Qin Feng understood the benefit of the situation. So many people were helping him in searching for books on martial techniques that it could save him a lot of time. At some point, the guy was distracted from reading the book when he heard that the 5 great families would be holding an auction. The guys happily informed our hero that in a few days, the 5 great families would hold an auction to exchange resources and offer their prices at the auction. And in another sense, this auction was to demonstrate their power. And then despair because their family has nothing to show for this, so most likely they will have to watch the demonstration of strength of other families. This information puzzled our hero, because the Qin family is almost equal to the other families, but it is less important than the others. Seeing that the family has been so weak all this time, the new generation feels disappointed, and if the new generation loses confidence, the family will not develop. Therefore, the guy decided to cheer up his younger brothers by saying that, in fact, the Qin family had always hidden its strength. Thus, in the upcoming auction, everyone will see the strength of the Qin family, and he himself realized that the auction will definitely feature rare pills. This year, he should be given the opportunity to take care of the family as 100,000. The summer alchemist will take care of the family. After some time, our hero walked around the Qinjia district and thought that even though there was no alchemist in the family before, they still did not save on the costs of an alchemist, and this alchemical room given to him was completely destroyed. When the young man saw the ruins, he was very upset because even the stove did not survive. The boy's sadness was distracted by someone's phrase of greeting. The girl told the guy that she was collecting herbs in this place and helping him create pills, so she asked for directions. The guy seemed a little embarrassed, so he said hello weakly. But he remembered that the Chin family had distributed the alchemy rooms according to the strength of the herbalists, and looking at this room, it could be concluded that this girl was the weakest. While the guy was thinking, the beam supporting the roof almost fell on his head. But looking at the collected herbs, the guy realized that the girl had carefully classified the tribes according to their healing properties, and if she had been inexperienced, she would not have assessed them so accurately. And less observation of her deft actions could not stop the question of why she was forced to work in the worst office, and perhaps there was something hidden there. As long as our hero has an iron furnace for making pills, he will not mix in anything that does not concern him, deciding only to inquire about the girl's name. This flower girl Huaju is a herbalist from the Chin family. When the boy heard the girl's name, everything fell out of his hands. And then he instantly assumed that the girl was the granddaughter of old man Hua, and this was the correct assumption. The guy took the girl by the shoulders and then introduced himself, after which she told him that her grandfather was a hero who had been collecting herbs for the Chin family for many years, and how could they be assigned to such a simple house? At that moment, the girl burst into tears, because her grandfather told her a lot about our hero. After that, she took our hero to show his grandfather. Without waiting for an invitation to enter, the boy entered the room and immediately inquired about the old man's well-being. After all, Grandpa Hua was the best herbalist in the Chin family at that time. A great herbalist can collect many high-quality herbs for his entire family. He was the one who introduced the guy to herbs as a child, and he was our hero's mentor. Without him, this guy wouldn't be the man he is today. Grandfather saw our hero on the threshold and asked why he returned. The young man did not pay attention to the questions. He wanted to know who harmed the man. Without waiting for an answer, the granddaughter said that Qin Yulan did it. Having learned that the guy had become an alchemist, he remembered that his grandfather taught him everything, so he came and beat the man. He also took advantage of his brother's authority and gave them the worst room for alchemy. Besides, the girl does not have money to treat her grandfather. The man said that Mr. Feng's family had been transferred to the city and were already in an unenviable situation, so there was no need for him to cause trouble. In an instant, our hero was overcome with sadness because of him, this happened to his grandfather. The boy gathered all his emotions into a fist, because without the guidance of this grandfather, he would not have achieved where he is today. So he will avenge his mentor. This is currently the largest alchemy room of the Qin family. Qin Yulan mercilessly complained about our hero. The guy demanded justice for himself. The person Yulan complained to assured that he had just recently allocated the worst room to the alchemist Qin Feng, and this was his first step towards revenge. It was Qin Guang, the general manager of the herbal department of Jiadan district, and he intended to force our hero to change his mind. In an instant, Qin Yulan became very scared when he heard someone burst into the room. It was an incredibly angry Qin Feng walking along with his terrified assistant. The guy, seeing our hero, decided to greet him and say that he was going to come to him to settle scores, but he did not expect the guy to come to him. After that, our hero pleased his opponent with another blow to the face. This blow knocked out several more of Yulan's teeth. The CEO saw his brother fly by and was very scared. Qin Feng was of the opinion that a real man does not fight helpless people, and he harmed Grandpa Hua. The CEO was very afraid of our hero's further actions. The guy intended to challenge them to a herbal competition against Hua Zhou, and if she won the competition, they would take over this room. And if she loses, then you, our hero, will be completely at their disposal. Qin Yulan could not calm down. He wanted our hero to die, but his brother still agreed to our hero's proposal. The girl was very scared. She was sure that she would not be able to do this, because her grandfather used to collect herbs, and she only watched him and trained. The guy assured her that she could do anything, and he himself wondered how he would manage to catch them if he did not use himself as bait. Here it was time for the traditional herb collecting competition. People had to go to the barren mountain for 2 hours, and the one who collected the highest level herbs would win. The CEO introduced our hero to the best herbalists. And on our hero's side, there was a girl who was trained by Grandpa Hua. The guy trusted her very much. And now the general manager has already announced the start of the competition. And at that same second, all his wards rushed to the place. Only our hero's candidate remained in place. The girl was very nervous, as she was not at all confident in herself. She was late from the start. After some time of meaningless wandering through the forest, she finally found something interesting. The woman found a rank 2 spiritual herb. If she took it, she might even be able to win. But her opponent snatched the grass from the girl's hand so quickly that she didn't even have time to object. She tried to say something to the guy, but in vain. Our hero then appeared and tried to calm Hua Zhou down, because she had learned from Grandpa Hua that second-rate spiritual grass had no meaning. Qin Yulan couldn't understand how a girl could be stronger than dozens of people. Our hero's opponents were very surprised that the guy bet on the girl. They thought he was a very stupid dreamer because she was lagging behind everywhere. Everyone in the circle did not stop to collect healing herbs. And in the blink of an eye, the young lady realized that there was nothing left there. Qin Feng's opponents joked about the lady. They pointed out the remains of the incense stick and that her owner would die a certain death. The girl collapsed in despair because she thought that everything was already over and they had lost. And besides, she dragged Qin Feng into this. But then our hero whispered that there was still a chance. The girl was very surprised and through her tears tried to understand whether everything was imagining everything. The young man advised her to use Grandpa Hua's method. You need to search with your heart. And after that he tried to cheer her up, because it was impossible to lose in this competition. And it worked for Hua Zhou. She immediately got up and went to do the impossible. Something on a very steep cliff caught her attention. There is still a chance of winning because the spiritual herbs need to be collected, and she found them. While she was overcoming obstacles, all her arms were already covered in bruises. But no matter what, the young lady was not going to give up. Looking at the desperate actions of the girl, the wards of our hero's rival laughed, because she had already risked her life, and all this was impossible, because they had collected everything that could be collected. At that moment, when the girl had already reached the desired grass, the words spoken by our hero echoed in her head. Reaching for the healing herb, the girl clearly understood that this was her last hope for victory. After a while, inspection revealed that what Hua Zhou brought was nothing more than a bunch of ordinary weeds. The manager, looking very carefully at the herbs brought by the girl with a smile on his face, said that she had lost, and she was really the worst herb picker. When she heard this, she almost cried, and those around her laughed at her failure. Qin Yulan, when he heard about our hero's defeat, had already begun to tell the guy that he wouldn't hurt him too much if he admitted defeat. And in an instant, a torch appeared in the guy's hands. He was amused by the fact that everyone thought that he had lost. The guy threw the flame onto the table with herbs, and everyone was taken aback for a moment. After a few moments, the CEO finally realized what was happening and assumed that our hero was trying to burn the herbs and destroy the evidence. But our hero proudly declared that real gold is not afraid of fire and wants everyone to look at it carefully. Qin Yulan was furious because all the medicinal herbs were burnt and there were ashes on the table. In an instant, the general manager noticed the grass. Qin Yulan was so stupid that he didn't understand what was going on. After all, the top-grade grass they found was second-grade grass, and they thought that after burning it, it might turn into third-grade grass. The older brother understood much more and therefore knew that this was something more than just third-grade weed. It turned into a fourth-grade magic grass. It was a fire stream flower. Our hero was still very calm and small flames flickered in his eyes. No one could believe that this was a fourth-grade magic counterfeit, and it was one of the rarest herbs in the entire region. The fire stream flower is reported to be like dry grass and grows on the mountainsides, and to reach it for recording requires not only keen eyesight, but also great courage. Many men could not find him even after overtaking Hua Zhou, so the guy demanded to identify the strongest herbalist, pointing to the girl. Everyone was furious because no one wanted to admit defeat. Qin Yulan couldn't believe it, and the general manager was generally acting very strange. Addressing the girl as a sister, the man offered to sell him the found grass, for which he would pay 500 gold coins. Hearing such a sum, the men around them were amazed, since for some of them this amount was equal to 2 or 10 years' earnings. The girl realized that 500 coins could be enough to buy her grandfather medicine for several years, much to her doubt. But at this moment, our hero intervened. The guy tried to shame Qin Guan for trying to deceive the girl. When the fire stream flower was sold at an auction where only the most experienced herb collectors could find it, Qin Guangyu was very scared. After that, the guy turned to Hua Zhou and said that he would buy the fire stream flower from her for 10,000 gold coins, which is twice the market price, so that she could buy medicine for Grandpa Hua and live a decent life. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. This amount infuriated people, because some people had never received such amounts in their entire lives and did not understand when our hero managed to get so rich. Qin Yulan muttered through his teeth that Qin Feng had won and thought to himself that none of this mattered. It was just a fourth-grade magic herb, and as long as Hua Zhou worked for him, he would have a continuous flow of fourth-grade herbs into the future. Approaching the girl, our hero told her that his team needed a herbalist, and from now on, he would take care of Grandpa Hua, so he offered to become his herbalist. The girl agreed without the slightest hesitation. Something seemed impossible to the people around them, and they began to offer the girl a job and a room much better than the one they were in, and even better places to collect herbs. But the young lady was adamant that she only wanted to work with Mr. Qin Feng. These words were like a huge stone falling on their heads for the men. Looking at our hero, the girl realized that he was the first person after her grandfather who believed in her talent. He also helped her and her grandfather. And our hero realized that a good herbalist is a powerful support for the alchemist. And in the future, When he is not in the medicinal garden, Hua Zhou will be able to collect spiritual herbs with his team. And pointing to the door, Qin Feng proudly announced that from now on, this room will belong to Hua Zhou, so people must leave the room. And so they descended the stairs in a friendly crowd. For the general manager, the loss of a house is a trifle compared to the loss of such a rare talent. The man began to beat Qin Yulan because he thought that it was all his fault. He should not have turned our hero against them. Looking at the huge furnace, the guy realized that this was indeed the most luxurious alchemy room in the Qin family. And with the help of this furnace, he would be able to refine high-level pills and put them up for auction. He uses the fire stream flower to improve his strength, as the healing properties of the fire stream flower can help a person penetrate his body. Although his main benefit is to defeat his inner demons, there is a tournament ahead, and the guy wants to show a good result in it. Therefore, our hero will have to take a risk. This test of himself was difficult for the young man. After some time, his own opposite side appeared before him. The dark side did everything possible to destroy the guy in an instant. She told our hero that he was a sinner who failed to save his family, so why should he deserve to live? Our hero could not understand why he was in so much pain and whether the devil really lived inside him, because they say that if a person is killed by internal demons, his body will die. But none of this matters. Our hero can still use his most powerful abilities. But the demon managed to stop this powerful fist without much effort. The guy was really very surprised by this. The demon begins to mock our hero because he knows him too well. By punching him in the face, the dark side told our hero that he was just a coward who would hurt others. And he had absolutely nothing to protect. The bleeding guy didn't even know what to do. The demon thought that our hero did not deserve to live at all. So he kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might. And lying on the floor, he remembered that in front of him was his 100,000-year-old demon, and he was also very strong. Closing his eyes to the demon, he could not believe that this was the end. But images of people close to him surfaced in his subconscious. This helped him wake up and scream as loud as he could. He was helped to live and hope for the best, so he must make every effort. After the crushing blow, blood gushed from the demon's mouth. Having dealt the fatal blow, the guy was not going to give up. Even if he died, even if he was doomed, he would never give up. And that's not to mention the guy himself. Something began to happen with the demon, or rather with our hero, as if he began to free himself from it. And something was happening to his physical body too. He had finally broken through into the realm of body strengthening, and now he could fight with level 4 body strengthening experts, and now practicing alchemy would be much easier for the entire family. Our hero's closest friend reported that Mr. Qin Yuzulan and Elder Qin Wen had arrived again, and this time they were here to cause trouble. But our hero thought that the elder was a good person, so he went to take a look. Upon seeing our hero, Mr. Izulan immediately accused our hero of coming to cause trouble in the clan and occupying the alchemy room, and should have asked the elders in the family first. This man is the father of Yulan and Guan, as well as one of the elders. He said that the auction was approaching, and the family was in dire need of an alchemy room to make pills. But our hero was already an alchemist's apprentice, and occupied the alchemy room only to prepare pills for the family, so that the family could compete with other families. The elder didn't understand whether a few days of studying chemistry was enough to deserve a better room, and Guan thought that a pill created by a newbie would probably put the family in an awkward position. But Qin Feng was not going to endure this humiliation. The guy demonstrated what he had been doing for the past few days. It was a body-strengthening pill. Qin Yulan and Qin Guan shouted in unison that this would not change the fact that the family was furious that he had taken the room, and these pills were not enough. But blindfolded, our hero, together with his henchmen, was pilloried third class. After that, our hero ran up to the frightened old man and whispered something in his ear, which made him feel even more uneasy. At this time, the brothers believed that our hero had been given a fake and that Qin Feng would not be able to make a third-rate pill. At that moment, the older one ran up and hit them both, and then told them to shut up, because she did not belong to the same generation as our hero, but there was an incredibly large gap between them. After this, the young man and the elder shook hands. The man said that the room would be treated as a reward from the main family, and he would go with him to represent the Qin family at the auction. The brothers were incredibly surprised by the blow, but even more surprised by what they heard. And after a certain period of time, our hero thanked the old man for his kindness, but the guy was even more happy because he got what he wanted and was going to the auction. And now it's time for the auction. The auction of the top 5 families has officially begun. Our hero believed that auctions are a demonstration of family strength. Only powerful families have the right to vote. And it seemed that someone very influential was present there and said that for 50 body-strengthening pills, the Yi family was offering 40,000 gold coins. And the big bone bow that the Yi family bought for 20,000 gold coins seemed quite daring to this guy. Finally, he added that the Ye family paid 300,000 gold for the 7th grade pills. People were angry that the Ye family had stolen everything again. This happens every year, and most people can just watch. And looking at our hero, the guy thought, since he dared to come there, he would make the Qin family lose face, all in order to avenge the shame at the banquet. But in the past, the Qini family usually looked embarrassed when they failed. But this time it was different. This time our hero had the face of a winner. And at this time the announcer announced several times that the auction was over. But at this moment, our hero stood up from his seat and asked to wait, because the Qin family had something to offer. The host in the background informed our hero that they had some good things to offer by getting up on stage. The young man demonstrated the pill, saying that ordinary body-strengthening pills were not effective for warriors, but his body-strengthening pill, which had a quality of 8 units, could effectively increase strength. The Ye family representative was even a little amused by this, because the quality is indeed rare. But this is just one pill. It is no worse than the 57th grade pills his family just bought. The people laughed a lot when they saw that our hero had brought only one tablet, that if there was no product, then there was no need to do anything, otherwise it would be a shame. And some people were simply ashamed of our hero and embarrassed because they thought that Qin Feng was humiliating himself. But the guy, without waiting for further condemnation, said that if he only had one, it would be very funny, but it was one of his collection of pills. And at that moment, our hero showed off countless pills. The young man said that he had produced hundreds of tablets. Seeing so many people at a dead end, they were truly shocked. The Ye family representative was very convinced that an ordinary family like the Qin family could not produce such things, could not produce 8-fold quality pills. But our hero's comrades were very pleasantly surprised, because their owner had prepared a pill to strengthen the body with an 8-point quality. The rest of the people were like crazy. Everyone wanted to purchase these pills because with their help, they could significantly increase the strength of the family's warriors. And the representative of the Ye family intervened in this dispute again. He offered 200,000 gold coins for these pills, and then added that anyone who dared to oppose him would be considered an enemy of the imperial family. People were outraged again. This guy was once again relying on the obscene power of the royal family to dominate everything, but they realized that 200,000 gold coins was really a lot of money. The guy didn't understand why the Qin family didn't want to keep such good things, but instead simply sold them. After some time, our hero reported that the Ye family bought pills to strengthen the body. But they don't actually need the extra pills, and the third principal thinks they've won the deal. So now our hero intended to show the main lot. This surprised everyone even more, because everyone thought that the main lot was 100 high-quality tablets. The box contained a third-grade elixir. This confused some people because a third-rate elixir isn't exactly a grand finale. Addressing the audience, the young man said that this was an unusual third-class elixir, and with a grin he added that everyone will understand what it is when they see it with their own eyes. After opening the box, a spirit like a fire dragon came out. He eclipsed the entire space and rushed at people. This beast was beautiful and very scary. Seeing this, the gentlemen were amazed and scared, because it was an illusion created by the modified elixir. It was an extremely rare modified elixir, and the ordinary third grade was nothing compared to this. The elder who helped our hero thought that all this was very grandiose. In the end, when our hero told him that this was a third-grade change elixir, he asked Qin Feng to accompany him. The elder was very glad that he did the right thing. The Ye family representative was sweating with amazement and horror. The guy did not understand how this could happen, and even thought that the Qin family had actually hired an alchemy master. At this point, people really went crazy. They went to your hero in an attempt to buy this elixir. But this time, a representative of the royal family intervened again. He intended to buy this elixir on behalf of his father, and anyone who tried to take it away would be accused of disobedience to the imperial family. People were very upset because the guy was using the imperial family to put pressure on them. Our hero agreed to give the elixir, but for only 500,000 gold coins. Guy, our hero is a fool because he is essentially selling this excellent elixir, but he ordered his servants to give the money. It was whispered in the buyer's ear that since he had bought 100 body-strengthening pills and spent it recklessly, he had already spent all the money allowed by the emperor. Everyone started laughing because the prince had no money. Our hero pretended to be upset when he saw the heir to the empire crying. But then he started laughing because he wasted money on really useless things. This made the third prince of the imperial family incredibly angry. In the end, the Qin family auctioned the tablet for 700,000 gold coins and became the most honorable family. And the Yi family became a laughingstock at this auction thanks to the prince. The elder could not help but thank our hero because their family had not had such a good time at the auction for many years. This time he brought great glory to their family and will celebrate the guy's great achievement. But the man asked not to be so happy just yet, because the guy was the center of attention, and this has its pros and cons. Although he shone at the auction and was remembered by many, when the tournament takes place, our hero may become a target. This information did not seem to bother our hero at all. But for sure the third prince in the Ye family, Ye Fan, although his cultivation is ordinary, he has a 5th-level bodyguard, and this person can defeat many. Or the new member of the Bai family, Bai Leng, His martial arts skills are so strong that he has no rivals below the 6th level in the field of body strengthening. Nangong Xuanqin is from the Nangong family. They say that when she fights, no one can defeat her. Situ Xuan relies on the fighting style of his ancestors and is good at killing, so he is considered an extremely dangerous enemy. The elder believes that Nangong Xuanqing and Xiu Xuan are the most dangerous, so our hero should always be on guard. It seemed to the young man that the elder thought that the third was the most ordinary, but in fact, he was the biggest threat to our hero. Our hero remembers that in a past life, the third prince had a strange ability to hide his power. No one can tell what he was up to. But the countdown has already begun, you know. My hero has a lot of work to do before the big tournament, and he has a lot of work to do before he hits his body. 3 days later, a banquet was held to celebrate the birthday of the Qin family's grandmother, Lu Fanhua, and representatives of the 4 great families arrived. The Yi family, the Bai family, the Situ family, and the Nangong family sent excellent gifts. The grandmother of the Qin family was very grateful to everyone, and then a girl appeared and said that all 4 major families gave gifts, but she had not yet seen the Qin family give their gifts. The Ye family's protector, Lun Xuan, said that the Qin family would not even be able to afford a worthy gift. The brothers from the Qin family were very angry because they knew that their family was not as rich as Ye, and deliberately compared themselves with them. The girl sat down and concluded that, as expected, in terms of wealth, the Qin family would not be able to cope with the Ye family, and it was a wise decision to abandon the Qin family from the beginning. The girl was distracted from her thoughts when she heard that our hero had come to present gifts. In the young man's hand was a box containing a high-quality 9-point body strengthening pill. The young man opened the box, and there really were incredibly beautiful tablets. All people opened their mouths because, firstly, it was very expensive, and secondly, they were very difficult to make. But this seemed extremely rare for a girl. After all, compared to the gift from her family of 300,000 gold coins, the pills weren't even worth mentioning. The senior manager was very angry because all this happened after the secret rivalry battle of the 5 families, and he thought that it would be better for our hero not to give this little gift. But then the guy said that he was not finished yet, and wondered why Zhuan immediately began to brag. The guy asked to bring something else, but the girl was already beside herself with rage and surprise. Pure showed 200 high-quality body-strengthening pills that reached 9 points, and this was his gift to his grandmother. Everyone was in absolute shock, because 200 tablets were worth millions of gold coins. The girl couldn't believe it, and didn't understand where the poor family got so many pills. The young man then leaned towards the girl and told her with hatred that she abandoned his family when she won the heart of the prince from the Moon Palace. And now that he has become an alchemist, the guy hopes for her, or rather, that she will not regret her choice. The girl became even more angry because they were trying to disrespect her. When leaving, the young man did not notice the admiring glances and conversations. Everyone in the room rejoiced as the Yev family had suppressed the Qin family for many years. The grandmother was delighted, because from the moment our hero returned, the family became proud of him, and he also gave her the best gift she had ever received. Elder Yu thought that our hero had given so much, so he deserved a reward, and Grandma in turn decided that she could grant one request. The adjutant considered it a great honor to ask the elder for a reward, so our hero should think carefully before saying what he wants. And then the guy began, "Since Elder Yu has been doing him so many favors, his request is that someday he will return to Cloud Shadow City in the future. Guy would like Elder Yu to go with him and stay there for several years." This request really shocked everyone. The assistants immediately began to shout that our hero had exceeded all his capabilities, especially since the elder asked for a reward for him, and the guy wants to take revenge on him. But our hero sternly told us that he knew that the old man had less than 3 years to live. The old man was very angry. He did not understand whether our hero really thought that he was dying. The young man was careful to carefully convey that this was what his alchemy master's video was about, but also said that there was a way to increase his lifespan unless he went to Cloud Shadow City to protect it. In our hero's previous life, Elder Yu died after 3 years, and the loss of the elder as a force to be reckoned with resulted in great pressure on the Qin family. And so, before becoming strong, the family still has to rely on the old man to support them for a while. One of the men was shocked because if Yu Lao's lifespan could be increased, it would be tantamount to maintaining the great power of the Qin family. The old man was very funny, because it didn't matter whether he went to protect the others or not, the old man also wanted to live a few more years. At that moment, the grandmother entered the conversation. She said that her grandson got what he wanted, for which the guy thanked her. And the guy himself bowed his head and thought that Master Yu and Grandmaster were of great help when they were in the misty forest. And then the guy dared to voice another request. Qin Feng said that Qin Fanjiang was his right hand, so the guy hoped that he would also be included in the tournament. Grandmother believed that it was impossible for an outsider to join, since by doing so he would be challenged by other family members. But our hero was confident that he would cope. Walking into his room, our hero began a conversation. Our hero informed his right hand that he should prepare for the next competition along with other students. Qin Fanjian was incredibly happy to be able to contribute to the life of the Qin family, but at some point, screams were heard from the front door. Someone demanded that our hero go out with the stranger. The guy knew how to keep his guard up quite well, and the rest of those present were even a little scared. Leaving the room, our hero tried to find out what was happening, but an army was standing in front of the door. One of the guys attacked our hero, saying that he had repeatedly broken the rules, and asked his family to give him a place in the tournament. The young man thought it was funny. He thought that several guys wanted to challenge him, but the tournament was worth the wait. But these people did not want to wait. The guys believed that our hero was still flying, and then they left our hero's beaten comrade. The young man was surprised to see Sankey. They continued to beat him and said that if our hero wants to be left alone, then he needs to return the places he occupied in the tournament, otherwise his friend will die. Out of pain, Sankey nevertheless asked his friend not to fight with them, as he needed to save his strength for the tournament. The villains were amused by this because, in their opinion, Qin Feng must have wanted to take Qin Fanjiang with him to the tournament to be his bodyguard. Otherwise, they would have beaten Qin Feng to death. But now they were beating Sanke. Our hero lost his temper. He was angry that people really thought they would beat him up. No one understood what was happening, but the young man had already attacked and dispelled the vigilance of his rivals. The young man hit the man with all his might, who could not keep his mouth shut. After all, the young master had warned, but if he wanted a fight so badly, the boy deserved it. The rest of the people froze in fear because no one expected Qin Feng to be so strong. But there were also those who thought that the guy was still weak, and they should only fear Qin Fantian. And at that moment, the guy flew straight at them. He was also angry at these guys. People froze in place, not understanding what was happening. The guy hit with such force that no one could stand still. This guy is truly too strong, and once again there were those who underestimated him. In an instant, the guy took the heads of two enemies, and calling them idiots, directed their gaze in the other direction, saying that they were underestimating someone else. These guys really saw a terrible sight. Their comrades were flying one after another. It was our hero who scattered them all, and Qin Fantian, chuckling, said that they still don't know who the Great Master is and who the Junior Master is. The people who were being held by our hero's assistant already seemed to have their eyes bugged out, and the guy didn't understand whether they really wanted him to defeat them. Our hero nevertheless decided to fulfill the request. He will defeat them, but maybe there is something else. People were trembling in fear, as they did not understand how everything happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was able to defeat everyone by himself, and they are all first and second level body strengthening experts who came up with the idea that our hero should be at the Qi and Blood Realm level. The young man asked the shepherds if they wanted to see Fantian's strength, and they began to beg for mercy. After all, until this moment, they thought that Qin Fantian was the strongest and were afraid of him. But apparently Qin Feng is the strongest. Half a month later, the tournament between the 5 major families began, and the Qin family was already preparing to participate in this year's Wasteland Cultivation Tournament. The Qin family has been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years, and these 20 years have become a shame for the family. And so one of the elders promises all the people that if anyone gets into the top 4 of the year, he will be given the opportunity to master the family's secret techniques. And not only that, but moreover, he will also be given the position of leader of the Youth Squad Land Management. Hearing the prizes greatly motivated the young people. And for our hero, although the grandmother guaranteed leadership, there are different leaders, the young man must reach the highest possible level. However, there are a large number of people with a high level of body strengthening, and the guy has been training hard for half a month, but even without being able to reach this level, he doesn't know if he can achieve good results in the tournament. The 5 Great Families Wasteland Development Tournament has begun. At the beginning of the tournament, the students of the 5 Great Families will be sent to the Wasteland Club on a frameless carriage. But the monsters of the Wasteland are extremely ferocious and compete with each other to kill people. Very few masters can survive each year. The competition to master the mountain is tougher than anyone can imagine. A moment later, our hero noticed one of the attackers. The guy smiled and turned to the young man with the words that he did not expect that they would end up in the same cart and therefore offered to go all the way together. The other young man was very awkward. He could not stand it, screamed, and told our hero that the fact that he defeated them that day was just an accident or luck. But this time, the guy decided to follow the owners of the Yi and Bai families. Our hero will find himself alone in the wasteland. The Ye family intervened in the conversation. They considered the Qin family to be weaklings who could only follow them. But our hero laughed and said that he did not consider the people sitting opposite him to be so strong, and advised the guy to join him again. But at one point, the cart began to overturn. A huge beast came out and immediately began to devour people. Our hero did not expect to see a ferocious monster so soon. A ferocious monster is approaching, or rather a giant ferocious swamp crocodile. The young man tried to win over the boy whom he had recently called, but he froze with fear. In an instant, the guy heard the other families discussing among themselves that the ideas that the family could come up with showed that they were really weak. And now, to be an influential member of a large family, if there is a clash with a monster, there is no right to retreat. And our hero, why not go home and cry in the arms of his relatives? The boys were ordered to keep an eye on them. The guy our Nero I wanted to save never stopped admiring the other families. He really thought that they were all very strong, because even in the face of a giant level 4 crocodile, they were not afraid at all. But the crocodile threw everyone from side to side. All of them were unable to resist this monster. The admiring guy was puzzled because all the influential members of the Yi family were dead. Meanwhile, the crocodile turned its attention to this cowardly baby. The boy tried to cover his head. He thought it was all over, because as soon as they entered the vacant lot, the support disappeared. But then our hero intervened. The guy tried to protect the young man. After some time, the crocodile collapsed with a roar, blood gushing from its mouth. But at one point, the guy with tears in his eyes began to frantically shout out the name of our hero. The guy couldn't believe that our hero single-handedly killed a giant crocodile. At this time, Qin Feng was trying his best to catch his breath. After that, he jumped off the crocodile and headed towards his friend. Without waiting for an answer, he took him by the collar. And then, he dragged himself after him, because the guy didn't understand why he was still standing when he should be running. It didn't fit in the guy's head that our hero had just killed this ferocious monster. And even more so, why run? Didn't our hero want to take the skin of a giant crocodile as a souvenir? Qin Feng seemed to have already a little regretted taking this grumpy man. Here he revealed that the swamp crocodile was allergic to blood. And when someone is standing in a swamp with a giant swamp crocodile, if you don't hurry up and run away as soon as the blood starts flowing, you could become a snack for other crocodiles. Horror was reflected in the guy's pupils. A dozen giant swamp crocodiles were running after them. While our hero was running and dragging his comrade behind him, the latter thought that he was the best of the best in the family and much better than our hero. But as a result, he despised Qin Feng without knowing him at all. The guy decided to talk at least a little. He repeated that he initially said that he would not follow our heroes but somehow still saved him. Our hero, without hesitation, replied that it was all because they were one family and no other reason was needed. The young man was very surprised because he had never considered Qin Feng as a family member but recognized him as a family member. At the same moment, when our hero had already begun to hide in the forest, the guy behind him had a strong desire to recognize our hero as an older brother. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wasteland, a member of the royal family announced that in the end, the competition would come down to how many monsters each person could kill. Therefore, he should focus on the hunt. The guy had set a reward for the destruction of the Qin family, so he wondered if there were any willing participants among those present. And at that moment, someone pointed a finger at the best killer of the tournament. Situ Xuan is from the Situ family. This guy is a 6th-level body-strengthening expert. Killing was his favorite pastime, and he did not leave behind a single insect of the Qin family. After these words, the third prince's eyes lit up incredibly, and he thought that in any case he would make our hero regret that he opposed his family. At this time, our hero and his companion were wandering aimlessly through the forest, when at one moment they heard someone's screams. Two guys were sitting on one of the stones and asking for help because monsters were already waiting for them below. Our hero's ward, peeking out from behind a tree, told our hero that he felt sorry for these guys from the Nangong family and suggested leaving. But our hero did not agree, because the Nangong family is the only family that is friends with the Qin family, and he can lend them a helping hand. And having said this, our hero pushed his comrades straight towards the monsters. They turned out to be huge panthers, which immediately drew attention to the young man. The boy immediately began to cry because he did not want to die. But after a while, he opened his eyes and noticed that nothing was happening, which was very surprising. Our hero stroked these kittens and affectionately asked them to never bite anyone again. The dogs wagged their tails with pleasure. Our hero informed his ward that he had brought a monster-taming pill with him and threw it into the mouths of the black panthers while his comrade attracted attention. A moment later, our hero's companion saw another huge beast above him, and so he asked his friend if he still had a pill for taming monsters, because he was incredibly scared. Well, the guy said that these pills are only effective for killing small monsters. At that moment, when the huge panther was approaching our hero's comrade, he was already praying, because he thought that everything was already over. He was so scared that he could not move his legs. Our hero tried to encourage the guy that everything was okay, held out his sword and asked him not to let go. He grabbed the sword as if it was his last hope for life, but he thought that Qin Feng was still saving him at critical moments. While the guy was thinking about this, our hero pulled out his sword and summoned moonlight. And then it began to spin around itself at incredible speed. And finally, with incredible force, he struck the jaws of this huge panther. The blow was so strong that our hero's comrade was thrown aside. And when he landed, the guy could not recover from disgust and again shouted the name of our hero because our hero treated him like a tool. I tried to change the subject, saying that all this does not matter because they killed this monster. But the guy could not calm down because he is not one of our hero's people and he cannot use it. So write it down, as he wants. At this time, the Nangong family came down and thanked him for his help, to which our hero replied that the Nangong family had always been on good terms with his family, so it was his duty to help. He said that after the tournament, they would definitely inform his family about what our hero had done, and they would never forget it. And our hero's comrade also asked not to forget about his help. This surprised both guys very much. And after that, the guys collapsed dead. Our hero's subordinates did not understand what was happening and were very scared, and our hero at that time became very serious, because two people had just been killed right before his eyes. The young man heard a mention of himself from somewhere. The same killer was sitting on a tree. For him, all this was ironic, because he did not imagine our hero as an insect that had not yet developed its body. He doesn't have to do anything to kill our hero. He will just leave him with the Nangong family. And after that, the guy seemed to teleport. The hero immediately realized that it was Situ Xuan. At that moment, arrows flew at the boy and his comrade. But they were noticed in time and managed to jump away in different directions. Someone thought that the Qin family members dared to kill the Nangong family members. Our hero's comrade immediately began shouting that it wasn't them who did all this. But when I flew another arrow, some ordered me not to lie, because this man's family could handle tiger bites, and deception was certainly impossible. The arrows flew at the two panthers, who immediately began making terrifying sounds. Our hero realized that no one would believe them, no matter what they said, especially since there were no bite marks on their bodies. Our hero's comrade suggested that there is someone nearby, but they don't even see him. They must be using excellent camouflage. And then I realized that it was Xuanqin Nangong. She was rumored to be called a ghost because she did not leave traces even in the snow. He can fly using his fast movement skill. Colliding with him means certain death. So the guy began to run on the same advice to our hero, because if this is not done, a quick death may overtake him. And he ordered himself not to worry about our hero, because he is very smart and will definitely hide. Our hero at this time began to loudly call out to the girl. He was incredibly angry. Our hero's comrade did not understand what Qin Feng was doing, even suggested that he had gone crazy. He tried to tell our hero standing in the center of the clearing that Xuanqin Nangong was strong from the new generation, and the guy would not be able to defeat her. An arrow flew into the back of our hero's head, which was about to pierce his head right through. But suddenly the guy's eyes sparkled and he smiled. At that moment, he realized that the girl was really very strong. But there was one thing. The young man was able to deflect the blow and redirect it to the ground. All this had no effect on him. The young man found himself behind the stunned lady, and after a while, he began to whisper incredibly creepy things in her ear. This was followed by an icy explosion of incredible force. Our hero masters the art of becoming a god to enhance his senses, until the level of development is much higher than his, and he can accurately determine where everyone is. Grabbing the girl by the neck and almost depriving her of oxygen, the guy asked again if he could explain what happened. The girl was very scared and dumbfounded by what was happening, so she didn't have time to say anything. Our hero's relative watched from behind a tree. His jaw dropped when he saw that our hero had managed to catch Xuanqin Nangong. At this time, the girl was about to speak. She didn't understand how Qin Feng was able to find her at the qi and blood level, and if she was going to be killed, she asked to do it quickly. Our hero pulled out a dagger and with an incredibly evil grin declared that he did not come here to kill people, but it was the girl who started it all first. After that, he threw the dagger at the girl's forehead with all his might. At this time, somewhere in a vacant lot, people were trying to run away from someone. They were members of the Qin family and did not understand who was pursuing them or why. But at one point, someone asked these two guys not to blame him for cruelty and ruthlessness. And if there was someone else to blame, let those people blame the Qin family, the most dangerous killer attacked from behind. But just at that moment, someone interrupted him. Qin Fantian appeared and using his axe was able to deflect the blow. The man was very angry and immediately realized that this was the scammer who was persecuting his Qin family. The man wanted to fight, but his opponent slipped through his fingers. But still, the man managed to tear off the guy's clothes and throw him some distance. The guy could not understand who he was fighting with, and how this person, with a 4th level body enhancement, could almost injure him while at the 6th level. At this time, the men were trying to figure out why Qin Fengjiang, but the boy only replied that our hero taught him this. At this time, the killer was already laughing evilly. He already realized that he was fighting with the strongest youth in the Qin family, and then asked if he had heard that our hero was dead. Licking the blade of the knife, he said that he had been framed and died at the hands of Nangong Xuanqin, by which time he should have already been a corpse. When the men heard the girl's name, they were afraid, because not only was she the strongest young fighter in the family, but no one survived the fight with her. Qin Fantian pounced on his opponent. He couldn't believe what he heard. After all, our hero wouldn't be able to stay so easily. The guy started throwing a lot of punches at his opponent, but at one point he stopped because he did not notice where the guy had disappeared. But at this moment, the young man hovered directly above Qin Fantian to better worry about his life. The killer began to give the guy countless wounds on his back. There were so many blows that it was almost impossible to resist. And after some time, the killer began to flee, leaving behind the corpse of the strongest young man of the Qin family. It was funny because by participating in the tournament, no one has to worry about the life and death of others. And raising the head of an almost dead man told him that he just had to think about himself, otherwise he might lose his head. But the man was distracted by a phrase that he did not expect at all, and he was ordered to move. If anyone dared to harm Qin Fengjian, he would kill that person and throw the body to the ferocious monsters. The rest of the Qin family are incredibly surprised to see our hero. Meanwhile, the killer laughed again. He was a little surprised that the guy was still alive. The rest of the family began shouting to our hero that this was Situ Xuan. He is a strong and evil man, and none of them can defeat him. The guy intended to finally kill and dismember Qin Fengjian, because after that he killed the strongest young man in the Qin family. He goes to kill our hero, but did not see that he was already rushing towards him. The young man immediately knocked out several teeth of his rival, or rather even his enemy. Our hero previously said, or rather warned, that no one dare touch his family members. The guy hit his enemy with incredible force. He flew some distance away and could not understand how this was possible, because in his opinion our hero is in the kingdom of qi and blood. The people watching him could not tell whether Qin Feng had actually thrown the scoundrel into the air, but he managed to get up, and then something strange began to happen to him. At the same moment, the guy teleported again. Our hero was not very impressed because he was ready for it, but the killer decided to do the same thing to Qin Fengjian again. He loomed over our hero. At the same time, people began to warn our hero, or rather ask him to be careful because Qin Fantian was defeated by this trick. The killer thought that it was too late to do anything, and our hero really stood still. The killer thought the family lost because they cared so much about each other. But a moment later, our hero appeared with a smile next to the face of this scoundrel. It seemed that he was still standing below, but in fact he was already above the killer, and for him it remained a mystery. The young man tried to find out to the killer why caring for each other was considered a disadvantage for him. And at the same moment, with incredible force, he kicked this opponent in the head. He crashed into the ground with incredible force and power. During this time, our hero's family members tried to help each other. The two men who tried to warn our hero about the attack could not believe what was happening, and our hero's comrade and his right-hand man tried to cheer up their friend. The killer fell with such force that he crashed into the ground and almost buried himself in it. The guy walked up and asked, "Does this guy really think he's just a jerk who only knows how to use brute force?" The man tried to get up. His whole body was covered in blood, and he couldn't imagine that the young man was using his reflection to make him think that the guy was still lying down. But in his opinion, Qin Feng was on the level, so it was impossible. But he decided that if he fought directly, he would be able to use long-range attacks, because dagger techniques were passed down from generation to generation in the Situ family. Our hero stood motionless, and the dagger approached. The guy didn't move when knives started falling next to him. One by one they fell to the ground. The killer became even more agitated, and this could not have happened. Qin Feng's hidden weapon technique is superior to him. People from our hero's family did not understand what was happening. Did our hero really fight off the powerful daggers of the Situ family? And the rescued comrades seemed to have become accustomed to Qin Feng's surprises. Flying up to his opponent, our hero revealed that the Situ family's light weapon skills were just child's play compared to his moonlight skills. And even his physical skills were at their best. The guy took upon himself the full grip of his enemy. He tried to see out of the corner of his eye what was happening behind him, and thought that it was happening too quickly, but he had to get out of there. Otherwise, he would be dead. At that moment, the guy was about to be hit again. The young man flew again from the powerful blow. The blow was so strong that it formed a kind of corridor that burned absolutely everything in its path. Our hero finally stopped when he noticed that his opponent had collapsed. After this, the guy decided that he had learned his lesson, so he couldn't be blamed for anything. The guy tried to get up and then strike. He was in the impact crater and could not believe what had happened. After that, he launched something like smoke into the sky. Members of our hero's family saw this and immediately realized that it was wolf smoke. At this time, the young man was already standing as firmly as possible on his feet, which he underestimated our hero, and did not expect that he would turn out to be the strongest person in the Qin family. At that moment, unknown people began to run out into the clearing where the battle was taking place, and everyone naturally was scared. Our hero was also surprised that every second there were more and more people. A representative of the imperial family entered the clearing. He immediately praised his mercenary, but wondered why he was called if the work was not finished. Everyone in the area was surprised by the appearance of the third prince, and at that moment our hero realized that in front of him was the strongest enemy of the wasteland. The mercenary informed the third prince that our hero was not as weak as they thought, so he needed help. One of the Qin family ordered our hero to flee, taking his right hand with him, because the guards of the third prince, the 6th level strongmen, the realm of body strengthening, which means that they are stronger than Situ Xuan. Everyone really thought that it was completely impossible to defeat the force, but they would fight them and buy time for our hero to escape. But the guy didn't understand what people were talking about, because they were all from the Qin family, and there was absolutely no difference between them. The young man asked not to worry, because absolutely everyone would come out alive anyway. At that moment, the young man launched something unknown into the sky. It was the smoke of the Qin family. Seeing this, the third principal thought that our hero was crazy. After all, armies are not allowed to enter the wasteland. And after that, the third principal, with great pleasure, ordered the death of our hero. The imperial family's guards began to cluster around the Ken family members. People really believed that if they didn't escape at this moment, it would be too late later. But the third prince's people were body-strengthening experts, and it was not like them because the Ken family members didn't do it. I didn't get past level 2. The guy still remained calm. Even when people were flying at him, he was going to take care of everything. With a smile and a wave of his hand, he thrust his spears into the guards once. The same thing happened with the others. A couple of seconds later, almost all the people of the imperial family were already lying dead on the cold ground. So he remained in the clearing among the corpses. The prince did not understand what had happened to his people, and the killer froze in amazement. Our hero laughed, ridiculed by the fact that everyone thought he was so stupid as to call the army of the Qin family into the wasteland. At this time, a girl had already rushed towards the guy, and behind the killer and the third prince, new guards appeared. The strongest girl came to our hero along with her charges. The representative of the imperial family was very surprised by Nangong Xuanqin's appearance, and they were even more surprised that she came to our hero's aid. This was funny in our character because they wanted the Nangong family, who is the only good friend of the Qin family, to oppose the family. Fortunately, he was able to explain everything to the girl instead of killing her. He threw the dagger not at the head but close to it. Thus, our hero showed off the weapon that killed her people, a strategy that Situ Xuan came up with. After the girl found out the truth, she decided to help him, so she asked him to inform her at any time if there were any problems. Thus, when our hero was attacked, the girl came to the rescue, even if there were specialists. All of these people were nothing more than a group of turtles in front of this young lady. At this moment, the assassin tried to ask the third prince what they would do in such a case. The third prince, seething with anger, turned to our hero and said that since he belonged to the Yi royal family, he did not care about the guy. So he suggested that they sort things out and just go their separate ways. But our hero didn't seem to be going to retreat. The Vitrite prince kills others whenever he pleases, but it's no longer fun when it's their turn to die. Especially, how can you go unnoticed in such a case? And at that moment, our hero ordered his allies to take aim and open fire. The third principal tried to act boldly, because he is a 4th-level body-strengthening expert. But at one point an arrow hit him, to which he was incredibly surprised. Our hero was even a little amused, for the third prince could not believe that he would not be able to avoid the arrows. And he doesn't know that our hero knows about the secret skill from his past life memories. But if the third prince uses his secret skill, they may all fail. So our hero must find a way to defeat the third prince in one fell swoop. Shunkin's blowing out of smoke and shouting was just a disguise. His purpose was to make the third prince think that the guy was just blowing out smoke. But the smoke was taken from the misty forest. It was damned wood smoke. In the end, the movement of the third prince was noticed, although its effect appeared immediately, and the representative of the imperial family did not yet understand what our hero was going to do. In an instant, the guy's eyes went incredibly crazy, and he slammed his enemy into the ground with incredible force. The earth actually began to fall from all sides onto the young man's head. At this time, the killer, beaten and flayed, did not understand what was happening and what he should do next. But at that moment, the girl set her bow and arrows on him, because the next move had come. The guy would have to pay for the murder of her family members. And a moment later, an arrow pierced the guy's head. In the end, our hero was able to defeat the third prince's guards and himself. The young man thought triumphantly that he had solved his biggest problem and could now finally prepare for the hunt. But at that same second, something pierced the young man's flesh. The third prince plunged his sword into the young man's body. He asked Qin Feng with a sort of chuckle if he really wanted to go hunting. All the people on our hero's side froze at the same second and said his name in unison. The young man tried to resist, but she wondered how the third principal could survive. At the moment when he was pierced with a sword, he was still trying to fight with his bladed weapon. But soon this weapon was knocked out of his hands. At that very second, the same killer appeared, who was surprised by the life of our hero. He came and was even more confused, because things were not going as they should. The third principal continued to deal fatal blows to our hero. But in an instant, he stopped and became incredibly interested in something. He was amused that our hero was able to force him to show his main trump card. The warrior girl pointed her bow at the third prince, thus warning of the impending attack. He, in turn, pointing to his subordinates, proudly announced that everyone present was lucky enough to see him in a secret skill. And at that very second, the dead came to life. The rescued guy could barely stand on his feet, as did the girl. Our hero, unable to move, tried to seize the moment he had missed and finally realized the third prince's secret skill, to cause death. This skill can transform the newly deceased into a warrior who is not afraid of death. Although the cost of this skill is the user's lifespan, its effect is very strong. And it was at this moment that the third principal became extremely angry. He was going to destroy everyone. The guy flew up to a very surprised girl. I'm sure that even if the third prince is alive, you're only at the 4th level of body strengthening expert, so he won't be able to keep up with her. The third prince didn't say anything. He just slashed the girl with one blow. The dying woman could not understand how she could be defeated in all these ways, and he just stood there and enjoyed his triumph. His face was demonically terrifying. He was amused that everyone around him considered him an incompetent prince who only relied on his army to show his strength. In fact, these were just troops that he brought in to show weakness in front of the enemy, because he is actually at the 8th level of body strengthening and is stronger than everyone here. Our hero and the dying girl were immediately speechless from surprise. The third principal continued his triumph by informing our hero that it was time to pay for the shame he had previously caused. He hit our hero so hard that he almost broke in half. To the young man, all this seemed impossible. Perm is too strong, so strong that he cannot even look him in the face, and until our hero reaches the next stage, he will not be able to fight at all. What had been created did not seem enough to the third prince, and he decided to intimidate Qin Feng even more. Our hero's captured friends asked to stop the bullying. Our hero could not move, watching this scoundrel heading towards his comrades, and even offered to do everything to leave his comrade alone. But with one swing of his sword, he killed them all. This prince killed all the young man's men with one blow before his eyes. They all lay there bleeding. Our hero was so shocked that for some time he could not even believe what had happened. Absolutely all stages of hatred and despair were reflected on his face. Under his petrified fingers, there was almost nothing left of the earth. He gathered all his strength to try to rebel. As he rushed towards his enemy, the promise he made to his comrades was spinning in his head, namely that everyone would come out of there alive. The guy didn't even have time to touch the enemy when he received another powerful blow. The third prince was happy because everything was going exactly as he dreamed. Qin Feng couldn't believe that the end had come, but in an instant one of his comrades, his right hand, appeared before him. But this only amused the third prince even more. The guy clearly couldn't stand for long, so he tried to say something very quickly. But having collected all his thoughts together, he turned around and, covered in sweat, was able to smile and very sincerely admit that he trusted our hero and the future of the family in his hands. And then he received another blow from the sword which pierced him through. His last word was pleadingly begging our hero to run away. Everything happened so quickly that our hero didn't even have time to say anything. And at that very second he began to scream inhumanly, and tears flowed from his eyes. A few hours ago, while they were wandering through the forest, our hero reminded his companion that when they fought the Panthers, he said that he did not want to be his tool. So the guy wondered who he wanted to fight for. And he said that he would fight for someone he trusted to support and protect his family. And when it came to such a person, he swore that he would dedicate his life to him. Our hero laughed when he heard this, because the Panther guys met was scared to death, and how would he have the courage to sacrifice his life for someone? And he angrily said that in any case, if such a person is in danger, he will intervene. So they continued on their way. The guy defended his point of view, and our hero only chuckled occasionally. And now this young man trusted our hero and sacrificed his life to protect him. This was another incident in the life of our hero when someone he cared about died before his eyes. At this time, the girl was also in tears. She begged our hero to run away so that this guy's sacrifice would not be in vain. Between our hero and the body of the murdered young man, there was already a third prince who only mocked him. The young man was already losing his patience, so he intended to immediately kill our hero. But our hero was able to gather all his remaining strength and resist the coming death. The third prince did not expect this at all, so when he realized that our hero was not going to give up so easily, he was very surprised. So they froze, our hero, kneeling and holding the prince's sword in his hands, and the prince himself. The guy inhaled oxygen with such hatred that the air around him became very tense. And then something demonic happened to the guy. He crushed the sword into an unpleasant amount of small particles and told everyone around him that he was not going to run away. The third prince was indeed very scared. And Qin Feng was already flying with a new batch of fists. The young man hit his opponent so hard that he flew away. They flew like that for some time. The villain didn't understand how our hero's power could increase so quickly. But a most dangerous killer was flying behind him, who did not want to leave his master defenseless. Qin Feng was able to send the third prince away and capture the assassin in one deft move. Then all the wrath of our hero fell on the scoundrel. The guy, unable to even touch our hero, was already lying unconscious. The girl watching our heroes also couldn't understand what happened to Qin Feng. The third principal, who was trying to get up, was trying to figure out how our hero was able to kill Situ Xuan. The young man really believed that some unbridled power had awakened in our hero. The young man attacked his opponent with incredible speed, and after that, an equally powerful blow to the face. So much so that the young man fell down, losing his teeth. After some time, the guy noticed that our hero was going to repeat the blow and now could not hide his fear. The third principal really didn't understand how someone like our hero could gain such great power in the blink of an eye. The young man was tired of the beatings, and the third prince screamed in pain. There were an incredible amount of horrifying consequences running through this guy's head. But one of them was that if he continued to fight our hero, he would die. Therefore, in horror, he ordered his subordinates to kill Qin Feng immediately. And they immediately attacked the angry guy. The girl still begged our hero to forget about the third prince and run away, because he was only seriously wounded, and if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Tears did not stop flowing from her eyes and face. The subordinates of the beginning imprisoned our hero in their swords, as if he were the most dangerous person on earth. The third principal did not understand why our hero did not escape, because during the investigation he was surrounded and could have been killed. Well, the young man only smirked, as he had run away many times when faced with strong enemies. But later, he felt regret. And then what is the meaning of life? But this time, even if he dies, he will drag the third prince with him. And at that very second, he grabbed him by the collar. And after that, he began to repel the prince from his own army. People crashed into everything in their path, so it was no surprise that the third prince collided with a tree. Our hero became so angry that he demanded that he be attacked, but at the same time, he would destroy absolutely everyone. Now our hero was not like himself. Now he looks like a man overcome by grief, hatred, and quick revenge. The young man fought with incredible speed and strength. It was unclear to the third principal what force was driving him and why he did not die, although his wound was mortal. Our hero was like someone whom death bypasses and even gives strength. A second later, the prince remembered his father's house, or rather the emperor's training room. As a 9-year-old boy, Ye Fan thought that if he belonged to the imperial family, then he was the king of the world. But the father behind the screen only grinned, because kings exist only under the title, and the real kings are those who emit an aura called the aura of the emperor. Even if you meet someone who is clearly weaker, it is important to see the aura, and then no one can do anything except be afraid and surrender to it. The boy was surprised that his father was also afraid of something, and looking at our hero, the third prince decided that he was one of those people, so he grabbed the leg, pressing his chest with both hands. Our hero will order his enemy to raise his blade and continue the fight. And then the third prince realized that his entire family was afraid of our hero and assumed that Qin Feng possessed the emperor's aura. The girl, looking at this terrifying picture, realized that the guy's body was full of wounds, and if this continues, even if he defeats the third prince, he will die of exhaustion. Therefore, she called out to the young man with all her might, telling him that there was no point in dying in this way and that it was worth looking for another solution. But this scoundrel killed members of his family, so the young man must take revenge. Our hero was still wondering what decision the girl was talking about. The girl could not utter a word. She just looked in horror. When our hero's fist approached the third prince's face, the guy was surprised that Qin Feng. He exhaled and said there was another way. And then he said that he would not kill the third prince, which I was very surprised to hear. But the guy will have to do everything our hero says. Being near a cave, the third principal vowed to do as our hero would say. The young man looked very exhausted, or rather, barely alive, but grateful that he was kept alive. But it was all in vain, and the guy ordered to run deep into this very cave. It remained a mystery to the girl whether our hero had forgiven this prince. In an instant, something caught her attention and greatly surprised her. She saw the Qin family members lying down, and then he assumed that they were all alive. Seeing the guy standing next to her, she almost screamed. She didn't understand what was happening to him, so she decided to inquire about the state of his wounds. Our hero, standing over a small puddle of some liquid, only thanked Nangong Xuanqin, because it was her words that reminded him that he might be able to use the third prince's secret method. The girl was even more surprised and remained silent. Our hero held back his tears but insisted that this secret method could save the lives of his family members at least for one day, and this is very good. The girl was amazed that Qin Feng was mourning his family members, because she had witnessed the death of many of her family members since childhood, until she gradually became indifferent to the life and death of her family members. But Qin Feng really cares about his family. After some time, the young man asked to take care of his family for just one day. After all, he intended to go to a huge sea of flowers. The girl was horrified because the endless sea of flowers is a very dangerous place, and this territory is prohibited. Even the imperial family does not dare to go there. But he didn't care. He had a reason to go there. In any case, his friends remained under the girl's care for some time. Our hero's eyes burned with hatred. He realized that there were legendary medicinal materials in the vast sea of flowers. He had to find them within one day. Then he could prepare the medicine to cure Qin Fantian and the others. So he went into the unknown, dangerous, and the only way to save everyone. Sometime later, someone discovered the third prince. He was incredibly exhausted and asked people to come closer. One of the men came very close and ended up in the clutches of the villain. After that, The prince squeezed his face and seemed to dehydrate the man. Since the guy cannot defeat our hero head-on, we have to get rid of him in a roundabout way. Now the guy looked much better. And he immediately informed the rest of the guys who found him that our hero was trying to implement a plan to eliminate them, so they had to get ahead of him. At this time, somewhere under an incredibly bright dome, some guy was trying to fight off creatures that looked like animated trees. He couldn't imagine such a thing since he is the only son in the Bai family. This is Bai Ling, a level 6 expert in body destruction, and he cannot handle these monsters. And in an instant, someone appeared next to him. Our hero was still incredibly angry. The guy immediately saw our hero and recognized him, saw him at the auction. The guy thought that our hero went there to try to get the heart of the rosemary monster. But noticing that our hero was ignoring him, he asked him to retreat. Otherwise, the rosemary monsters would attack him. Even he couldn't do this, and he didn't even believe in our hero's victory. In an instant, the guy grabbed the rosemary monster right by the throat, and after that he began to tear everything to shreds from all sides because he was in a hurry. They didn't seem to understand what was going on at all, and might even have been scared. Our hero took the heads of 2 monsters who intended to do something terrible. Because anyone who tries to get in his way will be torn apart. More precisely, this will be his end. After that, he demonstratively released the dead creature from his hands. Bai Ling was very surprised because it was not easy to kill 3 rosemary monsters in one go. I even suggested that they were frightened by the young man's aura, and after some time our hero stood at the Golden Gate. The guy tried to ask our hero not to touch it because it is a toxic formation and cannot be hacked. Once a 4th level alchemy master and his people tried to hack it, but they all turned into rosemary monsters, who were now watching the actions of the young man. Qin Feng didn't understand why no one had managed to break through this formation more than 100,000 years ago. The young man screamed with all his might, calling for the door to open. And as soon as the portal opened, the guy was ready to surrender to it. Bai Ling, who was watching this, was very surprised that your hero managed to break this seal. After all, this was something that even a level 4 alchemist could not do. Legend has it that rare medicinal herbs grow at the edge of a huge sea of flowers, and our hero thinks that the end of the sea of flowers should be in this place. Once he gets the herbs he needs, he will prepare the medicine. But what he saw shocked the young man. He came across some kind of wasteland. The young man was horrified by the realization that there was nothing in front of him. After all, if there are no medicinal herbs, he will not help his friends. But for Qin Feng, nothing was impossible. He had to find it. And at that moment, something began to wrap around his leg. And immediately after that, some kind of thorns began to wrap around his entire body. The guy was very angry and slightly scared because the plants were moving. At that moment, the plants turned to our hero, mistaking him for a thief who dared to break into the endless sea of flowers. But the young man could not believe that this voice could be the voice of the sea of flowers. At that moment, he shouted that he entered the sea of flowers to find medicinal herbs and save his friends. But the voice only laughed, because our hero is a brave man, and if he said that his greed prompted him to go there, he would believe the voice. But using such a flimsy excuse as saving people is ridiculous. The young man did not give up. He tried to convince the unknown rival that he really wanted to save his friends. So if the voice gave him the necessary medicinal herbs, he would do whatever they wanted. And then someone thought. And then he asked if he was ready to sacrifice his life and die for his comrades, and this phrase echoed in his head. The young man believed until the last that none of this was possible. The voice coming from the branches just laughed, because our hero, of course, would like to save people, and not sacrifice himself, of course. All he can offer is empty talk. After lowering the young man to the ground, the voice continued to say that in addition to the topics and medicinal herbs in the sea of flowers, he thinks that our hero is very talented. Pay attention to this place, so he will not kill the young man. He should just leave. He was overcome by a new wave of despair and hatred, so he said that he would not go anywhere. Because what he said did not mean that he would not sacrifice his life for the sake of his friends. Rather, he meant that if he died, then no one else could save them. Our hero is the only one in this world who can save them, so his survival is very important. And if our hero doesn't believe the voice, then he can inject his poison into his body. But he will have to wait until he finishes treating his comrades. Then he can kill the guy as he wishes. And then the voice of a certain enemy trembled. But he decided that in order to check whether the guy is really ready to die for his comrades, he activates a combination of cedar and animal poison. And if our hero does not regret it, then he will give him the healing herb so that save your friends. But clasping him by the neck, he added that if he found any regret in him, the young man would be dead. And then Qin Feng's body was already almost completely shrouded in terrifyingly sharp thorns, but he did not move at all. The guy was really in despair because he did not expect this after being reborn in this life. He watched as the plant tried to inject him with poison. The guy really couldn't believe that he would end up turning into a rosemary monster. But the thought that he could heal his friends burned his soul, and he could not help but smile. This also makes him happy and by this point I was already too close to our hero. In an instant, the spikes weakened and our hero seemed to be in weightlessness. After some time, the young man found himself in a green and blooming meadow. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that the rosemary stripes and barren land had disappeared. And a second later, the voice rang out again and said that our hero had passed the test. In fact, everything that our hero saw before was just illusions, and now he is on a real endless sea of colors. The voice admired the fact that our hero will really accepted death from his friends and did not notice a trace of regret in his heart, and therefore he greatly admires the guy. The spirit of the owner of the Sea of Flowers spoke to our hero, and in order to prevent evil people from seizing control of the Sea of Flowers, he has been carrying out this test for thousands of years. Our hero's face became increasingly drawn out in surprise. The voice further said that the moment had come when the one who successfully passed the test and entered the Sea of Flowers appeared. So Qinfeng was allowed to take whatever he wanted. At the same moment, our hero's face showed incredible happiness, and he wondered if he could have fallen into possession without realizing it, which caused him to hallucinate. And it seems that the power of the owner of a Sea of Flowers cannot be underestimated. Looking around, our hero came to the conclusion that there are quality medicinal herbs everywhere. He will now awaken the herbs needed to make the antidote. All he needs to do is build a simple furnace to make it. And at that very second, the voice chuckled again and told me that it could help in such a matter. And after that, out of nowhere, a small oven grew in spirit. Our hero was delighted because in front of him at ground level there was an alchemical furnace. Alchemy furnaces are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, black, and yellow. The highest level furnace in the Qin family has never exceeded the yellow level. With this furnace, the quality of the antidote will be greatly improved, so our hero must be able to cure everyone. And after that, our hero began to thank the voice for such kindness and generosity, he will never forget it. The voice smirked again and asked her not to take it to heart, for now he would let him finish his work and they would see each other a little later. At this time, Bai Ling was still sitting on the tree and waiting for something. He was sure that he was already dead because he had not yet gotten out. And this was because young people did not listen to advice. But in an instant, this young man was very afraid of something. The young man was really very scared. And what scared him was the wave of terrible monsters. At this time, everyone on the western border was wondering who would win the tournament. The heads of the Ye, Seto, Qin families stood at the border. The head of the Ye family thought that it didn't matter who came first. He just hoped that everyone could return safely. And in an instant, people began to rejoice that someone was finally emerging from the wasteland. The head of the Qin family was very surprised and scared. After all, a young man in torn clothes was approaching them and shouting that there was a wave of monsters and that all family members would soon die. The heads of the families were very surprised by this news and equally frightened. At this time, in the middle of an endless sea of colors, our hero, watching a wave of monsters, firmly decided that he would not die there, so something had to be done. After some time, the young man emerged from the same portal he had recently entered. Bai Ling saw him and tried to stop him because there were so many monsters and if he didn't stop, he would die. But at no point could our hero stop, frozen among the monsters. And then he flew at the creatures with his fists. They all screamed in pain and some died. Bai Ling was very surprised because he did not expect this at all. But he realized that perhaps Qinfeng was actually a real monster, who was able to pass through the monsters and remain unharmed. At this time, the guards were trying to restrain the master of the Qin family, because it was almost impossible for more than one disciple to get out of there alive. But the head of the Qin family became even more angry and ordered his release. The man who came out saw the Lord's reaction and grinned, naively believing that someone from the Qin family would actually survive. He was mocked by the third prince, who still asked him to stop dreaming because he was the only one who came out, and then repeated this several more times. The other elders were happy to see him. They were surprised that the young man survived the wave of monsters. But the head of the Qin family still couldn't believe that he was the only one who survived. At this time, the third prince mockingly asked to show the booty he had brought. The guy brought a lot of crystals, or rather dozens, from the ferocious monsters. The head of the Ye family just laughed. Although the crystals are priceless, the return of His Highness is priceless. The leading men of the two families began to praise the third prince and guarantee victory. The man from the Qin family was upset that no one from his family was there. And a moment later, someone called out to him, which surprised him very much. The rest of us heard it too and were just as surprised. Someone was riding a cart and asked for quick help because there were wounded people there. It was our hero who was traveling with his companions, who could barely sit, but everyone was happy. The heads of the families were very surprised that so many people from the Qin family came out, and they also could not understand how this happened. And only the head of the Qin family was happy to see everyone, but he did not understand how everyone managed to survive. At this time, people stopped and began to slowly get out, saying that everyone survived thanks to our hero. In the end, they all nearly died after the battle, and only Qinfeng returned to save everyone from the monsters. He didn't hesitate until he saved them all. Not only that, he tirelessly tried to save survivors from other families, despite the number and ferocity of the monsters. And then a girl acted who confirmed the words of our hero's comrades. The young man returned to save dozens of people from his family from monsters. The man standing next to him said the same thing. The head of the Ye family was very angry, and the men of the Situ family did not understand why the young man did not save the members of this family and the Ye family. At this time, the third prince was burning with hatred because he deliberately caused a wave of monsters. But as a result, his family suffered the most. To hide her dissatisfaction, the owner of the Ye family began to say that living people in the tournament were of little use, because in the end, it all came down to who would get the most from the spoils, so she asked for a monster. The crystals they received. The young man standing next to the girl said that he had collected the most crystals in the Bai family, 25 in total, while the girl had collected 28. And then our hero incredibly sadly announced that all the surviving members of the Qin family had the same number of crystals, 5 each. The head of the Qin family tried to console the young man, saying that the most important thing was for everyone to return healthy, and the third prince rejoiced upon hearing such a figure. The monster crystals he received, thanks to his power, would help him defeat everyone. But in an instant, someone demanded a recount, which the third prince was incredibly surprised by. People began to thank our hero and think about how to thank him. In an instant, all the people from this family stood in front of the family lord and reported that they actually only have 300 monster crystals in their family, and they were all obtained by just one of our heroes, and they all agreed to return the crystals to Qin Feng. Nangong Xuanqing said that her family was a witness, and then Bai Ling, the strongest member of the new generation of the family, was also a witness. Everyone was incredibly outraged that one person got 3 whole crystals, and our hero at that time did not understand at all how to behave. Bai Ling informed the girl standing next to him that he was actually collecting most of his crystals after our hero, and she, in turn, told him that she had gotten them all herself, thereby putting the guy in an incredibly awkward position. The head of the Qin family stated that for their family brothers and sisters, no matter the outcome of the battle, the most important thing is that they return unharmed. And after that, he asked Elder Ye to announce the results. But he scolded in his mind because he thought that Qin Zhang had deliberately approached him to humiliate him, but announced that according to the number of the last crystals, the results of the grand tournament would be shown this time. That Qin Feng ranks first in terms of the number of crystals. The third son of the Ye family, Ye Fan, ranks second with 30 crystals. Nangong Xuanqin from Nangong Sami is in third place with 20 crystals. Bai Ling of the Bai family took fourth place with an amount equal to 25 crystals. No one from the Situ family survived, so fifth place. After this grandiose speech, Qin Zhao congratulated our hero because he became the best in their family and won fame. Our hero will have the honor of being appointed the first commander of the family's youth expedition to discover new lands. And the guy will receive power over his own kingdom of spiritual lands. The young man thanked for the honor. All our hero's comrades were incredibly happy about this outcome. After that, our hero asked to return to the city of Cloud Shadows since the tournament was over. This statement slightly puzzled the head of the family because he thought that the young man wanted to have his own spiritual lands in the capital, plus the fact that the young man was the leader in tournament results, and he also had the family secret technique. Our hero was asked to put off the matter of the family secret technique for the future, because when it came to the spiritual lands, he was just opening up a new area in Cloud Shadow City, and he realized that he would evolve in Cloud Shadow City. In the future, because it was close to the Misty Forest and it was the best choice. And after a while, the head of the family was ready to talk. Since the tournament was over, we could return home in triumph. All the other participants in the tournament were already burning with even greater hatred for the Qin family. But our hero, together with his comrades, did not pay any attention to this because they had a wonderful battle. The next morning was the day Qin Feng left the capital. Our hero's comrades wondered why they were leaving so quietly and unnoticed. But our hero said that they are not such noble people. But it was thanks to this visit to the capital that they met many people, and yet some of them are a little difficult to let go. A little away from the gate, the guys stood up to discuss how they had fun before, and now they are leaving and no one knows. So it's a little sad. But in an instant, the 3 boys turned around at the same time. Someone shouted goodbye to them. The guys noticed people standing on the wall, bidding farewell to Feng's detachment to the capital. Their own family said goodbye to them. And almost immediately, the Shun King family joined them. The Bai family also did not stand aside. Our hero was very surprised by this outcome. Our hero's comrades were also surprised because no one expected this at all. At that same second, someone began to leave the fortress, and this someone was very puzzled by the fact that our hero wanted to slip away unnoticed. It was the cheerful Qin Feng who was sure that without him, our hero would not be able to use a human sword. And with the appearance of these guys, the young man relaxed his guard even more. As they approached the young man, the family's disciples became incredibly serious. The guys bowed their heads in front of the sitting Chin Feng and asked for permission to join the research team led by our hero, and permission from the leader has already been received. While our hero could not understand what was happening, one of the comrades laughed loudly, so he assumed that the guys did not like to say goodbye so much that they were even planning something, and the other did not pick up the phone at all. What's happened? A moment later, our hero jumped off his horse and intended to give the first order. Chin Feng said with all seriousness that if the boys joined the team, there would be dangers ahead, and then asked if they were ready. Young people who will go through thick and thin until the very end without hesitation. And a few seconds later, our hero saddled his horse and was already rushing with his companions to the city of Cloud Shadows. Our hero was happy because it is very valuable to achieve success and fame together, to receive recognition from the world. Half a month later, Chin Feng returned to Cloud Shadow City and was greeted with hugs. Since our hero did not know that a wave of monsters would fall on Cloud Shadow City in the future, he began to build defenses in the city. The old man who followed our hero into the city used pills created by Chin Feng to extend his life. However, the information that our hero had previously taken control of the Misty Forest, bringing much benefit, also reached the others, attracting their attention. Now the other four major families and powerful forces had also begun to venture into Cloud Shadow City, and now the real mixing of various interests had begun. At the edge of the Misty Forest, our hero stood surrounded by his comrades and read a letter that said that now all the major families were beginning to develop the Misty Forest, and whoever was the first to occupy the spiritual lands in the forest would receive a huge advantage. But fortunately, thanks to his past life memories, he knows the location of the spirit lands in the Misty Forest. Now the young man also has the strength to capture them. Addressing the squad members, Chin Feng said that at this moment, the great families of Cloud Day City had gathered in Cloud Day City, and they needed to show their strength and determination. Looking at the staff, the guy said that they still had to conquer the entire territory in the Misty Forest and establish their own order. And after that, without a moment's hesitation, he ordered almost the entire detachment to move on search and reconnaissance. Having walked some distance, people stood in front of our hero and his team, clearly unhappy with the presence of our hero. A man who emerged from the crowd of unknown people said that the path along which the young man wanted to go with his people was borrowed from their Sita family, and twirling the dagger on her finger, she asked to quickly hand over our hero's cards. Since they would otherwise be lost in the Misty Forest, this person was the leader of the Situ family's 5th Cultivation Squad, the vice lieutenant of the Situ Yungshi Squad, and had 9 levels of body strengthening. The young man, anticipating the reaction of his comrades, raised his hand to stop them, already realizing that in front of him was a large family assimilation detachment. But our hero's warnings did not stop his comrades. They do not intend to abandon such an important route, and if they have to fight, they do not mind. For the Situ family squad, this was like a red flag. They didn't mind starting a fight, but they asked not to blame them later. And then our hero intervened, asking both sides to stop. Our hero said with some excitement that he wanted to give a route map. The guy's comrades clearly did not expect this. But the commander-in-chief of the Situ family unit was very pleased with this outcome, so the boys acted wisely in this case and chose a different route this time. When leaving, many of the enemy squad considered our hero a fool. While people were leaving, the soldiers of our hero's detachment were trying to understand what was happening, why they gave up so easily, and where they would now go without a map. Chin Feng only smiled. It was not important, a long journey would also do, but he realized that although the Situ family had an influential power, he gave them the map not out of fear, but because he had just discovered something other. After 6, at the edge of the Misty Forest, our hero's boys were already walking with torches. They were all very tired, because they had traveled several more times, and all of them were afraid that if they were late, others would take the spiritual herbs. But our hero still looked very energetic. Besides supporting one of the girls, the guy said that everything was fine, and in fact gave the previously encountered squad a map, and revealed the route so as not to make enemies. And after that he said, which horrified the guys. In fact, when our hero was on the original route, he felt some incomprehensible presence of a demonic aura. The Misty Forest is indeed inhabited by different monsters. Their powers are not the same as ordinary wild animals. The monsters have great strength, and if you bump into them, the chances of survival are slim. Moreover, if our hero's guess is correct, the Situ family is now in great danger. More precisely, now they are fighting monsters and failing. This monster truly knows no human fear. He devours people without blinking an eye. He really looks like a person who has just recently escaped from hell. About 3 hours later, our hero cheerfully told us that although the route had gone a little astray, something very pleasant and beautiful was probably waiting for them ahead. And indeed, the boys approached the intended territory of the spiritual lands. Everyone was delighted with the beauty they saw, and were incredibly happy to be the first to arrive at this place. Our hero took a pebble of earth and was delighted to see that the spiritual lands there had not yet been developed by anyone, and there were no problems with poisonous gases. It was an ideal place for growing spiritual herbs. The young man decided that this place should become a permanent base. Now they can stay inside the foggy forest all the time, and this saves a lot of time. Therefore, he immediately announced to his companions that it was necessary to quickly scatter animal repellent powder throughout the spiritual lands because it was necessary to build a temporary base. The guys immediately got to work. During the not particularly hard work, the boys shared their guesses as to why the Situ family's detachment had not yet arrived. At this time, an incredibly terrible monster was approaching them, who had heard the conversation of the two boys and was already releasing some gas from his mouth. And a second later, he flew to his comrades to grab them. But our hero's right hand managed to react quickly. The two other boys were petrified with horror. The strongest of the three ordered the boys to run away to inform our hero, and at that very second he was enveloped in a caustic gas. The young man could not move, and the beast rejoiced that his prey could not move. The children panicked and tried to call for help. In the blink of an eye, our hero appeared and saved his comrade from a terrible fate. After throwing out the creature, Qin Feng ordered everyone to be careful as they were attacked by a zombie monster. While the boys helped their savior up, none of them understood who they were talking about. The young man ordered everyone to stay away and he himself would deal with this monster, but the young man also realized that all this was not good, because this zombie monster was very large and his strength was probably the 9th level of the body, gain, or even higher. Looking at the zombie monster already approaching him, the young man could not understand how such a creature could appear on the edge of a foggy forest. And at the time of the attack, it was suggested that perhaps too many people had recently cultivated the land and scared off the zombie monster. The young man was so agile that at the moment of the attack he managed to jump away. During the flight, the guy decided to use his bladed weapon. And then he rushed with all his might into the enemy's back. But the dagger touched the creature's skin and shattered into small pieces. This action made the monster twice as angry. The young man was angry because the monster was not harmed at all. It seemed that the zombie monster could not be hit with either a sword or a spear. And in a moment of reflection, our hero took a blow of incredible force. Our hero realized that he was wrong, and this creature is many times stronger than he expected. And it is even possible that the enemy has the strength of a first-level great monster. And after that, he received another incredibly strong blow. The guys from our hero's squad were very afraid for their master. But spitting out blood, our hero still ordered him not to approach because it was not good. His strength now does not correspond to the level of a zombie monster. And in an instant, our hero seemed to become a demon himself. He was a man striving to overcome the monsters in his life, but could not, or rather did not have the right to die at the hands of a zombie monster. This feeling of imminent death is just as strong as in the battle with the third prince. But the guy can't go down there. He needs another chance at life. His life shouldn't end like this. After all, in this life, everything should not be like this. And starting to burn with a red flame, the young man firmly decided that he had come to fight. And I'm not going to give up so easily. Gathering all his strength in his hand, Qin Feng began to rain down blows on his opponent. The animal in front of him meant nothing at all, so he flew towards it with incredible speed. It happened so quickly that the monster didn't even seem to realize that he was pinned by the throat to a tree. Young man B continued to go on strike at this time. The guys who watched could not say anything at all. They were amazed. And the girls were very scared because no one expected this. A few seconds later, our hero ordered iron chains to be brought to him, which after some time he used to restrain the monster. The young people were delighted that their master had defeated such a powerful monster. Qin Feng did not pay attention to the monster who was trying to chew the chain with his teeth and ordered everyone to be vigilant, because the skin of this zombie monster is very strong, and it is impossible to kill it with ordinary methods, and these chains will only hold it temporarily. This is similar to what happened in the Barren Lands, and it seems that death causes an unimaginable energy effect. Such assumptions scared the young man very much because he did not know what this energy is, but it can help him overcome difficulties. So everything is not so bad, and after thinking about it, he began to walk away from the creature. Our hero was going to deal with the monster later. Now they need to build a base as soon as possible. His subordinates immediately accepted the order. Outside the Manhwa forest, people were discussing why none of the Qin and Situ families had returned yet, since they had been there for a long time. And at that time, someone was already leaving the forest. It was the Qin family's research team that returned with an incredible amount of medicinal herbs. And behind him crawled the commander of the research team of the Situ family, all beaten up and begging people for help. People were happy when they saw our hero, because before they were even afraid of Qin Feng's team, but now they were convinced of the opposite. The commander of the Situ family hated our hero's team because while his team remained unharmed, most met the monster and believed that our hero had deceived him. One of our hero's comrades did not understand how the man laughed when he said this, because they themselves had encountered a monster. and the Gorodo, pointing to our hero, said that Qin Feng was able to defeat this monster. The man who was looking after our hero's detachment could not understand how this was possible, and was sure that the Qin family had deceived him. At this time, the construction of the fortification was in full swing. When a girl approached the wall and saw the fortification, she was surprised. She heard that the strongest group in the city right now was the Qin family. This was Yu Xiaoxiao, the commander of the research team. He was followed by some army, a commander who could not understand why our hero's family could build walls there, since Cloud Shadow City is a public place. When the girl saw these men, she was scared and surprised. And at some point, they are already setting up their crossbows to shoot arrows. This is the Guild of Fire Mercenaries. A second later, an incredible number of arrows were already flying into the defensive wall of the city. These arrows were enough to destroy the newly built wall, from which people began to fall in the blink of an eye. The girl was outraged by such actions because there are still people from the Qin family upstairs. At that same second, the elders flew out of the city, wanting to find out who dared to raise a hand against them in the city of cloud shadows. Qin Wanli was incredibly surprised. After all, standing in front of him was Leng Xing, the third commander of the Fire Mercenaries Guild, who was outraged that someone dared to build walls in Cloud Shadow City. The man wasted no time in revealing that he was the protector of Cloud Shadow City, and building stone walls was the only way to protect the city and block the path of the tide of beasts. The man grinned, and this excuse made him laugh. The guy intended to tear down this wall, and whoever dared to stand in his way would be crippled. The Cloud Shadow City defender understood that all the fire mercenaries were body-strengthening experts of the 6th level and above. At that moment, someone growled incredibly angry, wondering who dared to touch his father. The man's face was already losing color, and after that he began to sweat how scared he was, especially since his comrades around him were already being killed. The girl watching this was surprised that someone was able to kill a level 6 body-strengthening expert with a throwing knife. Of course, it was our hero who, heading towards the enemy, said that whoever dared to touch his family members would never be forgiven. The young man was incredibly angry, and his comrades seemed even more furious. Everyone understood that all the attackers must pay with their lives. The girl who saw our hero was very surprised, because in front of her stood someone who had recently thrown away a throwing knife, and this person seemed to only have a first-level body enhancement, but she could not understand how the guy could kill so easily become a level 6 body enhancement expert. At this time, the commander of the attackers laughed, not understanding who was standing in front of him, and I also laughed at the fact that people thought that by killing several 6th level experts in his squad, they became strong, and he himself had an 8th level body enhancement level. He only injured a few members of the Qin family, so she decided that paying medical expenses of 1 gold would be enough. But the one our hero killed is worth 10,000 gold. And at that very second, our hero attacked the man with incredible aggression, ordering him to shut up. After all, in his eyes, the lives of people in front of him are not worth even 1 golden penny. Moreover, if our hero kills his opponent, he will get his hands dirty, so the person must pay him 100,000 gold pieces as a reward for his wasted efforts. The fighters of the enemy detachment did not know what to do. And for the girl, what was happening was incredibly powerful. Because the commander of the Fire Mercenaries Guild was killed with 1 blow, she was very curious about who our hero was. And at that moment, someone from our hero's family appeared because they dared to kill his people. It was the Fire Mercenary Commander, Jia Gang, who had a level 9 body enhancement. He wondered if the people standing in front of him could withstand his fury. Our hero was even amused by this. It seemed that he was going to burn in order for a third-rate mercenary guild to dare to face the wrath of his family. The commander was furious because he considered our hero a weakling who could only threaten. He was going to turn our hero's head into food for wild dogs. The girl who was seriously scared all this time because the look at the guild commander created the impression that in principle, no one could defeat him. The man was already very close to the head of our hero, who did not move at all when someone parried his sword with someone else's. The man was even confused for a second because there was a very powerful force in front of him. This man was opposed by the elder, whom our hero had been treating all this time. He was able to break another sword into several dozen fragments with 1 swing of his sword, and the guild commander collapsed with an incredible roar. The elder tried to smooth the situation over, saying that he had only left for a moment, and it was already a complete mess. The guild commander was at a loss, because the person standing in front of him could easily cause him serious damage. Before him stood the Grand Master along with our equally talented hero. And a little later, he got scared, because it was the same legendary old man from the Qin family. The man hesitated and began to apologize, saying that he had no evil intentions. He had only offended one of his small members and asked for forgiveness. But the old man only grinned, because the guild commander really thought that he had offended a minor member of the family. But in fact, to hit someone who they and the family gave up with great impatience, and this is Qin Feng, he is the one who in the family is better not to touch now. Hearing this, the commander was even more frightened because it was he who performed excellently at the Earth Lighting Tournament and took first place. The girl, hearing the name of our hero, was also surprised, because this man won the tournament and became the star of tomorrow for the family. The Guild of Fire Mercenaries found a strong opponent. This man was planning at this time and asked forgiveness from the Great Lord for not being careful enough. He allowed his people to be killed as he wished, but asked to be spared. Our hero agreed to put the lives of the commander and his men on the line, but then they would have to go to their newly discovered spiritual lands and clear the surrounding area of wild animals. The men were even more surprised when they realized that our hero's family had found a spiritual refuge. And then our hero became even more angry. The man, frightened by the anger of our hero, began to refuse, as he realized that the Qin family had already captured the spiritual land, the larger of which even mercenary groups could not find. While keeping an eye on the departing Qin family, the young lady decided that these people were many times stronger than she thought. Even though our hero looked very scary, perhaps she could gain experience. So she immediately jumped off the horse, and he tried to call our hero. The girl shyly asked if she could join the group to explore new lands with her group from Yulin, while she herself was afraid that she would be killed for her ignorance. The young man agreed to accept her on the condition that she had no evil intentions. The girl was delighted that the young man agreed so easily, so she did not immediately tell him that her group was only at the level of qi and blood. The young man cheerfully said that there was nothing wrong with that, because 90% of his team was also at the qi and blood level. It was strange for the young lady to only use qi and blood realm troops. They had actually paid the spiritual land together before the upcoming body-strengthening realm. But without thinking for long, the girl threw herself on our hero's neck with the words that she was called upon to give herself in the future for the good of the team and serve until her last breath. And after death, the rest of the team members were outraged by this behavior. 3 days later in the city medical garden, our hero, with a friendly smile, asked how many days they had not seen each other and how things were going with the new lineup. Our hero's comrade stood near the wounded girl. One of the guys reported that the new squad was seriously wounded in battle. Our hero immediately rushed to the girl, who was asking those around her what had happened. One of our hero's assistants immediately told us that this was the work of the 5th group of the Situ family. When Yu Xiao's troops accompanied them with the loot, she was captured by the Situ family. The girl steadfastly defended the loot and was seriously injured. Situ's family also told these young men to hand over the spiritual land within 7 days, otherwise they would take it by force. Qin Feng couldn't resist and punched the wall in anger, saying that the family was taking out their anger because their team was destroyed by a zombie monster. But one of the guys did not understand this situation because in the 5th family group, there are several masters who have reached the 3rd level of body strengthening and higher, and there are 3 masters in the city. And then the young man, who is the right hand of our hero, concluded, the Situ family is really coming to rob their spiritual land, and it will be difficult for them to resist, but in the end, they only have Yu Lao as their master. But he is a star. So people started wondering what would happen if they couldn't resist, because the overall situation is what matters most. The girl was ready to give up, because not only she understood the whole picture, because the Situ family is a large clan, and everyone in the area understands our hero's doubts. But the guy immediately reacted, or rather asked how long it would be before the Situ family was going to take possession of the lands, and then realized that this time was quite enough. Our hero's subordinates were confused as none of them could even guess what Qin Feng was up to. One of the guys even suggested that his master intended to hand over the spirit land in 7 days. Qin Feng became more serious and said that he believed that 7 days of preparation would be enough because their squad would not have time to contact the main clan, so they would have to fight the Situ family themselves. And having picked up the wounded man, the girl more calmly said that they cannot be intimidated by anything. In the future, they will be attacked by other clans, so it is impossible to talk about development in such conditions. But this zeal was perceived by his subordinates as impulsiveness, and he was feared. This angered our hero because his people doubted the captain's decisions. Upon hearing this, the men immediately fell to their knees, declaring that they fully supported this decision. After that, they began to say that even if someone died in battle, they would still go with our hero. After several minutes of confession, our hero took the girl in his arms and went somewhere, followed by his closest friend, wondering what to do next. After carefully laying the injured girl down, Qin Feng quietly said that it was time for the Situ family to find out something. More precisely, these scoundrels had to find out who was now the king of the Misty Forest. After this, for 7 days, residents of the Qin settlement in the city noticed the strange actions of our hero's group. They continued to transport materials from the spiritual land back and forth and did not seem to take the threat from the Situ family seriously. Everyone thinks that the Qin family is just pretending to hold on and will eventually give up the spiritual lands. However, after 7, Qin did not obey as everyone expected, so the Situ family was furious. Situ's group, who had been smilingly awaiting the handover of the land, is now enraged and preparing to take it by force. New Deputy Commander Situ Yunxiao, who had a 9th level body enhancement, did not think that he was that big because the small Qin family did not dare to give up the spiritual land. The man knew that our hero's family only had one great master, and before he could act, they would have to enter and destroy the entire Qin family along with the spiritual lands. And after that, the Situ family detachment went on the attack. In an instant, a scout appeared in front of the leader of the group with a report, where he said that there was no need to continue the attack, since he saw that our hero's family had left the earth and fled. And the proof of his words suggested that our hero's family must have expected them to run away when they saw this. In front of these people, 2 towers, or rather some kind of structure, could be seen. But the scout continued to say, people from our hero's family built a fortification there. They probably planned to resist the Situ family. This flattered the group leader, as he thought our hero's family was still afraid of them. But a moment later, one of the soldiers turned to his commander with the news that he had discovered something strange. It was the same zombie monster, but the Sith did not know about it yet. They were interested in finding it, and the leader was amused, because he thought that this might be a treasure that our hero's family did not have time to take because they ran away too quickly. So he invited the whole detachment to go and dismantle this thing. And after these words, the flock with undisguised joy headed towards the tree. The leader truly believed that from now on all the land in the area would be credited for his services to the Situ family. And this was supposed to be a great feat. But he was distracted from his thoughts by some scream. A hungry zombie monster towered directly above the man. The man was sweating with fear, because he did not understand what the creature was doing there. Before the man had time to think properly, he was already watching his fellow zombies begin to kill. And at that moment, when the creature's paw touched him and he fell, the man realized that he had fallen into a trap. Therefore, almost immediately he ordered his comrades to run faster. And at that same moment, everyone rushed from their seats and ran with all their might. The gate slammed shut almost at its end. And that's when this leader realized that they were trapped in the circle of a zombie monster, and this could be the end. The monster was already among them and did not deny himself a treat. Our hero looked down on everything that was happening and was amused that Situ's family was caught so easily and actually went inside. At this point, our hero informed his comrades that the Situ family really does not respect their family, so what is happening is worth all their efforts. The zombie monster was deliberately chained by our hero to a tree. He is capable of destroying many at the level of body enhancement, and the young man understood this. The guy who is our hero's right-hand man asked his master what they should do next and suggested letting the men wear themselves out inside. No Tu Chin Feng already had a plan. He could also bite if provoked. One zombie monster would not be able to cope with them, so now the time had come to release the tiger into the mountains. And at that moment, the gates began to open. The leader immediately noticed this, and in order not to be eaten by the zombie monster, like his comrades, rushed forward, hoping for salvation. Once inside, the man with a grin immediately ordered everyone to run and hurry up. And after that, he laughed it all off, because there was a zombie chained behind them who could not catch up with them. And then our hero approached with a grin from ear to ear. Our hero, together with his subordinates, took advantage of the surprise attack. But the squad leader of the Situ family did not lose his smile, because the old man from our hero's family did not come, and our heroes are not able to kill any of them. The man standing in front of our hero realized that they all had a body enhancement level of level 3 or higher, so the upcoming battle would be easy. When they attacked, our hero ordered his men to retreat, and then in an instant everyone loaded their bows and began shooting arrows. They were all directed at the same person, who soon ended up where they were directed. And after that, our hero's people ran to hide. The leader of the Situ family squad cursed everyone under his breath, because our hero is actually using a strategy where they focus the attack of many people on one person. Our hero and his men were still in hiding, but still preparing for another attack. The young man immediately fired one arrow after another. All arrows were still aimed at only one person. And just like the first time, the boys began to hide in the forest. The leader is mad with rage because our hero is again with his men focusing on them, especially wanting to take advantage of the terrain and defeat them one by one. But the man was not going to just give up, so he immediately informed the remaining team that our hero, along with his people, could not be allowed to just kill them, so it was necessary to quickly go and pursue them, and then kill them. After these words, the young men rushed deeper into the forest. After some time, the commander of the Situ family detachment noticed our hero's people running away. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he ordered our hero to accept death. He was so excited about his imminent victory that he did not notice the archers peeking out from the bushes, and when he noticed, it was already too late. The leader stood with his men, surrounded by pointed bows. Qin Feng laughed loudly when he saw this picture because the people knew about the ambush but dared to chase them. The man standing next to him was also surprised because he asked his captain not to overestimate the mental abilities of the people in front of him. The leader of the Situ family couldn't stop laughing. After all, he believed that our hero's team only had 4 people with physical strength. The rest were just chi and bloody trash. So these people could come as much as they wanted, but they still wouldn't be able to compare. His team. But our hero's warriors still pointed their bows at the enemy. The young man waited until this monologue of his asked them not to look down on them, to let them try the treat first. After that, the guy raised his hand up and loudly ordered everyone to divide into groups of 5 and concentrate on one target, and then shoot. The leader was still laughing and even cheering them on. After all, the chi of a group of people and the chi of bloody archery were just light blows to them. The man then ordered his men to destroy our hero's army. But at that moment, when they fled, several people were shot down by arrows on the way. The commander was already furious, and not a trace of his smile remained. Eventually, the man noticed that he was running alone and became scared out of his mind. After all, he didn't understand what was going on. And even more so, he didn't understand how our hero's people were able to destroy his team of the strongest fighters. Qin Feng, standing in front of his enemy, laughed at him because he could not even accept defeat on the verge of death. But in fact, 7 days ago, there were indeed many people of chi and blood in his team. But during these 7 days, our hero consumed countless spiritual herbs from the new land, producing large batches of spiritual pills to strengthen the body for days and nights. He sat at the stove to cook no matter what. He and his comrades then suggested that the team members take spiritual pills to strengthen their bodies. If one didn't work, they tried 10. If 10 didn't work, they tried 100. Thus, even if the efficiency is low, they can still create a powerful force by spending a large amount of time strengthening the body. So now our hero's team had the strongest fighters. So now they have many times more chances to win. The squad leader of the Situ family really didn't understand what was going on behind them. The man realized that if this continued, he would soon die himself. Dripping with sweat, the man decided to resort to extreme measures. He shouted at the top of his voice a prayer for salvation. After some time, 3 silhouettes were already visible above our hero's head. In front of the leader stood 3 men, one of whom was reported to be a member of the elite of the Situ clan, a team of distinguished warriors. They despised the fact that this man lost to a group of newcomers from the Qin clan. They sincerely believed that this man had disgraced the name of the Situ clan. Therefore, in one fell swoop, they decided to get rid of our hero's team. But the young man was not going to give up. The boy was mentally glad that the masters of the Situ clan had finally intervened, causing him more harm than anything else he had hoped for. At this time, the commander of the failed detachment respected the masters that our hero's detachment was too cunning. They killed everyone in the detachment. And then the men began to say that they originally did not want to interfere in the fight among the young, but since they interfered, then they should exterminate all these despicable members of the Qin family. Flying close to our hero, one of the ancients suggested that he was heading towards the most powerful representative of the new generation, but he would die anyway. Qin Feng was amazed by the speed of this old man, so he did not have time to do anything. But a moment later, an elder from our hero's family intervened. The man was calm as before, but there was undisguised rage in his eyes. Our hero was very surprised to see the old man, but felt it and said that everything was fine with him. The men standing opposite were surprised that standing in front of them was the master of the Qin family of yesteryear. Well, they were even more surprised that they only struck a regular blow, but he couldn't cope with it. After all, in those days 30 years ago, this man was truly an outstanding master. But after the events in the Ye family, a lot has changed. Without waiting for an answer, one of the elders decided to strike, since the life and strength of the elder of the Qin family were most likely already running out. But surprisingly, the man resisted. A few moments later, a fight broke out between the elders. The first elder decided to destroy the legend that the old man in front of him was once an invincible warrior. In response to the arrogant statements, Old Man Chen did not say anything, but just looked in God knows where, most importantly, pathetically and epically. The enemy did not hesitate and attacked the rotten one, so much so that his cape could not keep up with him. The impressive old man responded to the blow with a powerful roar which still did not come out of him for a long time, and he could not do anything about it. Internal gases greatly hindered him. What nonsense, but it's true. And now, in his peak form, he will throw blows and a scattering of techniques. The grandfather waves his halberd, thereby generating a blast wave, which will cause the main damage to opponents. The elder clearly did not expect such an attack from an old but living legend, but he was able to shake the old days and kick the elder himself. From such force, he could not even understand that his arrogance and confidence exposed him to such a powerful blow. Old Man Luke was thrown back to a nearby tree, where his lifeless body was trying to recover from the legendary blow. The comrades were speculating whether everything was okay with their friend, whether he was really dead, and how Chen managed to eliminate the elder, as if his strength was being restored. Then it only occurred to them to kill the enemy as quickly as possible, so that he would not create unnecessary problems along the way. Meanwhile, the old man blithely blames the main character for overeating all last week. Now he is tormented by an eternal roar and heartburn. However, no pain in the stomach will prevent him from using the beginnings of the old strength and power. The energy that flowed through Chen's hands went into the halberd and dealt a knockdown blow. The wave of golden energy was already before the eyes of the elders, and they realized that they could not oppose anything to it. Like lightning, Chen struck all his enemies at once and won a battle where it was impossible to lose. The old man was just getting used to it, but he was very glad to see the lost power. Here he is, a great master of the 6th level. Fortunately, everything ended well, since the old man overate and was unable to fight at the beginning, and Clint told him that they would not allow him to overeat anymore. The boy couldn't believe that the great old man from the Don Don family had fully recovered his strength, although only recently he had been an ordinary fart. Clint explained everything to him in such a way that the elder was his main trump card at the base of the City of Cloud Shadows. It was not for nothing that he spent all the most advanced spiritual medicines on a rotten one. With a trembling voice, the brazen liar began to beg for forgiveness on his knees, saying that he did not want to steal spiritual powers. He and Clint had a common grudge. Well, if everything is so, the hero decided to have a duel between him and the impudent man for life and death. Regardless of the outcome, they will solve this problem. The coward is very happy that he has the opportunity to defeat his main enemy, since he himself offered him a duel. The girl was worried about her comrade, since the enemy's level of spiritual strengthening was 9. The arrogant fox was torn by his soul when he had such an opportunity to save himself, since it would not be difficult for him to defeat Clint, and his arrogance would destroy him. Alan did not hesitate, and pulled out his large blade from its sheath and placed it in front of Clint. The character didn't say a word to him as a large and sharp blade stood in front of him. It was then that a bloodthirsty battle for life and death began. The enemy fought like the last time, and Clint did not answer him. The girls were very worried about their ally, as time after time the blade flew right past him. During the battle, Alan had the courage to throw around words. Allegedly, his opponent a minute earlier was much more courageous and self-confident. His comrades laughed at the arrogant coward who has no idea why no one is attacking him. After the words of that muscular guy, a drop of sweat flowed down Alan's cheek. He was definitely scared of something. That muscle man wanted to tell him that their leader did not start his battle. All this time, Alan was fighting with a shadow copy of Clint, and he was training this skill. "Practice won't hurt," the long-haired friend said, when he showed that his opponent was so easily fooled by doubles. He was smart enough to understand that all this time he had been fighting the shadow and showing his superiority over it. At this rate, he will definitely lose, since he simply will not be able to distinguish them from the enemy himself. Before the actual battle, he asked Clint to stop using his tricks and fight fairly. This is exactly what the hero is waiting for, calling him to him with his hand. Will the battle really become serious? Clint felt the first collision with Alan's blade and did not even expect that the blow would be so powerful. The allies began to worry about their comrade as they saw that the enemy of the team leader was not so easy. Even that was not all. Last time Alan survived because of some family technology, which he is now going to use against Clint, his main enemy. Various and ancient symbols appeared under his feet. The family technique was the control and art of the energy of the dead. Before this, he used the energy of his previous squad and escaped from them, but this time he took the energy from the master squad. And this is a completely different level. Already now he has reached the first stage of a master. You can trust him, since now he looks truly deadly. Attack after attack, and it's getting harder and harder for Clint to dodge the blows. The dark energy seems to be beyond his control. As always, everyone is yelling and worrying, but the old man doesn't make a sound, but the guys ask him to help their eldest so that he doesn't get killed. The Supreme Master does not see anything wrong with this, and does not understand why his comrades are worried. But earlier he talked about something, for which reason he brings the fight to the brink between life and death. His grandfather's words ring true as the battle heats up and Clint still hasn't answered him. The state of mortal danger was becoming close. According to him, he does this for the purpose of certain sensations. And apparently the time has come for an answer. Alan's attacks terribly infuriated the guy. Because of this, he asked if he had anything else. After he broke Alan's blade, Clint asked if he was confident in his powers, if they were enough to kill him. Then came a powerful blow to the jaw, which would knock out the average MMA fighter without a chance, and Alan's jaw would lose a couple of teeth. The team has been traveling with him for so long, but they are still surprised that he suddenly knows how to deliver a powerful blow. And only the great elder noticed that Clint had a secret ability, which its owner himself knew about. The old man understands that their comrade thinks that this ability manifests itself on the verge of death. For this reason, he uses his enemies for training and always brings himself to this state. Alan is disappointed to hear that his rival is using him as a training doll, and it's just terrible. He decided to exchange the broken sword for another in a sheath, but this does not calm him down, since he has reached the first stage of a master, and he cannot lose to the owner of the first level of body strengthening. He can't lose no matter how hard he tries. He'll use all his powers to kill Clint. But his enemy was infuriated by the fact that he was standing in front of him, and Alan was still not kneeling in front of him. In such a state of rage, Alan has no chance of winning. It's even scary to imagine what he will do to the scoundrel. He felt a gigantic pressure on himself. No level of strengthening would keep him on his feet. Only now did it dawn on him that a few words from Clint would make him submit and fall to his knees. Compared to him, Alan looked like a bug, and his aura completely covered him. Honestly, I didn't even notice him at first. Then he finally realized that he needed to beg for mercy with tears and drool, since there would be no forgiveness for him for everything. Even after all the begging and threats, Clint didn't care about his situation, what he would get for killing him, and so on. Today he definitely won't let anyone go, neither Alan nor his evil squad, who are not worthy of life. In a fit of rage, he took off Alan's head with one blow, without even having to make an effort. The bandits began to realize that things were getting hot. The commander of the detachment was killed, the elders would not help in any way, and bad weather would come to them too. Clint doesn't even think about letting them go, since they were confident of defeating them. But be that as it may, there is no one stronger than Clint in this world, however. There are creatures of the non-human race. This ability is truly amazing, since in a couple of moments there was no one left from the entire squad on their feet. The girls were shocked that the hero buried the fifth group of the Bomb family in the ground. From this moment on, the character declares that the end of a long enmity and battles has come. Victory is on the side of the Don family. They must warn everyone and spread the word to everyone that the end of the bloody war has come. Everyone agreed with his decision. The elder rubbed his beard and declared that the true power of his family lies in this guy. With him they will go far, and the humiliation will end. Success in battle came when he used this power on the verge of death. It gives him not only strength, but also a rage that puts pressure on people and inspires true fear. However, sometimes it seems to him that this power makes him a different person. How is it so? What kind of power is this? He will find answers to these questions in the future. This beautiful girl is straight from Clint's past life. She escaped from the Ding Dong family, who burned her palace and took her into her care. Our hero was able to win her from her owner. For the previous reason, an important person from the Ding Dong family broke into the house of the Dong Dong family. She came for our beauty, who hid naked with Clint and healed the wounds that no one could cure. The patrol woman of the Ding Dong Palace began to turn up her nose in front of the hero, since he was from a weak family. But he did not tolerate this and hit her. Needing his massive forearm, he asked her if this girl would hit him even a little hard when he had recently defeated the Bomb squad. After a slap on the cheek, he asked another question, whether he would be afraid of some patrolman when he defeated the strongest squad. She had nothing to answer to this. She offended his friend and must apologize on her knees within 3 seconds. Otherwise, only death awaits her. She understood that she had not found the one she was looking for. That beauty's scars had disappeared and there were no traces of training, but she was still in no hurry to apologize. The patrol woman was a member of a noble family and would never kneel before anyone, although the guy doesn't care. There were only 2 seconds left for her head to roll across the wooden floor and her blood to stain the carpets. Already now she realized how great Clint's strength is. With one left, he slaps her in the face and throws her to the floor. With time running out soon, he enveloped himself in an aura of death to convince her that there would be no mercy. It was then that he knelt before Alice and began to beg for mercy, mentioning that she had made a mistake. It was easier than she thought, Clint said, and gave her her blade back. After that, he told her that she was free, and with tears in her eyes, the patrol woman stopped running, shouting what a shame it was. But in fact, it was Alice who received the shame, who did not at all want to become his girlfriend in the eyes of that fool. Even tears flowed from anger, but she's only nicer this way, to be honest. And I'm so sorry for her, it's scary to imagine what they did to her family and the palace. He explained his sins by saying that it was an acting game and everything was spontaneous, but she was fine, however. Knowing her character, when she recovered, he would not be well. Meanwhile, the patrol woman ran very far away and spoke out loudly about the Don Don clan. For example, how shameless they are. Suddenly, on a tree, she saw a fabric cocoon suspended by chains. What was sealed there? Could it be the girl she was looking for? This was her chance, and she didn't waste it, pointing her large sword at the cocoon to break the chains. Suddenly, a loud cry of an animal reached the house, which scared Clint and Alice. They quickly got dressed and ran out in the direction of the scream, asking the patrol woman what had happened. The patrol woman's face was disfigured by the claws of the sealed lord of the undead, and she blamed Clint for all this, since she thought that he had set her up. For this, she promised that the Don Don clan would pay for what they had done. But that was not what the boy was afraid of at all. Out of anger, he nailed the scarred girl to a tree and began to shout at her whether she had released that monster or not. After all, she can't even imagine what the consequences could be from the fact that she freed the monster that they sealed with such difficulty. She doesn't see anything terrible in this, since it's just some kind of monster. Nothing terrible will happen. However, behind her she heard the cries of people, which were not at all like cries of joy, but these sounds were coming straight from the city. A couple of seconds were enough for her to understand what she had done for half an hour while she was on Clint's territory. Our trio set out to save people. The girl with scars from claws barely trudged after them. Seeing the sights of what she had done, she was horrified. Even her honor hung from the shame that she would bring to her palace. But what happened was even worse. All the wounded were her own troops, who were very easily killed by one monster. The tracks of this monster led straight to the city of Cloud Shadows. There were a lot of people there, so the beast definitely smelled blood. He will not be able to call the old man, since the elder has gone deep into the forest to clear the wasteland and is unlikely to have time to come. But this is not the worst thing. He is not so confident in his victory, since new demons no weaker than him may come along with him. Another danger is that the demons have secret skills, which fortunately the monster did not have time to use last time and Clint's team sealed it. Meanwhile, the demon was approaching the city, and second by second a report was being made of more deaths. According to Clint, if this creature comes to the city and uses its secret abilities there, it will lead to big trouble, and it is already here. But the patrol woman is on her knees and repents to the hero that he did not tell anyone about what she did. Otherwise, she would be driven out of the palace, but Clint himself drove her away. He ordered the big man to send a letter to their comrade from the city so that he would know about the monster and protect people. He told Alice to wait for him as he would need some materials in the battle, and he would prepare them. And during the battle, the girl should stand next to him, since he is the only one who will protect her there. She laughed at his defense, because she had been trying to hide all this time, and then this man found her. She didn't trust him, so she decided to find a secluded place to hide. By that time, the city gates had not yet closed and were open, as if spring was just around the corner. The town's residents began to panic because the undead king was approaching and the gates were not closed. The back rows shouted to everyone to tell the people in front to run faster and not crowd, because the barricades made of boxes could not stop the Cyclops. The monster flew into a rage when he saw such a large number of victims right under his nose. Some nasty voice appeared behind, and he ordered everyone to stand still, and if they disobeyed, he himself would kill them. The owner of that vile voice is that handsome man who was just passing by and decided to commit his first good deed. As it turned out, these were the offspring of the Bomb family, who were oppressed by the shame of the Don clan, and with killing the monster and saving people, they would have some kind of moral benefit. For this reason, they decided to give the demon time to enter, since they are confident in their abilities. But Gordon was against this, since the monster needs to be locked up, and they let him inside the city. The prince smirked at him as he was from Clint's family, and his cowardice revealed the gaps in the family. The vile scoundrel decided to attack first, and his brothers would cover his back while he did the most noble deed. They didn't even care that the Cyclops was as tall and wide as a two-story house. They flew straight ahead. Gordon wanted to stop them, since such a demon can only be stopped by a person of the level of a great master. The boy's screams did not bother the arrogant princes of the arrogant Bomb family. It's wrong. They really have everything boom boom in their heads. A young prince flew over the long-haired one, pointing his nose at the bloodthirsty animal. And this attack surprisingly turned out to be successful. One can praise him for this. He is not bad in words and deeds. But how long will they last? It can't be that everything went so easily. One swing of the sword cannot be compared with Clint's last battle with this monster. Even the citizens of the city did not think that everything could be so simple, even somehow surprising. But the small assistant Gordon himself said that the battle with an enemy of this level is not so simple. You need to shut his mouth in time. Otherwise, he will use the ability. The offspring did not care that the creature was chewing the blade of one of them in its mouth, just to be insolent to the representative of the Don family. But trouble came where no one expected it. The prince could not even think that the monster might have a secret ability, and he had already decided to show himself. The cute-looking kid was very scared when he saw that the animal stood up again. The Cyclops shouted something incomprehensible at the top of his voice. The sound spread over many kilometers and everyone could hear it. It smelled like something was going on, and only Gordon realized that the creature had managed to use something. But what was it? An ordinary scream and nothing more. What is so dangerous here, thought Prince Bomb. The fact of the matter is that he did not even foreshadow the upcoming danger. Since it is not the monster's ability that is weak, it is he who is stupid. As soon as he decided to raise the blade over the enemy, a new demon appeared behind him, who came to the rescue after hearing his brother's cry. Another king of the undead in the city, he also has an unknown ability, and you never know what this piece of crap will come up with. The third prince began to think for a long time about where another demon could come from, and with such an aura that it was even more terrible than the first. His thoughts were interrupted by an evil demon who does not even think about pity for people. He only needs blood from them. Prince Charles was driven into the roof of one of the houses. The blow was crushing, so repairing it would be very expensive, and they didn't care about the cute boy. The three offspring almost lost their spirits when they saw that the eldest in strength was sent flying. What is also stunning is that the blow of that creature is equal in strength to that of a great master of the second level. Such power is amazing. Their brother's words do not frighten them, but on the contrary motivate them to die as soon as possible, since life teaches them nothing. This is not a task. Not a single attack of the princes caused even a drop of damage. Not even a scratch was left. And who said that it would be easy? Usually such people do not live to be 20 years old, but in this case, they were lucky to at least survive childbirth. The guardsmen even realized that against this monster even luck would not save them. They would all be finished. Together, the demons can turn this entire city into ruins. Without lifting a finger, they will blow it off the face of the earth. In the meantime, the Cyclops needs fresh blood from humans, of which there are enough here to feed him for a couple of days. Gordon looks at the despair of the people. It's too late for them to escape. The third prince and his brothers detained not only the demons, but also the citizens themselves. They also summoned the second king of the undead. One of the residents has already been attacked by one enemy. He no longer knows what he needs to do to save himself. But the ill-fated hand is stopped by our hero Gordon, who showed his courage and covered the man. He told the victim not to worry about him, but to run away without looking back so that he would not see them there again. And when he dies, he must be buried in the palace of the Don family at Clint's. For such help, the citizens thank the brave Commander Gordon. They certainly will not forget such a feat. But his last motivation was a letter written earlier by Clint, asking him to put his life on the line for the lives of the residents of the city of Cloud Shadows. Deftly, he avoids the demon's menacing attack and prepares his counterattack to knock down at least one monster. With great self-confidence, Gordon jumped towards the enemy and swung his sword to take off his head. But as soon as the sword touched the demon's neck, it split like a tea service, leaving only the hilt of the weapon. At his current level, Gordon would need another 100 or 1,000 blows to make a scratch on the monster. Meanwhile, the monster sends the brave man flying. The rescued people worry about him, worrying as if they were worrying about their life or the life of a child. But it's too late to think about the commander. He is seriously wounded, and he simply cannot distract the animal. The boy's willpower amazes me time after time because he made a promise to his master and will fulfill it. He shouts to everyone, "Save yourself!" But he himself exposes himself to attack, and with all his last strength, stops the enemy on the way. One promise, and he is ready to dig his own coffin. The main thing is to hold this demon for a couple more moments, because this can save several lives. The monster did not tolerate this and struck with blows, whole combos, but he stuck, like polyurethane foam will not come off. The creature spent many blows, but Gordon's will not be crushed by a couple of blows. Even I believe in him. But the third Prince Charles began to understand his insignificant existence. Since ordinary users of the first level strengthen the body after so many blows, but they cannot get up from one. Each blow brought him closer to death. His mind and body did not obey him. His mind was lost from the ringing in his ears. Residents were worried about their hero. He saved their lives more than once, and now he sacrifices his own for the sake of others. Against the background of everyone, he shone like a northern star. Behind him lies the future path of these citizens. He no longer understood why he didn't run away like a coward, as he had done before. Was it really a promise made to the master, or a desire to save people? The monster doesn't care about all the heroic deeds of the boy who was once a coward. In general, he doesn't care about the lives of strangers. Only one person could save Gordon, and that is our hero Clint, who came to the aid of a little man with a big heart. Opening his eyes slightly, Gordon realized who saved him at the last moment. It was the gentleman to whom he apologized for allowing the demon to get inside. The boy was glad that his squad leader had arrived. Now they can easily defeat the two demons. But the third prince, holding his spirit, had no idea how Clint came to the city so quickly and even dared to fight them. The boy again apologized to the master and thanked him for his salvation. But the character just needed such help. The boy did a great job of holding off the monster and giving him some time. From that moment on, the entire battle fell on the shoulders of the young master. His body was covered with a red aura of rage, and he himself was ready to kill all his enemies. Cyclops doesn't even think about mercy. He is programmed to destroy, and Clint will be the first. Only Clint's divine and radiant strength does not even come close to the strength of the rotten demon. Prince Charles considers the actions of the representative of the Don clan useless, since with the restriction of the first level of body strengthening, he will not achieve anything. But the monster himself forgot who had recently defeated him and sealed him on one of the trees. The creature's gigantic body was smeared across the walls of houses. Almost the entire infrastructure was destroyed by the demon's carcass. And on the face of the king of the undead there was a clear mark from the fist, which, like a seal of slavery, would remain on his cheek. Again, the prince's mouth was wide open when he was again wrong. I'll tell you honestly, this won't be the last time. The residents are very happy that their savior is so strong with the first level of body strengthening. They cannot even defeat him. But on the battlefield, there is more than one enemy, a second demon stronger behind the back of the main character to strike. He manages to make an impressive attack on Clint and send him flying for a long time. Citizens immediately began to tighten their buns when they saw their savior being thrown around like a dirty rag. Fortunately, the Bomb family did not give Charles brains, since he is glad of the death of his only savior, who alone will defeat the existing threat. I said. Again, his mouth is wide open. Charles doesn't understand anything. Everything is not going at all the way he thought. And what excited the prince was that his eternal enemy turned out to be completely intact after a blow equal to the attack of a great master of the second level. But in fact, that was not all. As it turned out, Clint had an ace up his sleeve, which he would certainly use. After waiting a little, he shouted to the side for someone to bring him that very trump card. Meanwhile, the big man finished preparing a pill as fiery as the sun, which was completely covered with various blades. He pulled one of them out of the heat when it was engulfed in Big Boy's fire, probably very hot. With this sword, he looked even more brutal than usual. It felt like he could easily cut not only the demons, but also all living things here. Only one arrogant guy shouts in the back that nothing will work out for him, since such a monster will not take a weapon. His screams will not help in the battle, since a stronger monster is already on his heels. There is nowhere to retreat. Under the giant shadow of the monster, Clint is not going to hide anywhere. His only chance of survival is defeating this creature. And he won't go anywhere until he leaves the city of Cloud Shadows alone. His determined look tells everyone this. Having told the monster die in a drawn-out manner, he cut through his chest. Tongues of fire engulfed the animal, and it screamed in pain. But this was not the end at all. You need to fry until golden brown so that there is a little crunch. In the meantime, let's fry the demon to charcoal so that the flame from his back becomes higher than all the trees in the area, so that everyone can see who is the strongest here. Clint covered the entire creature with fire, which is not even extinguished, and the pain is simply unbearable, as if they were poking into the balls with needles. Do not repeat. The victims stand with the same open mouths. They cannot believe that such a monster was defeated by a man, not even a god. To knock down such a big guy with one blow, we are not in a fairy tale by any chance, but not a single person would believe in such a thing. He clenches his teeth with envy, as it will take him a long time to understand where the Don family comes from such a strong background. He heard all the prince's words and knew very well that this animal could not be pierced with an ordinary sword, and who said that it was an ordinary sword. This sword is encased in a special pill, which is created by a special fire to strengthen the body. It is precisely this fire that demons are afraid of. All these blades in the pill are made against monsters, and such weapons cut monsters like clockwork. The very first monster's voice emerged again, and clearly he had called someone else. But he himself couldn't do anything else, since all his teeth had been knocked out. It didn't even begin to think about avenging its brother. No, it began to run and run quickly so that its heels would sparkle. Those are the cowards. Even Clint understands the insignificance of this monster, since his brother was killed and he runs like crazy. Fortunately, he doesn't care about their devotion to each other. This Cyclops has done enough to Gordon and will answer for it. It won't be difficult for him to first cripple him and then mercilessly finish him off like a rat in a pipeline. The blade sent towards the demon reached its target and wounded him directly in the leg. The fire immediately spread along the leg. The monster was immobilized, his legs did not obey, and he felt terrible pain at the sight of the fire. He is here not only to protect the city from bad weather, but to settle scores related to Gordon. And this abomination will retaliate twice as much as it should. The weapon hit him right in the heart. Clint has no mercy for such creatures, only excessive cruelty. Attack after attack. He doesn't want to feel sorry for this abomination with one eye. I can only remember such rage in One Piece after killing Ace. The hero decided not to spare blades for this bastard and threw them like spears in competitions. The temperature is +20. A warm wind is expected in the morning, and in the evening it will rain from fiery blades. It is not recommended for demons to walk in the forest. But seriously, he was almost defeated by such a gust of endless swords that pierced his chest and caused irreparable damage. Still, he fell under the yoke of fire hostile to demons. He will no longer hang, sealed in a cocoon, on a tree. But this was not the end at all. The zombie demons were defeated, but a more sinister and thick demonic aura was approaching them. Charles can't believe his eyes. He asks someone to pinch him. Maybe it's just a dream, but in reality, Clint has just become stronger. The survivors began to rejoice at the hero. He won and again saved the city of Cloud Shadows, just a hero. But suddenly the character stopped them so that they would not approach him, since the demonic energy was intensifying and he was still hovering in the air. By that time, Alice was hiding and watching that tree in the thick of the forest. She was also surprised that her savior also had some kind of power. One might even say it was impressive. However, such a great chance had opened up for her to leave here while chaos and noise were happening around her. Clint turned out to be right. Another ruler of the undead came straight to them. Only the pill weapon was no longer there. Alice stood right under his large shadow and had no idea that behind her there was such a huge thing several stories high. Incredible pressure emanated from him. His red eyes bored into the girl. To fully see the creature, she had to lift her head very much. But not only is he big and strong, but also his sinister aura that Clint spoke about. The zombie demon grabbed the poor girl and was preparing to kill her, smearing her blood on his palms as he squeezed her fragile body. The onlookers only noticed another zombie demon, followed by Clint, who would have to quickly come up with something to kill the monster. He ordered everyone to stand still, as this undead king was equal to a third-level grandmaster and could be more dangerous than the first two demons. This zombie demon is too strong, and she just became his main target. Until she dies, of course. She has a chance to free herself by activating her skill, but there is a patrol nearby who is looking for her and can recognize a familiar technique. Well, that's also a problem. She'll soon be swallowed, and she's thinking about how to avoid falling into the hands of a patrol officer. She was either dead or caught. She had no choice in this case. Only the one who gave the king of the undead a hard slap in the face doesn't think that Alice needs to take risks. The girl did not even have time to understand what happened, while she missed such a moment. Who saved her? But he said that no one would dare to harm his woman. Even the most powerful enemy in the memory of mankind would not do anything. Fortunately, he arrived on time and caught her, grabbed her by the waist and lowered her to the ground. She was very surprised by him. She didn't even imagine that he would be so quick and kind to her. The flight was normal for 5 minutes. They descended to the ground with ease. Thank God I was most worried about this beauty. But he promised her that she would be protected, and she would not need to awaken her skills, since she would be immediately identified. He explained the appearance of the monster by saying that she was wounded, and it smelled her blood. Here he is after her in order to improve his skills from her. After that blow, he fell to his knees and had already managed to recover as he rose to his feet. She has a choice, to run, but he advises her not to go through the forest or stay with him, and he will protect her. In any case, he was going to detain or kill the monster. From such a righteous act, a tear rolled down and her cheeks turned red. Would he really sacrifice himself for her? That's right. He was going to defeat such a strong monster, although only recently he defeated slightly less weak ones. Things are not so good that you can be completely confident of victory. Since the swords tempered in the pill have lost their properties, only the pill itself remains. He prepared for battle. Of course, he would have to try his best against the undead king. Just as he prepared to attack, a giant fist, larger than himself, appeared in front of his face. Not even a second had passed, and Clint was driven into the ground like a nail into a dry board. The blow was so powerful that even the hero himself rolled his eyes. Before that, few people were capable of such a thing. It is going to finally finish him off, so that there will be no more problems with this person. He will be reborn anyway. Alice is very concerned that he risks himself for her, why he commits such courageous acts that lead to such consequences. She also asks why he does this. It's funny. And immediately he was plunged into memories. On the night of judgment, the red moon shone only brighter. The female voice of Alice screamed for Clint to save himself, because he is an alchemist. She tells him to run, because without her protection he will not have time to get far enough. Trembling, he mumbled something incomprehensible. Not a single coherent word, just sighs and exhalations. To his sighs, she replied that he still had to protect people from the demon clan. He was an alchemist and did not dare to die. Moreover, after the last battle, she feels that she is already dead, so she will delay the monsters that will come soon, so he must run the fastest. He couldn't help the trembling in his body, how long they lived together, and she asks him to leave her. That time he abandoned her for the good of the whole world. In the end, he lost both her and the world, but this time he will do everything possible to leave everyone alive. The enemy was too close and dangerous. Sharp claws squeezed harder, and fangs rubbed more often. He was almost able to get out of the clutches of the creature, but he still needs to get to the pill. What is he up to? And so he breaks through the shell of the solar pill with his fist and penetrates himself with a flame that should give him strength. The time has come for rage. His eyes lit up with a fiery flame, as if they had lit the boilers with uranium. Nuclear processes are occurring in it. Helium appears from hydrogen, lithium from it, and so on to iron. With new strength, he surpasses not only the great masters of the third level, but maybe even the gods. One blow is enough to open the chest of a zombie demon and open the mouths of all onlookers in the area. Flames streamed from his back like the others, the fiery aura around him giving him divine powers. The speed, power, and influence on others increased several times. The blows from the sun's fists were equal to a fallen anvil. Only one does not understand why he risks his life for her. What is his motive? What principle drives him? So 3 fell at the hands of one alchemist, who imagined himself to be gods, an omnipotent god. The flames rose high, they could be seen from afar. The explosion was amazing. The alchemist stood impressively against the backdrop of fire and demonstrated real strength, which everyone would be very far from achieving. Alice has never opened her beautiful eyes so widely, but now she expresses sweet surprise, like a child. Once again, his predictions did not come true. Again, Clint became stronger and killed the most powerful enemy in his life. The people at the gate wondered if there was any other danger coming, if he could kill them completely. The patrol woman, who was to blame for everything, asked why Big Boy and the others didn't go to help the commander, since he was on the verge of death. The big guy said that he had never seen a boss on the verge of death. He brings himself to such a state, even if he doesn't need it. He experiences strange sensations when he is one or two enemy attacks away from death. Then he develops unknown abilities. But Alice was already getting ready to set out on her way, since attention would be focused on him again. But one thing was stopping her. Big Boy asked if everything was okay with his master. He replied that he was very tired, we know. He could barely stand on his feet. But even so, he thought about her. Whether she was okay, alive, healthy, what problems she needed to solve. But no one was standing behind her except for Big Boy, who was worried about her squad boss. After everything, he asked his friend if she left them or still remained with them on the team. When suddenly a woman's breast leaned against his shoulder, it was immediately clear whose it was. It was Alice, and she came to him with an offer to help in his team business. He was pleasantly surprised that she came to them and did not continue to pursue revenge as before. And she doesn't understand why she shouldn't be here because he bought her. She simply has to stay with them. In addition, the blue-eyed beauty said that she remembered Clint's words that she was his woman, although she had a chance to leave, but for some reason she could not, did not dare, or even began to doubt her choice to leave. Since childhood, she wanted to become the ruler of the palace, and her mother always raised her to be a strong woman. Well, we understand from the whip and the blood on the floor, she raised her harshly. She never saw peace. Her mother beat her when she didn't train, then she simply couldn't even move. But suddenly she meets Clint, whose unknown power gives her hope and peace, which is why she wants to stay by his side. In any case, she will have to avenge the palace and the relatives of the Bomb Bomb family. The same patrol officer took place in her, but while she wants to stay with him, after that she only presses closer. Gordon and the survivors are incredibly happy that the young master won, but they wanted to know if everything was okay with him, and he replied that there was nothing wrong with him. Apparently, the time for calm had not yet come. Someone's shadow rose above them, which clearly no one expected to see. But for some reason, all the people are calm, only Clint noticed some strange things behind him. What is it? As soon as he turned back, fear enveloped him, and an aura began to hover around him, an ominous aura, more evil than even the devil's. Incredibly, behind him stood a giant mountain that was shaped like a face and exuded energy like the demons Clint had killed. Behind him there should have been only a vast plain, where a large mountain with eyes came from. He had never felt such pressure on himself. It's scary to even imagine the power it has in battle. As I said, no one except Clint saw that mountain. People did not understand who the young master was looking up at. In fact, there was nothing there, just a gradient in the sky. The survivors thought that he was tired after the battle and needed to rest. Alice was worried about him, but he says that everything is fine, but in fact he wonders if this mountain was real. While the residents shouted that they would help the master reach his chambers so that he could recover, Clint remembered that this mountain is a legendary creature, an earthly mother, and the frequent appearance of demons is connected with it. The Earth Mother, a being superior to ordinary demons and poisonous insects, with her appearance comes chaos. She has the power to control poisonous insects and demons. This mountain is not just an illusion, it is a warning of a coming disaster. This giant creature is able to take on the appearance of the terrain. Being a high peak, it is unlikely that anyone will notice it. It also takes on the appearance of a wide plain. This great creature is capable of skillful camouflage. In his past life, the birth of Mother Earth marked the resurrection of a great demon who destroyed the city of demons. Perhaps very soon the great demon will complete his resurrection and unleash his strength and power on destruction. At that time, Mother Earth attacked people in pairs, and then the human race was in danger of extinction. Then the human race came closer to destruction over and over again. He cannot understand why the earthly mother appeared for just a second and left, but he immediately needs to prepare in advance for a future catastrophe. Soon the news that the third prince almost killed the inhabitants of the city of Cloud Shadows for his own benefit. This news infuriated the entire dynasty. The news that Clint had killed 3 undead kings with a new technique for strengthening the body also shocked the entire dynasty. Children were running down the street and someone was playing the role of Clint, and the rest refused to become Prince Charles and pretended to be demons. The Don Don clan was very happy about this news. The grandmother wanted her grandson to finish the journey and begin to develop here. But he refused her, and on the contrary, put forward his 2 requests. In the first request, he asks her to strengthen ties with the other 5 clans. And the reason for this is that an imminent invasion of the demon clan is expected, and this news greatly shocked the grandmother. However, there was second news. The alchemist decided to join the Slurp Slurp Pavilion. This also amazed the relatives. The Squish Squish Pavilion was the most advanced alchemical organization in the dynasty. If the children of the 5 great clans wanted to go there, they had to start from childhood. The grandmother saw future glory in her grandson, so she used all her relationships and connections to get a place in the pavilion, and within a month, Clint was already there. At the Squish Squish Academy, he was introduced to a wonderful teacher, who in just one lesson will appear before him on her knees. Clint himself went to greet his classmates and said that he was glad to see everyone. As soon as they heard that he was from the Don Don clan, which was the weakest among all 5 families, the whole audience began to laugh. No education. But our hero doesn't care about the words of stupid people. Let them say that he is only pretending to be an alchemist. And why did he come to the academy as an adult? In the pavilion, oddly enough, there is not a single representative of the Don Don family. Although everyone is here for knowledge and experience, he is here for something else. Under the pavilion is the demonic sword Louis Louis, and its power shakes everyone's expectations, and it also has a very strong influence on the demonic clan. It is rumored that the sword belonged to the great demon emperor who fell in ancient times. If Mother Earth and the great demon attack, then the human race can only respond with this sword. So far, no one in the pavilion can lift the sword, and the academy uses its energy to strengthen the spiritual strength of the students. This time, he simply must obtain the blade of the demon emperor, since the viability of humanity depends on it. Meanwhile, a beautiful teacher is giving a lecture on alchemy, and Clint is not listening, as he is immersed in thoughts. But her words hurt him, since she reminded him that she does not know why he was let in here. This fiery beauty's name is Lena. She's a second-class master and expresses her dissatisfaction with Clint's attitude towards the study of alchemy. To her screams, he replied that he was thinking about how to get into the squish-squish crypt. This is where the demonic sword is. After Don Don's son's words, the whole class begins to laugh, since only high-level students can get into the crypt, and he just came here. The master immediately became evil, since everyone has to spend at least 3 years to become high-level students and then adults. And she doesn't like that he wants to do something that they've been trying to do for years and advises him not to stick his nose so far. But Clint also had questions about what our master Lena taught, what he didn't like so much. Well, if so, then she invited him to come out and retell the method of refining the pill that she taught him now. And if he couldn't, then it was better to just kneel down and apologize. What pisses her off the most are those who come to the pavilion and spend their energy to make their life good, but she quickly plans to destroy it. But he did not remain silent, since the teacher began to hide his face in front of him. Then he himself would not be polite. It was then that he stood in front of her, declaring that she was not worthy of his perfect retelling, since in only part of her lecture, he noticed 20 errors. She flew into a rage after his words. The demon literally possessed her, since it is a real crime to claim that a second-class master made a mistake. The people in the class laughed at his words, since Master Lena is an outstanding young teacher in the pavilion, and he says that she was mistaken. But while everyone listened to empty words from him, he wanted to show everything in reality, pointing to a vat with medicinal liquid. He suggested to the master that he would not only brew the pill, but also improve it several times. The students began to be indignant. Can they really make pills? It took them more than 10 years, and they only know how to purify the medicinal liquid. But their clan knows how to brag, they said. They kept shouting at him to get off stage and not interfere with the lecture. They said, "You idiot, get out already." Lena crossed her arms and thought about how she would humiliate this arrogant student after he screwed up. And he already began to name mistakes. Firstly, the master lit the fire too small because she was afraid to burn the medicinal ingredients. Immediately, he lit a fire of incredible power, the tongues of which flew throughout the audience. Such a strong fire amazed everyone. Even the teacher was amazed, since he immediately set up such a strong flame. And he continued, secondly, without a high temperature, it is impossible to reveal the medicinal properties, and she also missed the ideal time to add the elixir. She and the others were offended by how roughly he treated natural herbs and resources, although there were those who thought he had some skills. She began to worry, but continued to think that Clint was just showing off to everyone. But in fact, he can't do anything, no matter how it is. After a few seconds, he pulled out a pill that shone brighter than fallen dew in the sun. She had never seen such speed. It was scary to even imagine what quality the pill must be to make it so quickly. That's what she thought. She thought it was incredible, since it would take her several hours to refine a good quality pill. It looks like this pill is empty, she thinks. As soon as the tablet flew up to her, it only shone brighter and became covered with a golden haze. As I said at the beginning, in one session, he brought her to her knees. She appeared before him when she lost her argument. This radiant pill was of perfect quality. Like the sun in the sky, it's scary to even touch, and he made it in a couple of seconds. The students were also shocked, since no one in the pavilion makes medicine with such speed and quality. Their faces turned pale. They couldn't even believe their eyes, since he not only knows how to make pills, but also surpasses the master in this. After demonstrating his skills, he raised his nose and said that she did not have enough knowledge to teach. Lena herself needed to learn. It was simply unbearable. He publicly disgraced the master, and it collapsed with such a roar as no existing dam had ever fallen. Suddenly he stopped her by saying that she should listen to him, since it depended on it whether she would live or not. How dare he, she thought. For what he said, she wanted to rip open his balls and twist his belly, and he asked her if she was tormented by poor sleep and constant diarrhea, which did not go away. Before she had time to hit him, he said something that revealed almost all her cards. Clint began to say that after going to the toilet, there was a strong smell and tightness in the chest, and with each development, it only became more painful. And she should have already sensed the approaching death that was coming to her so quickly. On her knees, she doesn't understand how he knows so much information about her, how he came to such conclusions. He has a couple of recipes to cure this disease, but since she treated him so badly, I think he won't tell her anything. He really put pressure on her nerves, and she, gritting her teeth, thought whether to apologize to him or show pride. It was then that she begged him on her knees, crawled and rubbed against him, called him master, if only he would save her from the disease. Before that, she herself wanted to force him to kneel. Would such an apology be enough for him? She quickly understood what he meant. Trembling, she became suspicious, and the students also began to worry about it. She had enough strength to put her head to the floor and on her knees to respectfully ask Master Clint to save her. This is the look befitting a bad girl. In one lesson, he persuaded a second-class master without even spending much effort. This was the view he had been waiting for all this time, and after such an apology, he agreed to give her the recipe in a couple of days. She thanked her pride for such generosity and beat her head on the floor to pay for such help. The students are simply shocked that Clint can not only verbally brew pills, but also brought the master to his knees. Only here he greatly provoked one company with his arrogant behavior. Someone wants to show themselves in this class. One of the guys stood out more and agreed to meet the hero. But would it be so good? This guy's name is Cook from the Bomb family, and he wants to show who's the most important in the pavilion here. After some time, he walked through the pavilion. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the sun was shining on his way. He realized that classes had already ended, but he needed to go to the crypt. Although with his level of fortification it was early to get there, so he could at least find out where he was. But he was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice, and they called him a kid. Few people dared to do that. Just the right bunch of hooligans that want Clint to meet everyone and say hello. He acknowledged his classmates, but playfully asked what they wanted because he understood everything. They clearly explained to him that if he wanted to study with them, he would have to lick the shoes of the third cousin of Prince Charles, that is, Cook. He himself confirmed the words of his comrades, since he just needs to lick his shoes. Otherwise, he will receive punishment from the owners of the third level of body strengthening. It turns out that he is a very interesting guy since this upstart seemed familiar to Clint, but he had no idea who he looked like, whether it was the Mandela effect. They said in unison that he should get ready to lick Mr. Cook's shoes or get them all killed. He no longer listened to them. His massive leg flew above Cuckoo's head so quickly that he did not have time to understand it. As soon as he realized that Clint was going to hit him, he realized that today he would not be licking shoes, but the ground. The head sank halfway into the floors of the pavilion and destroyed the laid tiles with the face of the upstart. The students were stunned by what they saw when they realized what he had done to the young master, who had the third level of body strengthening. The alchemist looked down at him terribly and asked if he had hoped to scare him like that, and how he dared to insult everyone at the same time. The suckers pointed a finger at him and showed that it was he who dared to attack his boundless brother. Now they will show him where the crayfish spend the winter. Things started to smell hot. You can't handle everyone with just one pair of legs. You have to come up with something effective, since they were going to break his limbs. Since they all want to break limbs so badly, he will do something more terrible than they can expect from him. He was going to send them to their forefathers to the top, where their ancestors are waiting for them. Clint, like Karen, escorts them to the kingdom of the dead. A kick in the balls. This, of course, is not mortally dangerous, but you can also meet it in your relatives in the next world. The dirty trick worked as expected. Although they themselves attacked as a group, there is no other noble way to defeat them. From terrible pain and tears, his face was swollen like a ball. He was already muttering something similar to human speech, something like, "Kill him for such tricks." Fortunately, they all fall for this trick and fall into the trap of pain, so they can lose their children. They don't think about anything. And one more, one after another, it's as if they themselves are sitting on his leg. These are masochists. My condolences to them. Yes. As much as possible, the fourth guy received a blow to the groin. How did they live to be so old? I thought people like that don't live to be 14 years old. 4 fools fell from 1 foot. When a bee stings you in an egg, you will understand that the main thing is not strength, but accuracy. Everyone around them sighed in pain. They couldn't even move what fate awaited them. He looked at the other onlookers and said that everything was fine. They all just decided to rest for a while. But the rest did not think so. But on the contrary were surprised that a person from the Don family put down the entire gang of the Bomb clan. Cook finally got to his feet and stated that Clint attacked him on the sly, thereby slamming him into the ground. For this, he decided to cut off his limb so that he would leave the pavilion, like all the students before him. It turns out that he is not the first person there trying to drive out of the squish pavilion, since Cook has already cut off the legs of many, and Clint will be next. Suddenly, a lovely girl with velvet skin and pink dresses approached. She wanted to stop Cook for attacking the newcomers again. But she will not let this happen, and she is also the head of the courtroom, the first student of the pavilion, a beauty, and her name is Luna. The guys immediately smelled the aroma of the most virgin beauty. She is sweet and also loves to protect newcomers, so to speak. Justice in both the literal and figurative sense. Cook doesn't even think about leaving, because even if she works in the courtroom, she won't be able to stop the Bomb family. The suckers want Luna to be unable to stop the beating of a talented student, since he humiliated Master Lena. Although the bandit from a noble family is driven by other motives, he is not going to let him go, since this is humiliation for him. Everyone was just happy to look at such a spectacle. Only little sister Luna was against it. What a cutie. Fortunately, the spectacle ended almost instantly. With one wave of his foot, Clint stopped Cook's pressure, as if he had been struck by lightning. The beauties of the pavilion were dumbfounded and puzzled that the student stood up for himself in front of the school bullies. But the sword falling to the ground guaranteed Clint's victory, Cook being the fifth fool to fall for Clint's dirty trick. All his companions had exactly the same faces, and in exactly the same way they all fell into the same trap. They had zero brains. Under gusts of pain, he tossed and turned on the ground like a mad cockroach that had been doused with dichlorvos. The blow should have hurt only him, but it would have hurt everyone else, because it was scary to imagine what he was feeling. Even Luna showed pity for him. Since Cook was in great pain, he even himself realized that he would not have children at this rate in the future. And our hero only gloats. Supposedly, he is the fifth to fall for his trick and his memory has big problems. If anything, everyone saw Cook's gang attacked and he defended himself. No problems. People couldn't even believe it. But the truth is, how can they believe this? If he knocked down 5 people and remained unharmed, he just leaves anyway. Alchemy masters were always weak in martial arts, and Cook, with the 3rd level of body strengthening, was a lump in the throat of their hall, and Clint himself dealt with them, being a weakling in body strengthening. She tried to stop him because he insulted Cook, and she could call him to her courtroom where he would be safe. The guys understood that it would be impossible to touch him in the hall, since only women are accepted there, and such an offer, to be among the beauties, is very tempting. But he refused it, because he was used to advancing alone, alpha. In other words, he thanked her for such an opportunity. They couldn't believe that he refused such a lucrative offer. What a madman, I agree with them. As it turned out, she already knew that he had talent in alchemy and could refine pills, and came for him to take him under her wing and get him. Meanwhile, he is at the dungeon of the Slurp Pavilion. In that hole there should be a blade of the great demon. How much pressure he feels. This violet aura even here hits him on the head, like alcohol with an energy drink. Even he doesn't know if this is the aura the sword emits, what is happening at the very bottom, how he will use the sword in battle. Anyway, he has to become an advanced student to get there, and this is possible after passing the exam. This exam is held every 3 years, and he must pass it in order to obtain the demonic blade Louis, with which he will defeat the great demon. Already in his dorm, he talks with Lena about how he immediately needs to get to the exam. In return for her help, she received a prescription with medicine, but she kicked, because ordinary students need to spend 15 years studying to become advanced, and he was here for a couple of days. He understands everything. He just needs to get to the exam, and if she wants him to help with her illness, then she should help him too. Her situation was terrible, but she still remembered that she knew one elder in the pavilion who had a good opinion of her. For such help, he immediately said thank you and left. He didn't even continue with her, a Sigma moment. And on the wall of those admitted to the exam, they saw a name that stunned all the students. They could not even dream of such a thing. Clint's name was on the wall, and he got into the exam. Lena did a good job, but everyone was in a bad mood, since everyone had to enter the academy at the age of 3 to get into the exam, and Clint had a couple of days. Even Cook doesn't believe it with his own eyes, since he himself has been here for 3 years and, thanks to connections, got into the exam. But for Clint to do it in a couple of days, it's just something. Some big shot approached the students, who was also not happy with Clint in the exam, who had yet to refuse Luna's offer. They all probably don't like the fact that Clint got here in a couple of days, and they spent more than a dozen years, and he also dares to flirt with the girl he likes. He will punish him for all this, since he is part of the selection committee and our son of the pavilion elder will kneel if the hero passes the exam. Taylor, that's the name of the member of the selection committee, and the son of the head of the pavilion. He has the 4th level of body strengthening, and he has a lot of strength. He also likes Luna, which means Clint is finished, they like it. The 3rd Prince Charles told him about everything that Clint did to Cook, and told him to let Taylor take care of him, so today he will raise his head with pride. It's time for the ceremonial exam. Students will compete to advance further and become advanced level students. The students are cheering in the stands. They can't wait for the spectacle they've been waiting for 3 years to begin. Meanwhile, the important old man announced the beginning of the 3-year examination, which is the dream of every student. This old man turns out to be the Pavilion Lord, a 1st-level great master named Chen, a 5th-grade alchemy master, and he calls the exam another step towards becoming an alchemy master. The stands rejoice. The old man talks about the importance of the exam. After passing it, the student becomes a senior student, and better materials for development are revealed to him. Here the older students are sitting. Here we only know Taylor and Luna, who cannot wait for everything to begin. The students taking the exam stood at the magical furnaces. Clint was already ready for anything. The rest were waiting for the start. And he, with his head held high, cannot believe that he will take the exam 100,000 years ago. Interestingly, it will be just as difficult. At the first stage, they will have to demonstrate their skills in operating the stove. They and their teachers will observe everything personally. Yes, I can see how this old man is watching Master Lena's chest. He will definitely not be watching the exam. Get him out of the podium. But somehow it's too late to drive someone away. It's time for the exam to start. Lord Chen raised his hand and announced this. The students began to work hard and operate the stoves. Their fire was not so big, but there were some good ones. As much as I love him, I can say that his fire control is good. However, he and Taylor did something to Clint's stove, which is not great. With such a friend by his side, he will be able to hold his head up with pride as his fire looks amazing. Even the students in the stands are surprised by the size of the fire, which is already meters high. I wonder who they mean. The old man was really surprised by his beautiful art of controlling the fire in the stove. It was simply wonderful. It's a pity. But this stove control master turns out to be Cook, and he is sure that his fire is the biggest, and Clint looks ridiculous. But with a broken stove, Clint controls the fire even better and more beautifully than Cook, which is not strange. His eyes widened because he didn't even dare to think that he would lose to him again, and what should they do now? Taylor couldn't even believe it if someone pinched him, since the height of the hero's fire is about 4 meters, and his stove operates on minimal heat. Even Clint is surprised that the maximum height of fire here is a meter. 100,000 years ago, technology was really outdated. But he didn't even realize that his stove was broken. He even decided to turn up the heat for greater effect. With such fire, he was able to control the dragon art. The fire reached a height of 10 meters. What a beauty. The students taking the exam were afraid to come closer, as such a miracle of art could burn them. The upstart showed off and rejoiced the most at the beginning. But now he believes in miracles, since Clint's stove is broken, and there's such fire coming out of it. Luna was shocked by this, since our hero's fire control is so good that it may even be better than her own. She thinks about such strange things, Taylor thinks. He can't let Clint stand out in front of his lover. Then he raises his fan and says to pause the exam since he could have made a mistake in checking the stove, which is why the fire is so big. The old man did not realize the trick, but allowed his son to deal with everything since he trusted the idiot. He did not hesitate. Otherwise, Clint would complete the preparation, and Cook would lose to him again, and Luna would also be in love with him. He approached the brother of the third prince and said to exchange stoves with Clint. Fortunately, there are a lot of witnesses around, and everyone sees everything. Cook went up to his rival and took his stove, and gave his to Clint, and the Lord's son thinks that he probably made a mistake with the stove settings. Now everything will be fine. The arrogant, lazy man stood in front of the stove and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him, since his fire with this stove would become even greater than Clint's. With this giant fire, he will easily become the main star of the exam. Everyone will talk about him. The elder invites Luna to look at his student Cook, because he will be even better than her beloved Clint. And isn't he just a lazy person without abilities? Luna asked. In fact, he is a very promising and intelligent student, whom he himself raised for many years. And suddenly he tries to take on a big fire. The flame flares up somehow out of proportion. What's wrong with that? Here was the explosion they were waiting for from Clint, but he, with a broken stove, handled it better than anyone in this pavilion. A strong explosion destroyed half of the arena. Cook was thrown far into the air that he was not even visible against the background of the explosion. An almost lifeless body flies straight into the stands. Red abrasions, blood from the nose, and the humiliation that lies and cheating can bring. The worst thing is that Cook's body flies right under Luna's feet, when a second earlier, Taylor was telling her that he was the best in the exam. And now he's flying all over the arena from his own explosion. Thank the Emperor, kamikazes are really strong people. Taylor is humiliated, and the older beauty says, "You have such a talented student who blows up the furnace by controlling it." In fact, he's lucky, Taylor thinks. He won't be able to show anything now. After his words, Luna looked at Clint and saw his skill. It will clearly be able to impress us. Get ready. Wow. A giant fiery bird reigned in the sky, flying throughout the arena, spreading its wings. The Lord's son doesn't believe this. What kind of crap is flying? How did he not notice it right away? It was a phoenix that Clint controlled, showing off his skills in front of everyone. This time he was able to even surpass himself, says Luna. Such a beautiful phoenix. This is art, and how can this be? He even increased the fire after replacing the stove. Only now he realized that Cook was cheating with that small amount of power he could previously only summon a dragon. But now he can play with a phoenix. Lord Chen noticed his skill and named him first in this test, and also encouraged the recommendations of Master Lena, who put in a good word for Clint. Even Lady Luna herself agreed with the beauty of this alchemist's art. I think she was already completely swam by him. The first stage of the trial is over. Now it's time for the second. The battle for the pill sounds like a battle among drug addicts. In short, in this stage, participants must control their pill and avoid meeting the iron balls so that they do not break. The students were really looking forward to such a test, as they were happy about its publicity. The senior students would also control the iron balls. The pill should not fall to the ground. Here are those same older students. They promised them that they will have to try not to meet their balls. Luna has a very good opinion of Clint, and he's going to ruin everything today. The students began to try to create the strongest possible pill and purify it. For Clint, this is a classic test for alchemists, so he's going to open up a ton of possibilities for them. Lord Chen announced that everyone had finished refining the pill. They were now senior disciples and could begin the hunt. Taylor and Luna and the others sent the balls skyward, and the most difficult test began. This hunt promises to be tough, as the pills began to crumble one by one under the pressure of the older students. Half of the students lost control of the pills as they were destroyed. Something was wrong. It was as if they had no chance of winning. The balls were somehow too strong and fast, again cheating from Taylor. Apparently this is so, because today he chose the strongest iron balls. They are both faster and more powerful. Clint should be more careful. Moreover, he must show Luna how her beloved student is losing face in front of everyone. From that moment on, he began an active search for Clint's ball. It definitely had to stand out in some way. It seems to me that this giant pill is different from all the others. Who owns it? Such a sight caused a strange fear in Taylor. His chest felt tight from such a large pill. That's who I didn't expect from the hero to take such a big pill, and that he would say that it was too small for them. The strange thing about his pill is that everyone wants to make the pill as small as possible so that it is difficult to hit. But well, so be it. Clint himself wanted to be a target. After that, he will be a regular target for criticism. He doesn't want to feel sorry for him at all. That he went crazy and decided to get everyone out of the way in order to destroy Clint's pill. Not this. The pill was surrounded on all sides, and Taylor attacked right at it. The beauty began to worry about him. Since Lord Chen's son is a second-class alchemy master, it seems that Clint is finished. The trouble is, the alchemist's pill is so hard that the steel ball simply bounced off it like a trampoline. The spiked ball split and fell to the ground at Clint's feet. They were unlucky to meet such a student. There are not even scratches left on the pill. Who attacked it? Something is developing poorly. We need to eat more porridge. His face turned pale as he saw why this pill was harder than steel. Because Clint made it. Why was it so big? Because Clint. Why was he so strong? Because Clint. And he always has so many tricks. I really like such people, says Luna. But Taylor is jealous because his beloved says some nonsense. Now all the elders are attacking that pill together. The beauty is worried, because with all the elders, Clint has no chance to survive. Fortunately, our hero is not so simple. If you hadn't watched his 5th hour, it is for this reason that he will create something new. Unfortunately for all the elders, their balloons all burst like balloons, but the pill is still intact. This shocked everyone. The pill withstood them and destroyed their iron balls. In fact, Clint also used a clever trick with a stone pill. In its purified form, it is stronger than iron, although it is useless, but today it comes in handy. The time has come to open the eyes of primitive people to the interest with which such and other tests should be carried out. It was not him who was locked in the arena with iron balls. It was the iron balls who were locked with him, and so the hunt for them came. He flies right behind each ball of the elders, they dodge him, and someone calmly passes the test. Now the elders play the role of mice in cat and mouse, and a real hunter goes into battle after them. For them, it is a real shame when the younger one pushes the older ones. It's impossible to even believe it. The power of the alchemist surprised everyone on the podium. It was the cavemen who did not see how a civilized man hunted his elders. As it turned out, he was even better than she thought. But every word she said hit his heart hard. He can't listen to this anymore. He needs to come up with something to make Clint lose his face. That's when Clint's ball stopped. The fire around it stopped burning, as if the hero had lost control. The guys noticed that something strange happened to Clint's pill. It stopped spinning, just like I said. She was taken control of by the vile Taylor, who just wanted to put his pill on the ground. He immediately realized that they wanted to take control of him. It infuriates him a little, but he wonders where this will all lead. I don't know if he realized who had gained control of the pill, but he allowed this person to completely take control of himself. Apparently this pill was too heavy for Taylor to withstand. It's not for nothing that it puts so much pressure on him. Suddenly, the tablet flew straight at him, but he managed to dodge. Thank God everything went without incident. Or not. The stone pill flew straight to the moon. It was unlikely to have time to escape the attack of Taylor's surprise attack. It's good that he managed to dodge, but the one who stood behind him will not have time to react in any way, especially since her physical abilities are small. The beauty prayed for one thing. If only someone would save her. I think this battle for the demonic blade is not worth the sacrifice of the beauty of our beauty. Fortunately, Our hero is so strong that in an instant he managed to climb onto the podium and break his stone pill. He appeared before her like a superhero against the background of a golden glow, and she blushed so much because of him, that's how they fall in love. He managed to save Luna. Everyone shouted in unison. Of course, everyone would be shocked by this. Only he could break the pill. And now it's time for accusations. Clint could turn a blind eye to the fact that Taylor controls his pill, but exposing the girl to attack is too much, the hero said. You're just a coward, says Clint. These words kill the crook who can't answer him in any way. The guys only realized that their guesses were confirmed. The alchemist's tablet was controlled by the Elder, who is a member of the selection committee. He's very angry that everything went this way, but he confronted Clint about how he could be accused of running the pill among so many people. But he is right. He has no evidence. And he also lost because the pill is on the ground. Old man Chen came over and asked why he dares to accuse my son of managing the pill on the platform. How will you prove it? The Lord asked. And the swindler is smart because he said that the alchemist decided to attack the moon and then save her, thereby winning her heart. They immediately changed their opinion. Supposedly Clint was such a swindler and cunning who was not worthy of studying at the academy. He then pointed his finger at him and threatened to demand an apology from him for slandering him and losing the challenge. He shut him up when he asked, "Since you said that I framed you, what if I refute it with my evidence?" He then asked if they knew about the art of divine knowledge. No one here knows about it. The cavemen. Even Lord Chen himself had never heard of this or a similar art, as this was not the time for innovation. If you want to buy a pill from an alchemy master, then with this technique you can find out who owns the pill and who made it. When someone who wants to buy a pill contributes their energy, the energy that created the pill will return to the owner. He decided to immediately try some divine art that Clint praised so much. The old man injected his spiritual energy. The pill began to shine with a bright light, amazing power. 2 types of spiritual power came out of the pill. Golden, there was the most of it, and dark, there was little of it. Now Clint's power has returned to his hands. It is so pure and beautiful he simply cannot be a rogue. And here the dark energy, as if from a demonic sword, returned to Taylor, and he could no longer think of anything. He realized that the matter was bad. It was all a setup. Clint's setup, says the Lord's son. But Chen's face turned pale from shame. He did his dark deeds behind his back. Because of him, the Lord of the Pavilion lost his face and was disgraced. He also dares to laugh in the face when he himself cheated. He just had to apologize to Clint on his knees for this kind of behavior. I even feel sorry for Taylor, since he was disgraced right in front of his beloved and still needs to apologize on his knees. This is what happens when you make one big mistake. The other older students were also surprised that his father forced him on his knees to apologize to Clint. It's not for nothing that the Lord is considered selfless and honest. He apologized for his son's cheating and said that the test results would not change and would be the best of all time. The best, everyone asked. Taylor was completely depressed, even the word father he speaks with difficulty. But Luna doesn't care about the crook. She instantly walked up to Clint to ask what he likes to eat. He said that besides fish, he is not picky, so he can cook everything except fish. I definitely heard, except fish. She understood everything and rushed off about her business. Only Clint, the slow-witted one, did not understand what this child was doing. People began to cry when they saw that the head of the court offered to cook something for Clint, since she had previously promised that she would only cook for the one she loved. For Taylor, confessing Luna to someone else is tantamount to death. It would be better if he died. Just don't talk about mumbles now. It's time to go to the crypt, and there he can already appear, since he is an advanced student. As expected, here he saw only advanced-level students or seniors who had been in the academy for a long time. He approached the first person he came across to ask how to get into the dungeon while he was hanging up some clothes. When Clint called him Big Brother, he waved his hand and asked him himself who he was to call him brother. His name was Mel, and he is a seller of special clothes for the dungeon. And to enter the dungeon, there is only one thing right. Buy clothes from him. Without them, he is dead. He immediately asked why this was so. Couldn't he just go down? Everyone started laughing at him and calling him a fool, because he doesn't know about such little things that everyone knows. Mel laughed the most. In fact, there is a mysterious creature hiding at the bottom of the crypt that emits an eerie aura that would take an ordinary person an hour to die or go crazy. To prolong the possibility of staying there, he needs to pump up his mental ability, and with his clothes, he can stay there an hour longer. If so, how much does it cost? He asked. He replied that he gives it to those he likes for free, but he didn't like it much. So he decided to take 1,000,000 gold coins from him. It sounds very scary. The guys started laughing because it dawned on their stupid heads that Clint didn't have 1,000,000 coins, which meant he would never go down there. In fact, these suits cost 10,000 gold. But Taylor took care of it and talked the seller into it. Then Mel started hitting him on the shoulder and telling him how poor he was, how he was getting into trouble. How dare he talk to the young gentleman in such a tone? He immediately twisted his hand and put it on the hanger. The old man began to scream in pain because it really hurts, but he will be smarter next time. No one felt sorry for him. Everyone stood in a stupor, as if deer were approaching a truck in the oncoming lane. He pulled out a large bill from under his shoulder and said that 1 million is not money at all. Who can't afford it at all? They were surprised because there was a royal seal on the bill, which means it was genuine. Where did he get so much money from? They were dumbfounded. In fact, he can earn hundreds and thousands of times more if he sells pills and invests in cryptocurrency. His greed awoke as he decided to make money, and he did not care about Taylor, since he would rather get this money, since he did not know that Clint was so rich. It was not, but the hero's foot is already above the seller's face, and he definitely won't have time to react to it. Now he hit his face in the dirt, the cape fell to the ground, and everyone around was simply in shock. Even I was a little surprised. He doesn't need this crap. He decided that without it, going down into the crypt with a sword would not be difficult for him. He wanted to give this cloak for free. What with it, what without it. He could easily cope with any problem along the way. The old man tried to stop him. No student had ever dared to go down without equipment. It was simply impossible. The only one who came down was the alchemy master Lord Chen, and this young man came to replace him. A demonic spirit was hovering around, and it's even scary to imagine what kind of power lurks on the lowest floor. He looked there impartially. He does not feel this terrible power that he will have to acquire, and with it defeat the greatest danger of humanity. He went down. A dense force resisted him, as if he were descending from a mountain under the gust of an avalanche. He realized that this aura was emanating from the demonic sword of Emperor Louis as he lived with him. Meanwhile, the seller began to laugh, because he understood that he was afraid, if he wanted, he could come back and ask for forgiveness. Then he would give him the suit. He didn't respond to his words. He doesn't care about all the nonsense that is said in the back. The most important thing is that he is in front. Not a single person will stop this idiot upstart because he considers himself a god, the god of alchemy. I'm already tired of these faces. Every time Clint does some crap, they shout that why did he do that? He really did it. They piss me off. And this is not the first time for him to do something wrong. He is from the future. He took up the chain and like Dominic Toretto in the film Riddick. According to him, it will be difficult for a person to resist black energy, since his brain is not protected. However, since his previous life, he relied on spiritual power to learn the basics of alchemy. Although his spiritual strength has not returned to the extreme levels from his previous life, the demonic influence is negligible. He passes between the demonic force like a knife through butter. The aura does not even touch his body. Onlookers stand at the foot and watch as he descended 10 floors in one go, and the demon's power does not touch him. Fortunately, there is psychological resistance. Without it, he would have died, like all those about whom the noble and honest costume seller spoke. But something below surprised him. What was so terrible that he encountered? He is a fearless god. And here it was. On the 15th floor, demonic vines were waiting for him, writhing and reaching for living energy. The merchant and the others began to laugh at him, because they understood that only death awaited ordinary people there. It was not for nothing that there were demonic monsters on such low floors. Now he is definitely dead. People from above think, in appearance, this seems to be true, since the hero is completely enveloped in vines, and he cannot do anything about it. Only now did he realize that these tentacles looked more like a demonic vine that was robbing him of his spiritual strength. This creature is highly sensitive to demonic energy, loves blood and flesh. If allowed to grow, it can become very strong. The demonic vine can easily make the area 10 times more uninhabitable, although you can see for yourself what it has done to the tropics full of life. Even the god of alchemy in the past cannot do anything about the fact that she is draining his last strength. Finally, she completely enveloped him and wrapped him in a cocoon, then wrapped him layer by layer so that the prey would not get out. People laughed at him. The clothing salesman was especially happy because he was right, and Clint died in front of so many students. Rays of red light appeared from the cocoon, as if our hero was trying to escape from there, having spent his last strength. Wow, Clint escaped, but clearly not without the power that awakens on the verge of his death. The merchant was simply shocked by what he saw, since this was the first time in his lifetime that he had seen something like this. Just when they thought the upstart was dead, he showed them how easy it was to cut through this monster. He didn't even think about stopping, since no vine would become an obstacle to him. It's hard to believe this. Otherwise, how is it possible to go down 3 floors below when the pavilion lord can only cut through 2? However, this did not come so easily for him. The demonic vine actually forced him to use this power, pushing him to the brink. He is going to get the demonic sword of Louis, but he understands that it would not be advisable to use force for this. He should have gone back and come up with something, although all he could think of was that the demonic plant liked fresh flesh and blood. To free the alchemical well, he needs fierce animals, their blood and flesh, and only the Lord of the Turk Pavilion can help him with this. The kids in the cellar opened their mouths wide and wondered who this child was and what strength he had if it took Turk decades to go down 15 floors. What kind of monster is this? Who is Clint, and for what purpose did he come to them? Such questions circle in the heads of onlookers. The next morning, in the main building of the pavilion, Clint discussed with the Lord how they would clear the dungeon. The old man asked the boy if he really wanted them to bring a cart of ferocious animals into the pavilion. Yes, in this way he is going to help them clear Louis' crypt from the monster that is preventing them from getting to the famous blade. Every year, talented children meet at the pavilion who say they will destroy the monster at the bottom of the well, but once they go down, they never return. He raised his finger and said that he had already been there yesterday and went down into the forbidden zone, much less returned alive. It was then that the grandfather interrupted the boy, saying that on the 15th floor he had no time for himself. The sucker shouldn't become arrogant after passing only one exam. Suddenly, the second-grade alchemy teacher, Lena, entered the main building and decided to report the broken record in the dungeon of the academy students. The old man jumped up from his seat and thought that this was his favorite student from the courtroom, who really liked Clint. When she saw Clint, she immediately beamed, since it was him she was talking about, how the hero made his way 3 floors down in the crypt. The Turk could not believe the alchemy teacher, since he had only recently arrived at the academy, but had already been to the crypt and returned unharmed. He was almost struck by lightning, since he himself was only able to go down to the 15th floor in decades, while Clint made his way to 3 floors and is still alive. He confirmed the fact that he broke a new record, but here he is about asking for a helping hand from the pavilion lord. After confirming such significant information, the lord immediately agreed, but first of all, he must tell him how he did it. The very next day, Clint arrived at the dungeon with a cartload of tasty and fresh game for the ferocious demonic vine. The kids around didn't understand what Clint had lost here and why he needed so much fresh meat. What's also frightening is that Clint came to go down into the dungeon again, although an ordinary person needs a month to recover. Fortunately, Turk went to meet the student in order to go down there every day. He had to give the old man a very valuable thing on his paw. Well, he doesn't regret it at all, since it's better for him to agree to it. Otherwise, they won't be able to defeat the big demon. The price he had to pay was very expensive for that time. No matter how he spoke, he still felt sorry. What caught his eye was that the vine had grown very quickly while he was away. The speed of its regeneration was even frightening. The vine reacted positively to the meat of the ferocious beast and did not rush at the hero. What was the problem? He also noticed that the blood and flesh were attracted to the plant, but its speed slowed down. Was it really afraid of him? Now is the perfect time to dump the animal carcass so the creature can feast on fresh game. Although he is here to negotiate, if the vine wants this meat so much, it must listen to him. Every day her duties will include skipping 1 level lower, otherwise he will not only leave her hungry, but also beat her for the last time. The demonic plant waved its shoots, thereby agreeing to the conditions of its new owner. This was a jackpot for him, as the plant already had spiritual intelligence and understood his speech. With such conclusions, he can calmly tame this sprout for himself. It's a pity not to plant it in a pot and must be watered with blood and flesh. Tomorrow he will come again. Only today the paved road should be open, and tomorrow, after what was said, he said goodbye to the vine. And before leaving, he thought that in this way he could get not only Louis's sword, but also advanced combat power in the form of a demonic vine that could become stronger. By that time, nighttime had approached, and no one was still sleeping in the main building of the pavilion. Moreover, the son of the pavilion lord does not sleep and cannot sleep. He is tormented by the thoughts that Clint is again popular among the girls. Especially his beloved will cook for his enemy. This attitude towards the old friend terribly angered the young lord, since no matter how strong Clint is, he is the successor of the pavilion. Can anyone be stronger than him? When he takes the post of lord of the pavilion, that girl will immediately fall for his strength and see his hidden talents. Suddenly, he only noticed that there was a light burning in the windows of the lord pavilion. Surely it was an evening meeting. The naive son of the lord overheard and understood that they were talking about a successor who would take the post of lord of the pavilion. The boy thought that they were talking about him. Old man Turk talks about his son's incompetence, and if they accept him as the head of the pavilion, he will die along with him. The talented Clint arrived at the academy just at the right time and would be perfect for this role. This news shocked the boy, since he did not even dare to think that someone could replace him. Even if the little son is not so competent and the old man is ready to sacrifice relatives, but Clint is just a newcomer to the academy. The words of the guy's father's partners calmed him down a little, since Clint had not made any contribution to the pavilion to become its head. Turk then pulled out some piece of paper that was supposed to prove Clint's competence as the lord of the pavilion. They came across a 6th-grade pill recipe that they had never seen before, and the fact that Clint had it proved that he could become a lord. This recipe is very dear to them because after 100 years of the pavilion's existence, they only have one recipe for 5th-grade pills. They can't even imagine how cool Clint's alchemy master is. In order to give 6th-grade recipes so easily, they need to be friends. Then they came to the decision that ownership of the pavilion belonged to Clint, and his colleagues agreed. Taylor fell on his ass to the floor when he heard about his father's decision. After something like this, it is unlikely that anyone would not be depressed. Meanwhile, the hero again brought fresh meat to the dungeon for the demonic plant. Alas, he had to write a recipe for 6th grade pills to prove his strength. Otherwise, Turk would not have believed him. Fortunately, he remembered that in this era there are only 5th grade pill recipes, so he probably shouldn't have suggested this particular recipe. He had been coming here for a whole week, and on the 25th floor everything was already clean, and the vine was waiting for someone to bring it food. Day after day she obediently waited for him, and he brought her fresh meat under the same conditions as before. With each floor below, the vine became more and more obedient, and the light almost no longer reached the bottom. He spent only a few days feeding his future pet, and she was kind to him. She even began to show some kind of affection for him. Could he really become her master so quickly? He wasn't going to spend much time here, and he had to go, saying goodbye to the vine. He thought that he would quickly get the sword at this rate. But he still lacks the level of body development to fight against the big demon and the Earth Mother. Therefore, Clint decided to refine his pill mastery and improve it to break through the limit. While the god of alchemy performs feats and prepares for the large-scale battle of the century, the little lord controls his anger on a mannequin. When suddenly his nephew Cook runs up to him and talks about interesting news with Clint. If Clint is again in the spotlight, then Taylor asked him not to talk about anything, since he does not want to hear about his exploits after the news about the successor. Cook had more interesting news that he heard the hero go over the mountain with a pill worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Thus, they come to the idea of theft, since it is unlikely that anyone will have that kind of money. This news was just a diamond that Taylor had been waiting for. If this news spreads, then Clint will not have any position as the lord of the pavilion. They did not hesitate. Taylor ordered Cook to call all the people to go out and search. They must catch him while they can. By evening, they had gathered almost the entire pavilion. None of these people understood why they were gathered here. Cook stood with a torch and shouted that he saw how the recently popular Clint stole a pill worth 1,000,000 and disappeared into the back mountains. Pointing to himself, Taylor said that, having become the lord of the pavilion, he would remember the contribution of all the students who went in search of the thief. That's how it is. Clint turns out to be a thief, people thought, and immediately set off to catch the arrogant upstart. For Taylor, real happiness is that he will be able to destroy the reputation of his enemy and thereby free up his place on the throne. Under the light of the moon, it was very light in the giant chasm. It was strange who could be there. In that hole in the ground, Clint was lighting a fire to practice his 6th grade pill-making skills. At this time, making 6th grade pills is quite a shocking event, and it is better to do it in a secluded place. Thank God, making 6th grade pills is very simple and should not take much time to do. But his plan to escape was decided to be thwarted by Taylor and the people he called here to catch the alleged thief. Many people with torches were already standing at the foot of the hole in the ground and wanted to catch their target. Taylor is already right there, and rolls out his speech that he did not at all expect Clint to do such an act as stealing an expensive pill. The hero tried not to pay attention to this asshole, but rather busied himself with refining the pill, while he said that the Lord's son could only create problems. He was glad that Clint was not afraid at all, although he was on the verge of death, and ordered his people to go and catch him. Cook led everyone with the slogan that they will all do their part in this thief's capture. It was the third prince's close relative who was the very first to go down. He didn't mean to hesitate at all, but said that he would kill him. Whoever does that when he speaks before he hits. Even so, nothing worked out for him. The handsome man dealt him a crushing blow to the jaw and lost a couple of teeth. With one blow, he sent him to the outskirts of the ring, saying, "You're dead, boy." The guys behind realized only now that their comrade was flying straight at them and would take them to the edge of the ring. With one attack, he killed a lot of fools, but he is a real master at this. It's not for nothing that he is the god of alchemy. He couldn't even believe that his enemy, Clint, could fight while refining the pill. He's here to destroy Clint's reputation, but this way it turns out quite the opposite. He can't lose face in the dirt. Then he called all the elders to help him stop the thief and force him to confess to the theft. With such a team of high school students, he was sure that Clint would not be able to defeat them all while refining the pill. The lovely Luna came to the ranks of onlookers. Having heard about this news with Clint, she, without hesitation, began to look for her lover. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, since you rarely see before your own eyes how a newcomer to the academy destroys a high school team. It was not difficult for him to defeat the entire crowd of elders, but he also says that they came here for him and will only receive a couple of blows to the jaw. Taylor knelt in pain, as he could not do anything to this thief. At the bottom of the pit, as it turned out, stood Clint and his double, one cleaning, the other fighting. The beauty and the rest of the audience did not believe in such a performance. It already seemed to them that it was an illusion. This is partly true, but Clint's afterimage is enough to easily knock this whole bunch of bastards into the floor. The Turk's son rose from his knees and realized that the alchemist's martial art was so strong that his shadow clone could defeat them all alone. Therefore, he came to the decision to raise the reward for his capture, not only recognizing their future services, but also giving 1,000 gold pieces to the one who caught him. Our Luna was deeply touched by this. because she was very worried about her beloved and could not do anything about her raging heart. If Taylor is the future master of the pavilion, then they can trust him, so they jumped down to him. Behind the hero's back, there were more and more students who were aggressively opposed to him, but he did not answer him in any way. This plan was simply ideal, since he was unlikely to be able to defeat them all, and if he could, then everyone would despise him. Dark silhouettes of people appeared above their heads, and in a strangely familiar voice someone ordered them to stop. It was Lord Turk, who was perplexed by what his son Taylor was doing here. He even beamed with joy, because in front of his father's eyes, he would expose the thief whom he wanted to make his successor. He reacted very angrily to this. Obviously, everything is not as his son says. It was then that he came down to him, and the wind began to rustle. Everything around became eerily quiet. Taylor was definitely dead after what he had done. He finally finished him off with a slap to his son's face as he said that Clint didn't steal anything from them. Luna was speechless from what she heard and saw, and her father hit Taylor again for his terrible behavior. And he himself doesn't believe what happened, how it happened, that Clint is not a thief. Where does the money come from for such expensive pills? Cook and the other students also didn't understand how someone new to the academy got such an expensive 5th grade pill. Remember that paper that Clint gave to the old one? It was a recipe, a 6th grade pill recipe in the name of his master, and a 5th grade pill is an unequal gift from the pavilion. The sweat of despair flowed down the people's faces. They had made a mistake again, and it was the fault of the Lord's son, Taylor. In his defense, the boy tried to prove to his father that Clint's poor family could not have such a precious recipe. It was probably just a false recipe. But the old man did not think that that paper was not true. His stern gaze was strongly felt on his son's body. At the moment, Clint himself is refining the 6th grade pill on his furnace, as evidenced by this dragon aura. This was not an ordinary pill refining illusion or the art of operating a furnace. No one can guess what it is. Only the bearded man knew the legend that only by properly refining a 6th grade pill, the energy of heaven and earth is used, transforming into the spirit of the pill. In their case, the spirit appeared in the form of a golden, majestic Chinese dragon. After such a masterpiece mistake, Taylor can only cry, since he disgraced himself in front of everyone, and Clint proved to everyone that he is a 6th grade alchemy master. The other alchemy masters were also shocked by such a sight and knelt down in front of the one who had overtaken the pavilion lord by one class, in front of Clint. They knelt before the spirit and thanked fate for allowing them to see such beauty in their lifetime. And the sexy beauty from the courtroom began to understand even more what kind of genius lies in Clint and how much she becomes attached to him. For the first time, Turk called someone a master and asked him to allow them to observe the refining of the 6th grade pill. He agreed, but so that Taylor would not interfere with the processes. The old man shouted to everyone to be quiet and not make a sound while the hero was busy refining the pill. If anyone disobeys his order, he will be immediately expelled without the opportunity to return back. Now he grabbed his head, otherwise he had nothing to do. Clint proved that he is a 6th grade master and will definitely be given the place of lord. After 3 days, the cleansing continued. The spirit of the dragon did not raise its eyelids, as if it was incubating. The students continued to sit, staring like idols, not even looking away, like children who saw a magician. Finally, the time has come. The dragon has grown enough and opened his eyes, showing a radiant look. Clint was showered with a golden glow. The wind hit him, and he shouted that everything was almost ready. From the dragon's mouth appeared a red pill full of energy and strength never before seen by mankind. They both looked at each other, and the dragon was about to bring the pill he had obtained through labor and sweat right into his hands. The golden miracle flew straight to its owner to give him a pill of immense power. Terrifying volumes of earthly and heavenly power poured into Clint's hand. The 6th grade pill of perfect quality was ready. It shone brighter than the sun in the sky, and the spirit of that same dragon flew around it. He was shocked that a boy at such a young age had not only refined a 6th grade pill, but also refined it to perfect quality. Luna and Turk considered this student simply an incredible genius who would completely change the life of the academy. The guy stood in a shocking stance and called his achievements the legacy of his master, although he wanted to hide all this, but somehow it didn't work out. The Turk got down on one knee in front of Clint to ask for one very important thing. The hero wanted him to get up from his knees as quickly as possible, but he begged him to listen to this important thing. In front of everyone, if the old man says anything, the alchemist has demonstrated all his abilities for the students, which means he can become the successor of the alchemy pavilion. For him, it was like another completed achievement in the game. The background began to shine, and he asked his grandfather to get up over and over again. The girls from the courtroom were also shocked by Turk's statement. They even thought a little that they had misheard. Only Taylor was confident in his father's words, who tried with all his might to destroy Clint so that he would not become the leader of the pavilion. The old man has long reached his limit, and there is nowhere to develop, which means that the right of inheritance needs to be transferred to a new talent who will keep the pavilion safe and sound. At such a young age, Clint has surpassed the Turk and simply must take the place of the pavilion master. The old man's words made him think because in his past lives, he remembered how Turk was the last lord of the pavilion. It was all due to the bloodthirsty attacks of other pavilions from hostile countries, and in order to preserve the inheritance, he sacrificed himself. Clint calls his legacy the extraordinary seeds of alchemy, which he also used and plans to use in the future. It didn't take him long to make a decision. He gave an answer, and in honor of the old man's strong desire to protect the pavilion, Clint agreed to take the throne. With his efforts, he plans to preserve not only the legacy, but also increase the strength of the Academy's students. It was noticeable in the old man's eyes how happy he was. Crossing his arms, he began his speech. Clint agreed, and the old man triumphed, saying that he would immediately renounce the throne and hand it over to the new lord of the pavilion. Some students were surprised, others were delighted, however, no one denied the hero's strength. It was not for nothing that Luna saw potential in him, and only felt more sympathy for him. Since she likes strong and talented people, Turk immediately called on the people to welcome the new pavilion master, Clint of the Brahm family. Everyone shouted in unison how glad they were to see their new master and the lord of the pavilion, which he had become in a couple of months. Clint folded his hands in gratitude, and he promised on his own that he would make the pavilion and the Academy of Alchemy the most modern, 100 years ahead of all countries. Taylor's father instructed his son to bring wild animal meat from the market every day for bad behavior. He had never seen such a stern father, and he could not even think that the son of a lord would work with his hands. 3 days have already passed, and from that moment on, Taylor goes to buy meat every day, and local market sellers laugh at him because of what happened. They laugh. Supposedly, the little prince went out shopping. Is it really so difficult to fall from such a high position? They asked and grinned. This is a real headache for him, since everyone already knows about the scandal with Clint, and he cannot believe how he got so lucky. Suddenly, a mysterious wanderer appeared in front of him, who offered help to the former heir and extended his hand. With his right hand, he pushed away the callous man's hand, since he did not need help in transporting the meat. But he completely misunderstood the wanderer. This man was very scary, and his offer implied assistance in the murder of Clint and Taylor's ascension to the throne. The man's ominous aura frightened the boy. He no longer thought of brazenly impudenting him and asked who he was and what the strength of the stranger was. He suggested discussing the details of the plan inside the building, since there were too many unnecessary eyes and ears outside. There were several clearly strong robbers sitting inside. Already at this moment they were causing concern. Taylor smelled a strong smell of power. These guys are 100% of the level of a great master. Their strength is incredible. Taking off his cape, he showed his stern appearance, and he called the whole company a whole clan of mountain ghosts. Meanwhile, we are transported to the house of the new pavilion lord, who is communicating with some girl. That girl turned out to be Lena, who reminded her that a new gathering of students at the academy was coming soon, and he just had to bring her a lot of pretty ones. He is already annoyed by her caresses and how she interferes, even reminded her that the students might think that they are having an affair, which means she needs to step. She immediately left and told him goodnight, and he noticed that after he became a lord, Lena had changed a lot. In the middle of the night, someone came again, and it was a female voice that was looking for Clint. It's not surprising that the student Luna came with her dinner at night. He no longer understands why she brings him 3 servings of food every day. Is she really trying to fatten him up? In fact, she came not only for this and sat down with him. She had several questions about alchemy and she needed answers. As usual, she pressed her chest against his right side, and he felt obvious discomfort. With excitement on his face, he asks what interests her, and she brings the spoon to him. With a face full of embarrassment, she puts the spoon in her mouth and says that she will ask and spoon feed at the same time. After some time, it was all over, and he began to go to bed, since he had had a difficult week. He plopped down on the bed and muttered that being the lord of an entire pavilion was not as easy as it might seem. After these thoughts, he remembered that there was only a month left before the great big demon would be revived and destroy humanity. His current strength might not be enough at the moment, which is the reason why he prepared this pill. The dragon pill is made from rare and expensive materials. Fortunately, the former master of the pavilion helped with this. With this pill, he can break through his barrier of strength and power that he possesses. Our retired god of alchemy did not expect such a powerful thing. A bright light filled the room. In the form of Buddha, he began to break through his level. Golden light emanated from him, as if he were a treasure at the bottom of the sea. While the hero was cultivating, morning had already come, and the bright sun was shining through the window of the students and masters of the pavilion. All his clothes came off, and strange steam was flying around. It seemed like everything ended very well. At this moment, he only wanted to get to the 5th level of strengthening the body, but it turned out to reach all the way to the 9th. The pill is simply powerful. He put on a kimono and rushed toward the demonic vine, saying that all he had to do was defeat the big demon. With new strength, Clint is going to defeat the big demon, and is confident in this, since he has pumped up very much. After 10 days of feeding the demonic vine, the time to recruit students came, and the hero had already prepared everything for this. After feeding the demonic vine for such a long time, she should already let him through to the lowest floor. The pavilion master effectively descended deep into the dungeon, where it was very gloomy. The pressure of the vine has weakened greatly, and in the meantime, he is thinking about how the recruitment to the Alchemy Academy is going. Just at that very moment, the selection process took place. Several senior students took the lead, including everyone's favorite Luna. She is excited to see what kind of talented and experienced students they will be able to meet for the Pavilion Lord today. When suddenly their enthusiasm gave way to confusion, someone suspicious entered here, and clearly not for good purposes. As it turned out, these were the same robbers who called themselves the Clan of Mountain Ghosts. The student tried to stop them and said that if they were not on the list, then they could not pass. It was then that the sharp blade of the first robber's blade appeared before his eyes. Without further ado, the man cuts out the young guy's chest, thereby showing that he didn't come here to joke around. The crowd panicked, they killed the student, staged a riot, and it was unclear what they would do next. Luna came to intercede for the applicants and students before asking who they were. The stern man came closer to the girl in order to intimidate her into trembling. In fact, they are not interested in the students. They will not touch anyone at all if they tell them where Clint and Turk are. The girl asked for what purpose they were looking for the former and current master of the pavilion. The robber obviously replied that he would take the lives of these dogs. After threats from the Mountain Ghost clan, we came to Clint, who was once again feeding the vine. After so much time, he felt the ground, which means he went down to the lowest floor. You can't tell from him, but he's very glad to be here and feel the terrible power of the demonic blade. An unfamiliar height appeared before his eyes, giving off an insane aura. From such a sight to the sight of the sword, his breath stopped, and his heart only began to beat faster. Lewis's demonic sword, it even surpassed all expectations by showing its strength. This aura is simply deadly. The closer he gets, the more difficult it is for him to take the next step. This power does not even give him a chance to approach. Even with such powerful intellectual power, Clint succumbs to the pressure of the blade, but it does not slow down. No matter how much the power of Louis is rejected, God is obliged to take him for himself, since only with this sword can they save humanity. It was impossible to hesitate, yet he was able to approach it and touch the handle, and it swayed like a leaf on a tree that hangs at the end of the slope of Everest. Even under such winds, he is going to take the treasure of the ancient demon emperor for himself, since 2 divine persons will come in 2 or 1 week. Lewis's sword reminded me of Excalibur, only that sword was holy, and this one is the opposite, but you're also unlikely to get it. This terrifying power even awakened in him a dying rage, which saved him in many battles. From that power, he became on the verge of death, and strange demonic voices appeared in his head, saying that he himself was a demon and should not defend himself from demonic energy. Suddenly his eye darkened, and red patterns formed under them. Clint's voice also changed. Now he calls himself a demon. His hair was dyed pale. He began to laugh tirelessly like a crazy person, saying why he should be afraid of the power of demons. He is a demon himself. Clint is already a different person, but maybe a man, already a demon in the flesh. Transformations occur in his character, as if someone had possessed him or the power of the demon emperor had passed on to him. But with one voice he says that he must be reborn and destroy humanity. Suddenly, a strange spirit of incredible power flew out of the demonic vine. In appearance it resembled some kind of flower. While flying, he shouted, "Chirp, chirp, chirp!" The green aura around him does not mean that he is the most evil here. Let's call him Duke. Here, Duke rushed towards Clint. What was he up to? This cutie's teeth are not cute at all. By opening his mouth, he immediately made it clear that he was not here to catch a ball from the owner. The monster thought of biting the hero in the neck, but for what purpose? How in this form could damage Clint be caused? But suddenly the darkness left his eyes, and it was then that it became clear that Duke had decided to save our god of alchemy. His sanity returned. Duke sat on his shoulder and realized that this was the true form of the demonic vine. It occurred to him that it was she who drained the demonic power from him, thereby saving him and expelling that dark entity. During the long feeding, the spirit mistook Clint for his father or owner, and now he has his own very, very strong pet. Well, since everything worked out so well, he can't help but ask his animal for help to pull out the sword. Many terrifying vines emerged from the little spirit and rushed towards the blade. And Clint didn't just watch. He also made gigantic efforts to take the treasure and kill the big demon. Together with Duke, they became so tense that screams could be heard from the very first floors of the dungeon. The aura from this couple was even stronger than the pressure of Lewis's demonic sword. From the aura and pressure, the walls of the dungeon crumbled like a sand castle. Just a little more, and they would take the blade for themselves. They already feel that it only takes a little effort before the weapon ends up in Clint's hands. And finally, the earth collapsed under the sword. The blade was pulled out of the shackles of the earth and ended up in the hands of the strongest alchemist. In his hands, the sword looks like a ray of sunshine, which it will become, or rather, it will become humanity's last hope for salvation. He finally received the demonic sword. He managed to do this in just a month of training at the academy. There are legends about how this sword gives the owner unlimited power. Its aura allows you to kill creatures that are several levels higher than you. He had been able to fight strong demons before, but now both the Earth Mother and the legendary Big Demon would kneel before him. The only thing that's strange is that the blade should exude terrible demonic power, but there's nothing here. It may be that Lewis's blade obeyed its owner as Duke did, but not everything is so smooth. From the top of the dungeon, people can be heard screaming for help. Someone is calling them. He decided not to hesitate, otherwise everything could end very badly if he did not hurry up. It took him a little while to get upstairs, but only then did he realize how loud the screams were. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pile of blood of his students and charges. People were running screaming from the arch into the dungeon, followed by hunters and robbers from the clan of mountain ghosts. They killed one after another who at least somehow tried to escape and resist them. They did not touch only the humble ones and tied them up until they waited for the masters, Turk and Clint. In the courtyard, they gathered almost all of Clint's senior students and wards. The former lord of the pavilion was not yet among them. Everything that was happening was watched from the side by some asshole who didn't even want to help anyone. And this asshole turned out to be Stupid Taylor, who finally brought them here and was only glad that they had already caught the older students. From the memories, he snuck in and secretly led them into the pavilion to overthrow Clint and kill his father. For all this, he decided to give them half the money from the pavilion, but in fact, Taylor wanted them to publicly kill Turk, his father, and Clint. If both masters are killed, then there will be no one to take the throne except the direct heir, that is, this bastard. After long dreams, several robbers burst into his room, whom he did not expect to see here. This behavior angered him, as he had not yet seen them kill those two. No one should find out that they're in cahoots, as this will bring him a lot of problems, which means he will not give them money. After all Taylor's words, it became clear that they were not discussing plans here, but to finish off the bastard. With one swing of the blade, the robber deals a fatal blow to the chest, and a copious amount of blood scatters throughout the room. What was to be expected? Taylor is very stupid, because he trusted the robbers, his mother. They, in principle, are not here for the money. After killing their old fool partner, they turned to the window and looked at the hostages. Their sincere desire was to kill all the people in the pavilion, and so that not a single one would survive. And this goal should be achieved by destroying the heritage of the Turk clan, for which he is fighting with everyone. Coming out onto the roof, the robber turned to Masters Turk and Clint to come here. Although he has not caught them yet, he will do so any minute. But if they do not arrive soon, something very bad will happen. But this is not even something bad, but simply terrible. They decided that they would kill one student after another every 10 seconds if the masters did not come to them. Immediately after his words, someone came and ordered them not to touch anyone, since he was already here. This was Mr. Turk, a 5th grade master with a 9th level of body strengthening, and he would not allow a finger to lay a finger on his talented students. The first of the radicals with a mace immediately attacked the Lord, and he did not even have time to notice him. The old man was hit with a powerful blow, which healed him significantly for now and left a large wound on his chest. They managed to defeat the old man. All that remained was to wait for the new lord of the pavilion if he did not run away out of fear. And Turk complains that he thought that in his old age he still had the strength to fight for the heritage of the clan. And as it turned out, each robber had a level of power equal to that of a great master. Grandfather couldn't even give them a kick in the ass. What's scary is that the mountain ghosts could no longer wait for their last target to come, which means they will have to kill the students if he doesn't do it. All they have to do is finish off the wounded old man and the weak hostages in the form of senior students. Most of all she feared for the lord of the pavilion was Luna, who almost burst into tears when the spiked mace appeared above the master's head. But be that as it may, someone's fist stopped the impudent face of the robber who flew at the Turk. The criminal's face was completely disfigured. His soul immediately left his body from one attack from everyone's beloved Clint. Only the long-haired handsome guy wanted to know what these assholes were doing in the pavilion and how they got here unnoticed. The grimace of grief gave way to joy. The disciples had hope for salvation, and it came at the very last moment. The head of the clan noticed the abilities of the new master and confirmed the rumors that were circulating outside the pavilion about him. The old man told the hero that he should be wary of them, since every enemy here has a rank no lower than a great master. And he should also throw them all here, since he is the last one to preserve the legacy and create a pavilion in a new place. But he no longer cares about the old man's fears. The robber is in front of his nose and is still alive after everything he has done. He told the elder not to worry, as the path of the pavilion would definitely not end here. The hero's words seriously angered the robbers. Now they definitely will not retreat for any reason. And Clint himself will not back down from a couple of hillbillies who just came down from the mountain, cavemen, savages, to put it simply. After all the loud statements, 3 great masters from the mountain attacked him. Everyone has their own and very heavy weapon, which can cut down half the country, but they will never be a match for the pavilion lord's new sword, since one swing is enough to destroy an army of such weaklings. Literally, like lightning, he pierced them all with one powerful attack, which left them no chance. For him, great masters are insects in the animal world, and he is an elephant or even a killer whale. All three were killed by one attack and are unlikely to be able to contribute in any way in the battle. And he stood up as if nothing had happened. The already cooling corpses of great masters lay at his feet, and he could only give a damn. The Turk was speechless when he saw how a former student chopped up 3 great masters. What kind of power did this alchemist have? The bound disciples didn't even think that there was someone stronger than the great master in the pavilion, and he alone killed 3 without lifting a finger. It was a terrible experience for the head of the mountain ghosts. His brothers were killed, and in such a battle without honor. It was then that he sent 5 great masters to avenge the brothers. The old man is still worried about him, since Clint is unlikely to cope with so many enemies. Only now he's not even going to do anything and calls on Duke to deal with the problem. The cute little fluffy guy is out hunting, and today there are 5 great master-level robbers for dinner. Seeing this cuteness, the cavemen were surprised and thought that Clint had gone crazy with fear. Suddenly, the cute killer, destroyer of worlds, destroyer of the universe, absorber of dark matter, Duke showed his strong side. The vine began to wrap around the respiratory tract of the people. They did not expect that they would meet the demon himself. Time after time, the robber is surprised by the new strength of Clint, whom they intended to easily kill and then destroy the pavilion. Meanwhile, the vine sucks the life energy out of them. Very soon it will turn them into raisins. But this was not the end at all. The fluffy one sucked it into itself with its tentacles in order to digest them, and only the tips of the robber's fingers were visible before he disappeared inside the Duke. What the little animal looks like after eating 5 people, it's so cute. No one will believe it if you tell it. The old man does not fully believe what is happening. Before his eyes, one spirit ate 5 robbers of the level of a great master, and one of them almost killed him. This will remain in the memory of the students and Luna for a long time. There will be something to tell the kids. Suddenly, Turk remembered who this Fluffy was. In him, he saw a demonic vine from the dungeon, and he turned out to be right. In this form, not a single student would recognize that creature with purple tentacles, which is capable of eating 100 or even 1,000 people alive. Clint confirmed the old man's words, and even said that her strength was enough to kill 100 great masters at once, since she had reached the 5th level of a great master and obeys only him, and a couple of great goofballs of the 1st and 2nd level for her snack. The main robber still realized that the battle with him would not be so easy and that there were very scary monsters in the pavilion. That's when he decided to call on someone to deal with Clint, otherwise they simply wouldn't be strong enough to defeat him. Something of unimaginable size flew over the heads of the students and raised a great wind. Through the reflection of the moon's eyes, it became clear that a giant flying serpent had come to the rescue. This is a creature. The power of this serpent is equal to the 9th level Great Master, and the name is the Great Flying Serpent Piercing the Skies. The old man sees this for the first time. The 9th level would have destroyed the pavilion and there would have been no stone left of it. Only the robber understands that he thought to destroy the pavilion quickly, since only fools who were fond of alchemy were studying there. But Clint was able to surprise him. It didn't even occur to him to call on one of the animals tamed by his clan, but they were going to give the hero a worthy death. Luna and Turk tried to save Master Clint so that he would run away from such a powerful enemy. But how can he leave such sweet and kind people as Luna, Turk, and the rest of the students in trouble? Moreover, if the robber is going to use his animal in battle, then he has driven himself into a trap, the hero said. After these words, dark energy flowed from the demonic sword directly towards the serpent. The flying snake tried to resist such a powerful demonic energy, but it didn't work out so well. After some time, the flow of energy simply drove the cold-blooded man into the wall, and he could no longer move. The robber also has no idea how such power remains unnoticed throughout the country. It's even difficult to say whether he could have encountered demonic energy of such magnitude and power before. Even the big snake tamed by his clan trembles at the power this guy can provide him. Old Turk began to recognize this aura. It was clearly from an alchemical well or dungeon. Only now it dawned on me that Clint had taken an ancient treasure and exceeded his strength limit many times over. He managed to defeat a level 9 Great Master with this sword and came out of the battle without a single scratch. Now the robber clearly recognized the strength of their pavilion, and if he comes next time, he should be better prepared. His clan spent a lot of effort to tame such a snake, but he was killed simply with a sword. Their attack failed miserably. Finally, Clint decided to give the killer a second chance. In return, he must tell him why they came here and who brought them. He began to laugh at him. Supposedly in their mountain clan, there is no one who is afraid of death and as if their head would not resist it. He, like his brothers from the tribe, would never fear death. Then he grabbed his blade. He must not hesitate. He's after victory at the cost of life or death, but he is going to take Clint with him to the grave. But the gap between them is too high for him to jump and kill the hero at once. After all, he aims to kill a big demon. A gang of robbers is nothing to him. Now this clan will again have to restore its strength in order to achieve revenge, or live on as a reasonable state. And Clint despises them for calling themselves the Clan of Mountain Ghosts. He still thought that some of the robbers remained in the pavilion, but the students shouted in unison that the master had killed them all. The girls in the courtroom blushed with embarrassment and fell in love with Clint, although only Luna was the first to see potential in him. The old man thought that the guy had already surprised him with everything along the way in alchemy, but even in martial arts he surpassed his grandfather. The students jumped up and began asking questions about how this guy managed to do this, how he defeated the monster in the dungeon and tamed it. So many questions and unnecessary flattery. The pavilion master said that he would tell everything later, but for now, we need to tidy up here. That same evening they began burying the dead, and subsequently Clint found out who the mountain ghosts were and how the deceased tailor brought them here. The Mountain Ghost Clan is a previously exiled group of people from the country. They had to fight for life in the wilderness with very harsh living conditions. At first, they were skinny and chased the smallest living creatures, drawing blood and then getting food. And after 1,000 years of evolution in harsh living conditions, they acquired muscles, unbridled strength appeared, and they learned to tame animals. During this time, an ordinary tribe has created an entire clan, which is called a group of killers from the wilderness. Their strength is comparable to a small country, and their reputation is equal to a very strong group of killers. The Mountain Ghost Clan has always sought revenge for their expulsion, and they were expelled because they tried to split the country, but failed. So the issue with the big demon has not been resolved, and on the borders of the country, a certain clan of mountain ghosts has formed with its own troubles. The city of demons is destroyed, which means that day by day there is a report on when the great big demon will be resurrected. Just in a couple of days, the moment of resurrection of the big demon will come in the capital, while no one suspects it. In the same place, they discuss that recently there have been more requests from Clint's family for the imperial family to withdraw the residents and army from the capital as a large demon will arrive. Emperor Floki thought this was funny. Since the big devil had been dead for hundreds of years, it was unlikely that he could resurrect so suddenly. The speech in front of him is given by the same third Prince Charles, who can say a lot of things to his father. Charles expressed his opinion regarding the requests of the Clint family. Apparently, they are asking to remove troops from the capital in order to take advantage of the opportunity to capture it. Floki rubbed his beard, and this thought did not seem far-fetched to him, since recently they allegedly wanted to kill Charles and there was a reason for the uprising. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room and told the master that a strange mountain had appeared near the city that was destroying demons, looking like the coming of the gods. For the imperial family, this was a reward from heaven, as they could ask for blessings from Mother Earth so that the capital would prosper. It was then that the third prince saw another reason from Clint's family for their family to remove the troops. Emperor Floki noticed that this clan could predict in advance the coming of the gods to their world, and thereby ask for their blessings for prosperity. The emperor quickly fell from his throne, as they want to overthrow, but they will not allow this to happen. You shouldn't hesitate, even if it's just a joke or a dummy. You need to take a closer look at this place, so that you don't suddenly fall behind anyone. After a while, they arrived in this wasteland, where the city of demons was destroyed. In just a day, they reached here on horseback, and were overshadowed by the silence here. The sky here is toxic green, as if mucus would flow from above onto the ground. But they came here not for the gloomy landscapes, but for the unknown mountain, which was formed here through the fault of the gods, and apparently it is already before their eyes. In front of them is the highest peak, half a kilometer high, in the shape of a Buddha statue. This was 100% the coming of the gods, the emperor thought. Charles pointed to the people above, whom he recognized as members of Clint's family. He immediately thought in his stupid brain that they were here for a blessing from the gods. Floki began shouting the name of this man in a red robe and asking what he was doing here. Seeing the emperor, Greg was horrified, as the emperor had been warned not to go near such dangerous places. Moreover, His Majesty Clint himself warned that if the city of demons is destroyed, then a great demon will rise in the capital and the end of the world will occur. Floki yelled at Greg because he did not intend to trust the one who just recently almost killed his third son. Greg listened to everything and did not answer anything. The emperor ordered them to get away from here. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a riot. Charles chuckled at them and told his father that they could invite the entire imperial clan here to worship the gods. Floki agreed with his son and said to call all family members in order to receive a blessing from above. When suddenly the food on the plates in the capital was shrouded in a strange aura, something was clearly wrong. The army and the emperor himself and his son bowed before the three candles, reciting a prayer in honor of God. Suddenly a certain rustle appeared in the air, which had not been there a minute earlier. The statue opened its eyes, which means those bastards below managed to awaken an ancient evil. After such a grin, I would never have believed that this creature could be a kind and just god. The earth trembled. Mother Earth reacted. He realized that he had been heard by the gods. Out of his joy, he became more earnest in asking family members to pray before the deity to receive blessings. Finally, he asked that their feng shui clan always had prosperity and that they would remain on the throne forever. The demons heard him, and a devilish hand came out from under the ground. Its size was amazing. Without ceremony, she killed a couple of the emperor's wards, and for his sake they prayed. From shock, he froze in place. His son and the others asked for help, but Floki did not react to anything out of fear, and yet he had been warned. It either seems to me or this hand belongs to the very demon that Clint fears so much. Drops of blood congealing on his face, a grimace of fear do not give me peace. He is very frightened and does not understand who or what is killing his people. The hand seemed to lean on the ground, as if something wanted to get out under the earth's crust. As the legend said, when the city of demons is destroyed, and the earthly mother appears before the eyes of humanity, then the legendary large demon who destroyed the city will rise again. Floki only now realized that these two are not gods at all, and no one will give them a blessing. Only death awaits them. Things are very bad. The day has come when the great demon began to restore his strength. By the end of the restoration, he will be curbed by severe hunger, and he will destroy humanity. The Emperor senses that things are going very badly for them. Clint's family did not try to get a blessing, but rather watched to make sure nothing happened. The demon noticed them and is about to eat the prey in order to recover faster, but the Emperor shouts for everyone to run since they cannot cope with them. Charles, in fear, remembers Clint's words and how he warned them that the demon, the king of the Voidlands, would rise again, and everything turned out to be true. The demon managed to grab a couple of feng shui family members and is about to devour them alive. Charles, as always, has caused a lot of problems with his family and is shouting loudest. In a couple of days, his exploits will be in the news headlines. Meanwhile, while the prince is trying to escape screaming for help, the big guy eats a couple of his family members and servants. For the hell of it, it was very little, literally nothing, and tasteless. Such service does not deserve Michelin stars. And the statue is also hungry. They lack blood and flesh. The demon has not eaten for hundreds of years after the destruction of the city. The mark of the earth told the demon to go to the capital, where there would be a lot of sprinkles and flesh. This would be enough for him for a long time. After all these words, the earth began to disperse under their feet. People fell into the abyss created by the divine person. Already at a depth of 10 meters, there was pitch darkness. People fell there and disappeared, and their prince looked at it all with horror. The abysses were like the gates to hell, as demons began to rise from them. Many demons, which would be just as difficult to overcome. Charles didn't understand why there were so many monsters. So many demons and zombie kings, how this was even possible. Suddenly, the Emperor shouts from behind him, telling the prince to go upstairs to him and save himself. The great demon sat on the Buddha's shoulder to give a speech to the lower demons. They ordered not to think about these fleas, but rather to send the children to the capital, because it is a very crowded place. The demons shouted in chorus that they would bring death with them. Any person would be their breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You can't imagine such a terrifying sight in any dream, how thousands of bony, ugly, sometimes muscular, and very bloodthirsty demons are moving towards your city. Floki realizes that the situation is heating up. They all go to the capital. Ignoring them, the army in the city will be simply delighted with the guests. The picture, the last day of Pompeii, could look like this if a horde of demons was marching towards them, but this is a different situation. Greg was already in the capital and ordered everyone to evacuate quickly. There was an emergency. An ancient great demon had been resurrected. It was then that he thought that he had already arrived here and noticed how the big demon had returned. Greg hoped that he would not arrive here right away. Suddenly, one of the people screams and points upward at something very scary. Words cannot describe how terrible the situation that is happening now is. The mother demon and the big demon are already in the capital. Will they have time to escape? How much time is left? Is it really the end of the world? Greg thought. The old man ordered everyone at once, the guards, the army, and the people, to run away so that their heels would sparkle, because the demons were already here. The streets were filled with screams, the sky turned purple, where lightning of demonic energy flashed. The creatures easily broke through the walls into the city. After their arrival, only ruins would remain of the capital, which is what the Emperor was thinking about when he exposed his people to attack. This cannot be, after all. Clint's family was right, and the demons rushed into the capital with 2 legs. The big demon did not want to eat ordinary people, since they are not tasty and there is no cultivation in them. Buddha told him to leave the people to the petty demons and eat the rest himself. This idea was clearly to the liking of the demon, and he began to look around for where there were more sweet people with cultivation. We were transported to the palace guards. They knew about the presence of a large demon in the capital, but did not know what to do in this situation. However, they have nothing to think about. The demon himself found them and intends to eat them. They have a little bit of cultivation in them, so he agrees to eat every single one of them, not even showing mercy in front of the prey. Their blood and flesh are much tastier than that of ordinary servants and people. Chaos reigned in the capital. there was not a single person who could resist the demons. Greg took over the couple, who, being a great master of the 4th level, can barely cope with 2, which means the demons here are no weaker than the great masters. Another one came running. Greg is unlikely to overcome the second demon alone. He needs help. Fortunately, in time someone was able to shoot the demon with a bow and save Greg from imminent danger. It's hard to believe in this. Someone arrived in the city and killed the great master's demon with 1 arrow. The clatter of hooves began to be heard on the ground. This rhythm to which they ran gave Greg joy and hope for salvation. Clint's entire team gathered here, with whom he went to rescue people from the capital. He then unleashed a hail of arrows coated in special anti-demonic energy that burned away their dark nature. The head of Clint's family was stunned by such strength of his family member. He created a starfall that killed the demon in the hundreds. The creatures were dying in the fire of torment. The circle of white chalk on the floor would not protect them from this spiritual flame. Clint was definitely on horseback on this terrible day. He led his squad and told them to fight, retreating, preferably so that all the inhabitants of the capital survived. Among the crowds, lights and ashes, the hero saw the head of the family, Greg, to whom he hastened to convey all the information. He fully reported to him and said that he arrived as soon as he could, and his father thanked him for his help and for taking command at such a difficult time. He told the master where they should go, and they would also go to where he had prepared a lot of cool things for them. Here are the body-strengthening pills that he has been refining all night and should be distributed to those who have the first level of body strengthening. The hero explained to Greg where this fire comes from, and it appears by setting the pills on fire, this flame is easily attached to a weapon, and thus even an ordinary sword can kill a monster. The father thanked his son for what he had done and was proud of him, since he had created a pill with such a wonderful effect. The destruction of the capital is just a matter of time for Clint. The residents need to be evacuated as soon as possible. He asked the head of the family about this. He immediately asked why they couldn't leave altogether, as he was worried about his son. Clint began to say that in this battle he was responsible for the death of all the demons. In fact, he asked his father to leave the most difficult task to them, since he wanted to accomplish a feat. From his appearance, it is immediately clear that he is preparing for a difficult battle. Here, he will be as serious as possible. Clint's family is doing the most difficult thing, killing all the demons, and the rest of the clans will be busy evacuating people. His gaze was too stern for me to describe in words, so I managed somehow. With 2 hooves, the zombies of the king are knocked straight into the chest and pierced through the ribs. They hardly expected such a response to the attack. They advanced strictly according to the instructions of the group leader. A horde of riders on horses punched a passage for the survivors. They are the only ones of the 5 families to fight back against the demons. The other families are still stunned by what is happening. The team behind shouts to the master to be careful, as 3 demons are approaching him directly. Even for such an attack, he is ready with a stunning reaction. Not a single enemy will get behind him. Time to call Duke for help so we can sort out all the little things. All 3 were pierced by a demonic vine, which left large holes in them through which air could be released. The most important thing is to leave all the power of the 5 families as it was originally and have everyone unite. In another part of the city, the same chaos occurs, fire and ash in the air. A girl from the Ginseng family, she was one of the only ones from the clan who was in the capital and was able to repel the demons. The messenger reported on the situation with the Ginseng clan. Help would not arrive soon, and she was left here alone. The situation is simply shocking, the beautiful Jana thinks. The forces of the family inside are in no way balanced. What can anyone do here? What's worst is that Mother Earth does not show her true power in any way and does not manifest herself in this battle. Jean herself is outraged that the Imperial family did not listen to Clint's clan warning about the attack of 2 demons of the divine level, but no one listened to them and saw a divine manifestation in this. Fortunately, demons don't know how to attack from behind and are so loud that you can hear them even a kilometer away. Jean has noticed the enemy and is ready to fight him to the death until someone's blood is shed. Pointing a bow arrow at the monster, she thought that he was definitely at the level of a great master, and her strength had not yet fully recovered, so she did not know whether she would survive the battle or not. The arrow didn't even pierce the skin. You shouldn't even think about how a fragile girl would defeat this monster. An attack from the demon followed, from which she could not escape. The speed of the creature simply amazes even the imagination. The girl flew several meters away without the ability to get up. Her legs literally did not listen to her. His face was covered in abrasions, blood was coming out of his mouth, and a couple of bones were definitely broken or dislocated. No one here will be spared on the battlefield, even if you are incredibly beautiful and sweet. The demon was too bloodthirsty for pity, so she herself had no hope of surviving this battle. It is unlikely that anyone from her family will come to save her. Since she herself volunteered to be a victim, this situation brought her to tears. At the very last moment, our god of alchemy bursts into the battle. The girl tries to understand what happened. With one attack, he saved Jana and killed the rabid creature, but only she will thank him for such a feat. After that, he extended his hand to her in a friendly manner. saying that she had worked hard to survive for this moment. For this she thanked him greatly, and in the future she will truly repay him for his feat. Alice immediately came running with good news. Supposedly large families were found full of strength. After the complete evacuation, everyone sat around the fire to discuss the most important thing in this battle. As expected, most of the undead remained in the capital, along with the demon mother and the large demon. Clint knows the big man well, and the fact that he has just awakened means he has not gained all his strength. As soon as he digests those he ate, he will go to new cities for other prey. Jean and the representative of the Maple family listened to Clint's ideas on how they should gather with all their might the power of the 5 big families in order to defeat the big demon. For their help to the Maple family group, Cole and his wards promised that they would support Clint's family, since they would not be able to otherwise pay off that debt. Since everything is so good, then their families should speak at the meeting of the heads of large families on Clint's side, since they previously warned about the attack. But no one listened to them. Moreover, the Imperial one hardly wants and is unlikely to be able to fight with demons, but no one should give up so easily. Already, the heads of the 5 families are probably discussing how to defeat the big demon, and those 2 have the responsibility to send a message to their families about our request. The next morning, a meeting of the heads of large families was taking place at the Sakura Imperial family's estate. The heads of the families were discussing something important before the meeting began. Apparently, it was time for the meeting to begin to discuss defeating the demon. The Emperor's assistant ordered silence. Mr. Emperor Floki was greeted in unison by all the heads of the families. He said that we should put aside politeness and get down to business. So who among them can become the commander-in-chief in the fight against the big devil? The heads of the families were silent for a long time. Between pauses, Floki asked, who would dare? But no one said a word. Suddenly, Clint's great-grandmother came forward, who nominated him for the role of commander-in-chief, especially since he had previously predicted the resurrection of demons. The Emperor could not say anything. He only muttered something incomprehensible under his breath. The old woman asked for a speedy solution, and not in the same way as last time, since Clint has already saved their situation several times, even now, participating in battles in the capital. He was finally able to speak out on this matter, saying that among the representatives of the Clint families, the boy's level of body strengthening is how can he be trusted at all. So the head of the Ginseng family, the beautiful Juliet, came out. She said that the boy had already proven himself well, and she would take his side. From the family, Clen also came to their side, since everything said was a good reason to trust him. The Emperor is annoyed that these 3 families have united to force him to make a choice. A representative from another family appeared from the side and said that they would transfer responsibility for command to Clint. But if anything happened, the Yin-Yang family would be responsible. This was an ideal opportunity for the Emperor, since he would not have to take responsibility for what he did not do. It was then that he immediately agreed, since the old man could no longer work normally behind the throne. After a while, Cole found out about this and reported to Clint how wonderful everything was. Even he did not expect this. Meanwhile, Clint invents a new pill in his legendary cauldron. Golden light flows from within, like a treasure from the bottom of the Caribbean Sea. From there flew out the same 6th-grade pill that he makes with the help of the dragon spirit. Cole has never seen such beauty, and the quality is simply amazing, like in his wildest fantasies. The hero nicknamed this pill the Limit Breaker because it is intended to destroy the alchemical limit. To make more of these pills, you need ingredients, sometimes very rare ones. Here is the recipe. Such preferences made the boy sweat, since there are a couple of rare ones, like the royal flower. But the blood orchid is generally outside the market and has no price. For this, Clint became the commander-in-chief. Let Cole go to the Sakura family and say that this request is from our hero, and then they will give everything. Cole asked if Master Clint was really planning to rob the Imperial family at the expense of his position, and he wondered who to give it to. When suddenly he remembered his beloved Alice, who was sorting out some papers, and invited her to try a new pill. She turned out to be very busy. For this reason, she asked to go to someone else and offer her pills. But he did not stand it and put the pill directly into her mouth, since after her escape, she had not yet fully recovered. She should be more careful and listen to those who are trying to help. He will figure out the rest on his own. They sat in a Buddha pose so that when cultivating the pill, it would show the best effect. That's when a golden aura appeared around her body. Clothes flew up around her and her body warmed up. I've never seen the effect of this pill from the outside. For him, it's even some kind of experiment. In her mind, Alice felt simply amazing, like a fish out of water, like a tumbleweed in the middle of the desert and over the edge, like me in a hot bath with a duck. She swam in the stream without the resistance of the current, no obstacles, and her soul was so warm. The warmth had still not left her chest. She felt simply amazing, as if she had been on vacation in the Bahamas for a couple of weeks. And the effect of breaking through the human limit is amazing. She was able to reach the 2nd level of the Great Master. She wondered if this pill really breaks the boundaries of human strength. He confirmed her words. On top of all the good things, he also added a few medicinal herbs that would help restore her old wounds. After such care, Butterflies began to play in her stomach. She blushed and thought he was simply amazing. Only now she remembered something, how such joy disappeared from her eyes and cheeks. But it took her a long time to realize that Cole had sent Cole to look for those rare herbs just for this. He explained all this by saying that with this pill, the people of the body-strengthening realm will be able to break through this realm. Then the problem of demons will disappear. With new strength, she will be able to confront the smaller demons while he fights their larger demon and is not distracted in any way. Afterwards, he went with the words that the only problem is collecting the herbs, since he does not know how it happens. But with achieving this goal, winning the upcoming battle will not be difficult. After some time, Cole ran up and decided to report that all the rare herbs from the recipe were in place, and the imperial family had provided the best stove in the country. It seemed to the boy that they deliberately wanted to make cleaning more difficult, since that stove was difficult to use. But the hero replied that if it was difficult for them, then they simply did not know how to operate it. In appearance, it really looks more complicated than other ovens. Even the heads of the families behind gathered to look at such a spectacle. Such a stove requires 2 flames at once and excellent skill in controlling them, which it does very well. It is not difficult for him to take away a lollipop from a baby. After such a long time, we saw and missed Mrs. Luna, because a whole 20 minutes had passed, and in the meantime, she was very glad that it was he who became the commander-in-chief and shows his art. People were delighted with what they saw. Since Master Clint is able to refine 100 pills at once, they definitely have a chance in this war. The oven is specially designed to make many pills at once, which significantly speeds up their production. A couple of moments later, the pills flew into vases where they were waiting for their consumers. With so many pills, they will definitely break through and win the subsequent war, Clint shouted. The entire team and others applauded him, shouting that with Master Clint, they would conquer every enemy along the way. The Emperor's assistant asked him if Clint was showing off his wonderful skills in the art of refining pills, as if he was trying to capture people's hearts. Floki answered his question by saying that only the presence of Clint in the Yin-Yang family gives them great advantages, although previously, he was only considered a child. Meanwhile, we were transported to Clint's estate, where there was a very pleasant atmosphere. I'll even say this, the culture of buildings in Japan is simply amazing. Even so, against the demon realm, the body-strengthening realm is not enough. Today, he must break through to the Great Master realm. Alice is here to repay the debt for allowing him to break through into the Great Masters, for which she will protect him. After all the ceremonies, he sat in the Buddha pose and took the pill. Light appeared around him. His body became covered with goosebumps and became very warm. Suddenly, rays of darkness and light pierced the roof of the house, hitting the hero directly. Alice got scared and ran outside as this force was simply terrifying. 2 beams shot from the very heavens and hit Clint as if he were something special. The yin-yang sign was noticed by the Mother of the Earth, which made him chicken out a little, since the aura is very familiar to the demon. He had felt this power before, but did not attach any importance. Now he understands who they are dealing with. Perhaps destroying humanity will not be so easy. The big demon sensed fear from this aura. Buddha explained everything by saying that any monster would sense fear after this. Clint's condition was getting worse and worse, blood flowing from his wounds like Niagara Falls. Alice screamed at him, but he was deeply immersed inside his consciousness. Those sensations were not at all similar to those that the girl had. The ground under his feet split like glass. He fell deeper and deeper into his subconscious. The vision around him plunged into inversion. He was in a completely different world, but what went wrong? He found himself in a terrible place. He could not remember it, but it was definitely familiar to him, why these soldiers were dead, as if they were in hell. When suddenly the silhouette that possessed him when he received the demonic sword from the alchemical well appeared behind him, the creature asks if he really doesn't remember that place. If he really doesn't recognize the last bastion of humanity where it died. Clint ran away from him and shouted that he was like this and what he wanted to do with him, but they were very similar if they were both human. The creature was very upset to hear that Clint did not recognize his old and, among other things, main rival. But now he shouldn't be burdened by the fact that he is here and will be a parasite until Clint becomes strong enough. He is clearly some kind of demon. He is 100% strong. I will even say this, in comparison with him, the Mother of the Earth and the big demon are just insects. The existence of that guy in his head scares Clint, as he is confident in his terrifying power. But who is he? Finally, he asked Clint to become as strong as possible as soon as possible, since he was the chosen one and would become his future body. The silhouette disappeared from his eyes, but what he means is that Clint is his doll. Then he woke up. The noise and light scared him. He didn't understand where he was and who that guy was, because they definitely knew each other, but where did these memories come from? He recognized the loud shouts of the command almost instantly, only he considered that silhouette to be just the evil spirits that were in it. Alice began to choke in tears because she was very afraid because of him, because he started bleeding and was seriously injured. Many people gathered here. They asked about the 2 rays from the sky, how it happened, and whether everything was okay with the master. He laughed. Supposedly everything was fine and pretended to try a new pill. But the blood from the nose and eyes does not mean that everything is fine. However, he tells them to go train and gain strength. He immediately slammed the door in front of them, but did not answer their questions, as if he didn't care that they were worried. But he was not at all calm. He experienced the most terrible fear in his life, who was the one who was fighting with him in battles. Why is this creature familiar to him, and how is he going to take his body? Is there really a power that awakens on the verge of death that belongs to him? The next morning, at the estate of the Yin-Yang family, they are going to go to the capital to recapture it with all their might. Taking upon himself the hopes of the entire people of the country and his family, our hero took command of the army. Before the battle, he decided to briefly tell them about the plan of action in the capital, how they would act step by step. The great demon has reached the power of the Void Realm. Mother Earth is stronger than ever, so you have to be careful. They have completely captured the capital, so they will not be able to immediately defeat this duo in any way, even if they try hard. In order to achieve victory, they need to attack from all flanks. Members of the Yin-Yang family are coming from the south, and other families are attacking from the west and east. The group under Clint's command advances first to attract attention to themselves. Then, with the other families, the main forces of the zombie demons are distributed to the west and east gates. After all the manipulations from the outside, you need to collect the remaining demons from all corners of the city. And finally, the time will come for him to start holding back the earthly mother and the big demon while they fight the monsters. Once they're done with the pawns, they'll help Clint defeat the last two monsters. Alice came up with a proposal that the plan was too risky, since the Yin-Yang families would have to fight alone first against everyone and the big demon. It doesn't really matter as long as he gets all the attention, since that's the only way they'll be able to attract the big demon's attention. According to the plan of the god of alchemy, the Yin-Yang clan was the first to enter the city from the southern gate. Even if each group is under the command and leadership of great masters, they should not relax, under no circumstances. After all, even with a well-thought-out plan and pills, everyone here is fighting, risking their lives. After all the words, he turned to these terrible monsters who are so thirsty for the blood of these tasty people. And he turned to them so that they could feel the effect of the new pill, which he made especially for them personally. Several very strong monsters stood in front of him at once, who did not expect that there would be no living space left of them. Demonic power with the enhancement pill, but he just doesn't give them a chance to win. For them, this meeting was the first and last. They are unlikely to go to heaven, but let them dry out on earth. The big man is shocked by the strength of the commander. It's hard to believe that he is only a first-level great master. And the girl said that this is not the first time for him to surprise us. Only he doesn't yawn on the battlefield and watches the demon, realizing that he had to do a good job of attracting the big demon's attention. Apparently, it turned out that the evil creature on Mother Earth's shoulder paid attention to the battle of fleas. The demon grinned in his eyes, as if any minute he wanted to pounce on them and eat them. Great. Everything seems to be going according to plan, and the monster was able to be distracted by the bait in the form of Clint. Suddenly, the battle turned against them. The large demon ignored the god of alchemy and rushed in the other direction. Clint doesn't understand what happened, why he didn't fall for him. Is he really that smart? When he descended, a strong wind arose around him, the flapping of his wings as high as a high-rise building. Charles was more afraid for his ass than anyone on the battlefield, since the hero gave his word that he would be bait for the most powerful. The third prince was very tasty to the demon, as it gave off a very fragrant smell. A dozen Grandmaster-level guards lined up between them to protect the third prince. But this only irritated him more, since he did not want to wait that long for his food. The demon's powerful scream sent the entire guard flying and deprived them of their fighting spirit for a couple of hours. The legendary demon was too hungry and couldn't stand it. He needed to eat this delicacy quickly. But he was stopped by Clint, who covered Charles with his sword. He was completely out of sorts, since the demon dared to ignore him and attack a weaker one. But who allowed him to do that? Having cut off his front teeth, he asked him whether he wanted to leave him again, or whether he understood everything. This sword seemed familiar to him and very strong. He had only seen one like it before. The power of this blade reminded him of the old days, Emperor Louis, and this weapon frightened every living thing in the world. With such a weapon, he can become the demon emperor, so he would not mind getting one because of this, the Covenant of Younger Wards. He's going to defeat Clint with his army of little things. It's funny to even hear that. And Clint himself laughs at this. Only Charles is scared, and he begs his father to come and save him. For protection, he calls on Duke to kill this entire crowd for the sake of his master. And the Fluffy does everything exactly as Clint asks him. There's not a soul on their battlefield except them. Duke then recreated the arena surrounding the demon, Charles and Clint, with a wall of demonic vines. Now the big guy is trapped and can only escape through his corpse, otherwise he himself will die here. Fortunately, the third prince reminded himself, and Clint will fight a little more carefully so as not to hurt Charles, but this is not a fact, so he himself should be wary of everything. Covered in a dark green aura, he shouted at Clint not to put himself on par with him,